welcome, Bears fans. I don't know why you can't see me, but we're going to try and get this working. I don't know why it's gone off screen, but we're going to try and get it back on. This is great news. Oh dear. So that's clearly not working. Right, we'll try getting that one on. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're actually live now. So a great start to the show. Me absolutely ballsing up the intro. Thank you for joining me live. This is going to be an interesting day, I think. We are chopping it up for charity. It's in benefit of Neuroclastic, and I'm very pleased to actually bring my first guest on with me. A bit of a surprise because Doug Farrar was not able to make the show today, but thankfully he's actually shared things for us to make sure that we're all good, and his followers are going to be there in terms of being able to know that what we're doing today and how we're doing it. But I actually have the pleasure of introducing to you Mama Bear herself. I don't know if you know her from the so we're going to pop her in there, get rid of that one. Okay, this is me producing live on the actual stream. Let me get rid of that one. Don't know why that's in there. Right. There we go. So now I'm able to introduce here. There she is. It's Larry Borham's mom, Joelle Hirschman. She's joining us live, and we're going to basically talk a little bit. We're going to play a video just first of all for you because I want to just introduce to you Neuroclastic and the reason why we're actually doing this. So we're here today to raise money and talk about the Bears kickoff, but we're here to raise money for Neuroclastic, who are an organisation, a fantastic organisation at that are there to basically preserve the rights of autistic individuals and to support them. They have their own website, which has got lots of fantastic resources on there, which I encourage people to go ahead and have a look at. And on there, you will be able to find not only sort of information about what they're doing, but their campaigns, because very regularly they campaign for the rights of people like Matthew Rushin, who was a high-profile case, and he was wrongly imprisoned for being autistic, being in a car crash, and not knowing how to cope with the police. And he said things in his interview without any help or assistance that led to him being imprisoned. So I'm just going to introduce that and just tell you a little bit about Neuroclastic and the reason why we're here. I'm just going to put a little scrolling thing on the bottom so we can see how you can go about donating to Neuroclastic, which is the whole purpose of this stream today. You can see it there. And we're transitioning to this scene here. This is a video, which is a short video, which is going to basically run on here because this is why Neuroclastic are about and this is what they do. So hopefully you'll be able to hear the audio. Is this the case? You can't hear the video? Can you not hear the video on that video? Okay, let me remove that from the pro scene and I'm going to put it back in. Right, I'm not sure why it's not playing the actual audio to this video, but I'm going to stop the screen share and then put it back in. That's not going to work. Right. My apologies, it's not going to work. So we'll stop the screen share because it's not playing the audio, and we're going to go back to the actual chatting. So that video, unfortunately, is not playing properly. Yeah, the feedback. I'm terribly sorry, everyone. I'm not sure why it's giving me feedback and why it's doing that. But that was basically telling you the first person that was on the screen there that you couldn't actually hear was a non-verbal autistic person that uses a keyboard basically to be able to type and to be able to tell people what is going on with his life and to communicate with people. He was telling you that unfortunately, very regularly in today's society, autistic people are facing abuse in the places where they're supposed to be cared for. Now, that can be a school setting, it can be a care setting, it can even be at home, it can be in society, generally speaking. But like I said, neuroclastic are there to ensure that these people are supported, that their rights are advocated for. And they've recently done this against the Judge Rotenberg Centre, who uses a system of electric shock therapies on autistic individuals that is up to 18 times the strength of a taser that police use to take people down. And that's to correct and modify behaviours. And just to speak a quick little bit about autism and the difference, it's basically a neurological difference between typical and atypical persons. That means that the sensory processing information is significantly different, and things like social interaction are impaired, as are the ability to regulate your feelings and what's going on with your body and the sensory information that you're receiving. Imagine yourself, you've had a rough night, you've woke up the next day, you're hungover, your legs are not working properly, and you feel really grouchy and things are bothering you. And then you need to get to work and everything feels stressful as you're on the way and you're sat in traffic, you're late. And that's how it makes you feel fizzy and angry. And unfortunately, it is something that affects people. And obviously, what people talk about then is behavioral output. They talk about the behavior of autistic people. It's generally speaking, it's communicative behavior, because they're trying to communicate that they are struggling with a situation or a skill that is lacking, and what they're trying to do is compensate and to be able to communicate with you. So neuroclastic is out there to educate about these differences. It's there to educate about how to communicate with autistic individuals. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share on my Twitter some videos that neuroclastic have put out there, which I think, only 2-3 minutes a piece each one, and they're fantastic bits of information that I'll be able to share with you later. But there we go, donate. It's all down at the bottom. It's paypal.me/neuroclastic. It's on the bottom of the screen. You can donate any dollar amount. If you just put hashtag NFL fans care, if you're just an NFL fan and you're here watching, but I think most of you will be Bears fans. And if you don't mind just putting hashtag Bears fans care in the donation information, and any dollar amount, like I say, if it's $1, if it's 10, if it's 100, whatever you want to do. And if you want to get me to do things live on the stream, you're welcome to challenge me. And if it's got a dollar amount of enough, then I'll consider doing it. But without further ado, Mama Bear, how are you today? And obviously a lot of things going on for you as well in your personal life, but with Larry ready to go tomorrow, it's going to be interesting, I feel, to see how that's going to go. But just explain to us about what it's like as a mother watching your son go out there and play ball professionally. Your mic is off, I think. I don't know why your mic is off. You're muted. I'm not hearing anything from you, Joelle. I'm not sure what's going on with your audio. This is the wonders of live broadcasting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove you from the scene and then add you back in, see if that actually works. Put you back in, settings, I'm okay. Are you muted? Joelle, would you try leaving and coming back for me, see if that works? Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me okay. I think you can hear me, just I can't hear you. I'm not sure if anyone else in the chat can hear. Right, we're gonna add Joelle back in when she's back, and this is the wonders of going live and doing this. Not going the way I wanted it to so far, but you're saying you can't hear Joelle, or you can't hear anyone. You can't hear Joelle, or you can't hear anybody. Yeah, I can't hear her either. If it's for Joelle, Larry Barham's mum, I can't hear her either. So yeah, just me. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, she's going to come back in, so we'll see if that works, and we'll get her back in. I think she's going to be coming back in any minute. So that's the reason why we're doing this. It will smooth out. Do you know what? I hope it will smooth out, because so far it's not gone the best of streams, and I'm sorry, Neuroclastic, because I want this to be great and I want people to donate and help. And I also want to chat it up with the Bears. Okay, we have some sign of Joelle coming back in, but I don't see a camera yet. So we'll get her back in. I can hear you though. I can hear you this time, so that's good. So I think, yeah, share the camera. I'm not sure how you do it. I'm talking to Joelle Hirschman. She's Larry Barham's mum. Looks like she's just dropped back off again. So fantastic start to the stream. This is awesome stuff, but we are going to chat it up. Believe it or not, we are going to chat it up with Joelle Hirschman, the mother of Larry Barham. So we'll get her in as soon as we can, and once we've done that, I'm also going to invite some other people. 1 second, who are going to be coming on. Joelle, are you there? I do not have. Do you know what? We're just going to add you in, and that's Joelle. Believe it or not, Joelle's here. Tell me if you can hear her in the chat.
I'm here, everybody. I'm here. I promise.
Can you hear Joelle talking, people? Because I mean, if you can, then that's great. We'll just carry on and we'll do it as an audio interview. That's absolutely fine. So if you can let me know if you can hear Joelle actually in the chat, you hear it. That's fantastic news. They hear you, Joelle.
Well, great.
They can hear you talk. This is just brilliant. I'm loving this.
This is awesome.
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's just go for what we're going to do. We'll carry on regardless. Like nothing's happening. It's all perfect. Everything's going swimmingly well. Although obviously it's all going absolutely tits up, as we say in the UK. But there we go. So the experience of being a mum of a football player and also a mother to another sibling that's also competing for time. I know how difficult it is. I've got 5 kids myself. We had 3 older ones that grew up, and then we thought we'd try for one more, and we got 2. So that's my lot. And so tell me then, Joelle, what's it like being a mother of an NFL player?
It's amazing. There's no other word to describe it. It's unbelievable, and I think I'm still settling in to the role as an NFL mom. I'm trying to still find my way, but I'm loving every minute of it.
Well, the one thing I know about being a parent is it seems to be a continuous process of trying to find your way in. You don't start with a manual. No one tells you what you're going to be expecting. But I know that in terms of sacrifice, not only for yourself but also for your other child, in terms of attention and things like that, there's a lot that goes into just being a parent in general of a child, but being a parent of a child who's athletically gifted and then gets the opportunity to go to college and then gets the opportunity to be drafted and then is drafted, and he's such a good advocate when you hear him speak. When I've interviewed Larry in the past, he really is an advocate for you, Joelle, and you must be incredibly proud of both of your children.
I am.
But I mean, what's it like, sort of, I can't even begin to imagine being a single parent and then trying to deal with that. So just tell us some of your experiences, the sort of things that you've had to do just to sort of, keep things going and to keep things running.
Well, it all starts at home. And I worked every day, 7 days a week. It didn't matter. I worked double shifts. I did whatever it took to get the job done. I advocated for my son the whole way. I was a waitress at a very busy, just a little, we call them Coney Islands. I guess it would be like a little, like a diner that everybody would be more familiar with. And my customers were our biggest support, and they carried us through. They knew when there were games. They knew when we needed to travel. They knew when we needed to get to camps. They would come in and just shower me with support. And of course, those tips, which helped us get through.
I mean, that's fantastic. That's a community that sadly is lacking for a lot of autistic individuals as well, Joelle. So I mean, it's something that we can all do to help people, and where you can help people, it's wonderful to be able to do that without the expectation of anything back in return. And the sacrifice that you've had to work as long as you have and as hard as you have to support your son, I know that he's got to be, feeling like maybe he's in your debt, but I'm sure that as a parent, you're probably going to be telling him, you owe me nothing other than just be the best version of you. I know certainly that's what we tell our kids. And when you sort of are you worried every Sunday he goes out? Are you concerned for what's gonna happen that day, or do you go into it just sort of as a, you're watching, you're cheering Larry on when he's on the field, and that's what happens? Let me know what you feel like on game day.
Of course, I think that every parent of any athlete is concerned when their sons or their daughters step on the court, step on the field, step in the arena. There's always a chance of injury, but I tend to put that in the back of my head. And I'm just so happy he's given me the greatest gift that he could ever give me, which is his success. And his success then in turn becomes my success. So, it's just amazing to get to see him out there on that field. And every time I see him, my heart just drops for a minute. And I think once the first series is over, I tend to relax a little bit. But the first series is always the hardest for me. I don't know
Yeah,
why, but it is. And you know what? Once the game is going, I'm good. But my eyes are always on my son. And
yeah,
it's crazy.
absolutely.
I'm
Well,
critiquing. I'm trying to watch. I'm trying to see, did he get it right? Did he make a mistake? What's going on? What was the play? A million different things are going through my mind instead of sitting back and really trying to enjoy the game.
we're getting some sympathy for you in the chat here. I'm not sure if you can see this, Joel, but yeah, unfortunately, last year it dropped each subsequent series as well. Unfortunately, but we actually have some good coaching now this year. Now I know that Larry has dealt with a lot in terms of Mizzou, in terms of the coaching that was there when he arrived, compared to the coaching that's there, now. Um, in terms of when he left Mizzou, and obviously now he's in the NFL, and we're getting a similar sort of thing where there's been a coaching change already, and things have changed, and there's new people to prove to, and they haven't drafted you, and I'm sure that there's also trepidation about that as well, both for you and for Larry. Just explore that for me.
Oh my gosh. So, you know, I think for a lot of players, especially the rookies from last year, this could have been I'm sure it was a very hard situation, but Larry was so used to it because, like you said, he went through three different head coaches. He went through three different offensive coordinators and three different line coaches in 4 years at Mizzou. That's a lot. And every year you're steady trying to prove yourself. You're steady trying to prove. And each regime comes in and they expect something different and they want something different. Now, Larry went to the Bears under one regime. He had lost all that weight because the NFL said you have to lose weight. So he lost all that weight. He got himself together. He comes to the Bears and guess what? Juan says, you got to put the weight back on. We need you to pick up more weight. Larry then goes and he picks up the weight, and what happens? The whole staff is gone. We get a whole new regime, and they say, hey, bud, we need you to bring it down again. You got to drop it. And what does Larry do? He answers the call, he drops the weight, and it works. But he already knew. He knew what to expect because he's been
Yeah.
through it before. It wasn't his first go around. This isn't the first time he walked this road. So I was happy for him because he knew mentally what he needed to do and how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is there's nothing like consistency, and that sounds like nothing like consistency to me. When you're constantly going through change year after year after year, and things are, you're asked to do a lot. When you're asked to put on weight quickly, generally speaking, it's not going to be good weight for you. When you're asked to drop weight and you're training constantly every single day, you will tend to be eating right. You'll be exercising right. You'll be doing specifics to get yourself, faster, stronger, quicker, more aerobically fit, all that kind of stuff. And then you're asked to put on weight, which obviously, generally speaking, is bad weight. And then you're kind of wondering, where you are on a day-to-day basis, week-to-week basis, month-to-month. And it's not great being someone who's like 6'5", 6'6", and 300 plus pounds, and you're asked to put on more weight. Because good weight, it takes a long time to earn. You have to push the iron, you have to eat right, you have to sleep right. There's all that sort of side of things. But putting weight on bad just to have weight on is easy, but it has such an effect on your body and your ability to recover. So it must have been tough for Larry. So I mean, what are the things that you're looking forward for this season for Larry going forward? What are you looking forward to, and how do you think things are going to go?
Well, this is a big year for any second year player in the league. This is a prove it year. He's got to come out, and I believe he's already done it. He's there. He proved that he deserves to be in this league, and he's going to play aggressive, and he's going to get the job done, and he's going to protect Justin. And I think that's all anybody wants.
Well, that's the key, is actually moving people against their will off the line of scrimmage and away from your QB. And if you do that, if you're able to get after it and get after people, but it's easier. I know certainly as a player, when you have less things to think about, you're able to respond and you're able to react much better. And it also means the less you're thinking about what the play is, where you're going to, where your target is, what you're going to do. It means that all of that stuff that you've worked on, those drills, that technique, if he does this, I'm doing that. That automatic process of being able to do that is so much better. And the problem was, we had a play caller last year in Matt Nagy, who would change the structure of the offense, it seemed, every single week. And he had a playbook that was, seven books thick. Unfortunately, most of those had curls as routes on for wide receivers, but it seemed over convoluted and over difficult. Even for veterans weren't looking good in the system. Nick Foles, who's been in an NFL QB for years and years and years, didn't look good in the system. Andy Dalton didn't look good in the system. So you can only extrapolate from that what it must be like for a rookie to deal with. How did Larry cope sort of in terms of the mental side of things with all of that going on in terms of the offense?
He handled it well, in my opinion. He doesn't bring his job home with him, and
Yeah.
I think that that's something that's a really big key to long-term success in this league is, you can't bring it home. It is a business. You have to look at it as a business. You have to address it as a business. Of course, some things will carry for you, but he has a great support system within myself and his girlfriend. And he's got a couple very good friends that have been with him along the way. And so he has outlets. And you know what? Like everybody, there's always frustration sometimes, but it's just how you deal with it.
Yeah, and he's got obviously a little puppy to look after as well, hasn't he? Now that's sort of there in
Oh,
the
guess who
background.
has the puppy?
Oh my God, is it mom? Mom's got the puppy,
I
is it?
have this little, is not a little puppy. This dog is 35 pounds at 5 months old, and he moves
Good
me out
grief.
of the way. He's huge. He's going to be another bear.
Maybe maybe there's a little bit of thinking there that's going on in the background for Larry. He's thinking, if in the off season that's going to be great training for me. He's coping with this dog, so it's he must be eating you out of house and home. I would have thought the pup.
Yes.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that comment really says everything. Everything's little to Larry. I think a lot
Yeah.
of things are. But
Yeah, I was told, it's okay, Mom. He's not going to be a big dog. Yeah. But,
yeah,
you
he's
know,
he's definitely going to be a big dog. That's for sure.
we love Kane. I put Kane up his own Twitter page, the Kane Chronicles. If anybody wants to follow Kane, I try to put up little pictures and different videos to show how we're adjusting and how we're getting to love each other. We're going to training now. We have training classes, so we're trying to give him a little bit, get him some manners.
I'm trying to find the actual. Is it the Kane Chronicles?
No, it's actually Kane Chronicles.
I'm just trying to find it on Twitter. See if it's. I can't find it, but never mind. I'm sure you will tweet it out. And as we've got at the bottom of the screen, I'm just going to put up now that you can be able to follow. Here we go at the bottom of the screen. This is Joelle's details on Twitter. Mama Bear 75, mother of Larry Barham, as you can see there. Definitely make sure that you follow Joelle, because she's a great person and great to speak
Aww.
to. No, you
Thank
are,
you,
and
George.
yeah, you're one of those people that makes time for everyone that talks to you. So, and there must be you must get a lot of sort of people talking to you and speaking to you, and Obviously, the mother of an NFL player. Once that gets known, I should imagine there's people trying to get information out of you, X, Y, and Z, and it must be a lot of asking. And for you to do what you've done and clearly be such a good mum to raise such a good young man. And the thing is that Larry, this game last year, San Francisco, was really, for me, that was the moment that showed not only can he play, he can be a good offensive tackle in the NFL. Because when you go against a Bosa and you keep him pretty much locked down, because he did. Go back and watch that game. Larry played really well last year against San Francisco. And there are people that sort of have been pointing at Larry, sort of trying to suggest that he's the weak link. But a lot of people also don't necessarily know what the play is, what the responsibility is on that play,
Exactly.
and those sorts of things. So it's only when you get the all-22, and we've got some love for you from Wales here as well. There you go. So,
oh, thank you.
Kane sounds like a big dog. There
Yes.
you go. So, is there any problem? I mean, I guess he's not going to meet Justin's dog, is he? At any point, there might be a bit of size.
I don't think so. And I heard Justin has a new dog now. It's Uno and Deuce.
Okay.
Yeah, he introduced he hasn't shown the dog yet, I don't believe, but he's got a new dog. That's what I heard.
Well, I mean, certainly dogs on the field is what he's going to need tomorrow, and
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure that with Coach Morgan, he's going to have 5 of them in front of him tomorrow. So that'll be good to see. So I'm going to be asking everyone this question, Joelle, and I want your honest appraisal. Don't have your Bears goggles on. Don't have those rose glasses on. What is your prediction for tomorrow? Score.
The score. I'm not sure about the score, but what I am sure of, we're going to win. And it's going to be an upset. And everybody's talking mess. They don't believe it. We're going to show it on the field. So what I say, it's about you got to have the right attitude and you have to produce. And these guys are going to produce.
Well, I mean, what I've seen from Coach Morgan and the guys in the preseason is that they are assignment sound. They are actually moving people off the line of scrimmage, which is great to see. They are getting after it at the second level.
Exactly.
And they are making people work. So, I mean, all of that is an improvement over last year. And last year, the Bears ran the 49ers close. And that was off the back of Justin pretty much on his own. So we've got a prediction of a pick 6. I'm not sure. Maybe it'll be – I don't think we're going to have a Santa sleigh play anymore. So I can't see him lining up as a tight end anytime soon on there. But you never know. You never know.
They ran a play at Mizzou like that. They ran a play like that at Mizzou, and they kicked Larry out to the outside.
Do you know? I saw 2 plays last year where Nagy decided to line him up as a slot wide receiver on 2 consecutive plays last year. Now, there's one thing I know that Larry isn't, and it's a slot wide receiver. So hopefully we don't get any of that. Hopefully we get Larry doing what he needs to do, which is pushing people onto their ass and pounding them into the ground. And when it's pass pro, he's going to be making sure that Justin's shirt is kept clean, and anybody that dares to touch him or move him or do something like that. Oh, well, that's what we need.
They're in trouble.
We need that.
They better not touch that man. They better leave Justin alone. Those dirty late hits, this line is not having it this year.
No, absolutely. And that's the way you want it. That's the way you want it. And I want to see that the only thing I'm looking forward to tomorrow is obviously is stay sound in your techniques. Make sure you're moving people. And if you miss your block, just go and hit somebody else.
Right.
And and if you do that with Justin Fields in the backfield, there's a chance that he might get past that person that you missed your block. But I've been very confident in this wide zone. It seems to have suited Larry's movement skills. I've noticed a couple of times that he's got out in front and been able to sort of get to the second level. Not only do that, but to hit people. This is a good question in the chat. Does his sister like watching him play? Does she watch him play? Is she competitive with him?
She's very competitive with him, and she does watch all the games, and we enjoy everything as a family, and we love it. And she is very involved with her brother. They talk every day. He's a great big brother. He is just amazing, and she loves him so very much. They're very close.
it seems siblings are either very, very loving towards each other or they're at each other's throats. There seems to be no in between with siblings. Certainly, in my experience, that's for sure. But I've loved having you on, and it's great. We're going to have to do this again, just chop it up about sort of what's going on this week, and we'll find a way of getting your voice out there. I'm sure. I know you've been on some other podcasts. Have you got anything else that you want to raise attention to at all?
You know what? I do. I'm not sure when, but we're looking to start a nonprofit. And I'm actually looking to try to help other single mothers that are trying to navigate the recruiting system from high school in and over to college, because I know that I had a rough time and I had to do it on my own. And I learned a lot, and it can be done. We are living proof. You don't have to pay high prices and have a
Oh,
recruiter.
you
You
just your voice has just dropped out a touch there.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if we just lost you the last 5-10 seconds there. You don't, and then we lost the rest of it. So you don't
Oh,
have
you
to.
don't you don't have to spend a lot of money, having a recruiter. You can do it yourself. We're living proof it can be done.
Well, I know that another person that we both have in common, which is Austin Carter Samuels, who actually was part of the process of getting
Yes.
Larry to Mizzou. He's a firm believer in not paying people to have you recruited. So
Yes.
I'm sure that if you hit up Austin, he would be happy to lend a hand. But I mean, I can't speak for him, but I'm assuming that's what it is. So
We have a great relationship. He's an awesome young man.
yeah, and so is your son. So I mean, that's fantastic that we're getting. I think everyone else is hearing you okay. It's just me that's not hearing you, which means that my
Oh,
internet might be cracking it, which would be on form for today's. So far what we dealt with. My start didn't work properly. My audio didn't work properly on my video. Apart from that, it's all going really, really well. So
I'm having a fun time.
do you know what? I am too. We're just sort of chatting it up and sort of talking to it. So, in terms of what I spoke to you about today, in terms of autism, I mean, is that neuroclastic? Like I say, non-profits they really do rely upon people giving, and I know it's difficult. We're all living in a society where everything seems to cost more than it ever has. Money is tighter, wages are less secure. Not just for NFL players, but just generally for just ordinary people like you and I, Joel. And it's difficult because these non-profits, they rely upon charitable giving to be able to keep running and to keep doing what they do. So have you learned anything about from what I've been talking about today about autism, or are you interested in learning more and advocating on that side of things at all?
Oh, absolutely. I give you and your wife a lot of credit. Um, I'm a caregiver as well. A lot of people don't know my mother's very ill. So don't look for me at the games this year because I won't be there. So I can sympathize. And we have two things in common, George.
We
We
will
have
we
the
will have
Bears.
we will have watch parties together, Joel. Don't worry
Yes.
about it. We'll watch the game together. That'll be no problem at all.
You know
We'll
what, we definitely do have a couple things in common, and I understand a lot of what you guys go through on a daily basis, and it's not easy.
it's what you do as a parent, and that's the thing that I was really looking forward to talking to you today, Joel, was because I know that you have given a lot for both of your children. I know you've struggled. I know you've you know wondering where the money is going to come for X, Y, and Z, wondering where the time is going to come for X, Y, and Z. All of those sorts of things, really, really tough. And I appreciate what that's like, because as a parent with kids that have, one has very complex needs and is likely to need support and advocacy all of his life, and I might not be there when he needs me later on, but I'm going to try. And all we do as parents, I think, Joel, and I don't know if you agree with this, but you just do whatever it is that it takes to get it done for your kids, because there is no other option. If it's not you, then it's no one. Um,
Exactly.
so yeah, so I mean, I've really enjoyed having a chat with you. If people in the chat have enjoyed having a chat with you, please make sure that you're following Joe. I'm just going to put her banner back up on screen. There she
And
is at the bottom of
everybody,
there. And also, if you're enjoying the show and you think the cause is a good cause, do that donation, paypal.me/neuroclastic, any dollar amount, and in there, hashtag NFL fans care or hashtag Bears fans care. send a donation, whatever you can. It all helps. And if you want me to read out your donation or anything like that, just tag me on Twitter and with a picture of it, and I'm happy to do that. But Joelle, I've really enjoyed having you on. That's been a real good time. I think you might have just left anyway because we've completely lost your screen.
No,
But I
no,
have
I'm
another
here.
guest coming up, and people who are Bears fans and go on Twitter and watch Sean and Mara in the morning will know who this man is. He is the superback, the man himself. We're going to add him to screen now. We're going to take off Joelle. We're going to add him to the stream now. I'm very proud to have him on. The Sean Sierra is here live with us. Sean, how are you, sir?
George, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Well, I mean, I've got off to a great start with the stream, Sean. My transitions didn't work at the very start. My video didn't work with no audio. I was trying to get some information on for people to be able to follow, and it's all gone completely tits up so far. But we've had a great chat with Joelle. I'm sure you caught the end of that. She's a great follow, and people should sort of think about what it's like for parents to support the kids in through their dreams, etc. But also general day-to-day stuff. So yeah, I mean certainly anything that's active is definitely there. But we've got loads of people joining us in the chat. So Sean, what's your take on the off season? First of all, let's start there. Let's start with the off season because there's been a lot of change, hasn't there, between what we had last year and what we seem to have this both off the field and on the field. So starting with the GM and then going on to the process with the coaches and what you've heard so far, what are your top 5 impressions?
Well, I like a lot of what they've done. The top 5 impressions. They say what they mean and they mean what they say. All right. Ryan Poles has told us what he was going to do. He's followed through with it, and I know us as Bear fans aren't used to people following through on their word in the management positions, and he has. So it's a little weird to us to actually have somebody do what they say they're going to do. He has a coach who has a vision. He has a coach who doesn't waver from that vision at all. So so they're both on the same page. Coach Eberflus seems like a great guy. Like he's a guy you want to sit down and have a beer with and just shoot the shit with and talk. But he's the kind of guy you don't want to cross. All right, he's made it very evident what he expects from this defense, from this team, I should say. As evidenced by him saying not once but twice, get your track shoes ready. We're going to run. All right, he believes in a hard, fast, aggressive style of defense, a hard, fast, aggressive style of offense. He wants people to be attacking at all times. And here's the biggest thing that I like about that is that Ryan Poles and Coach Eberflus are on the same page. He told them what he wanted, and Poles went out and got those guys to fit that system. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that people are upset about the lack of quote unquote big name signings in the offseason. And you can be upset about that. But if you don't understand football, you have to realize what they did do. The best thing they did was they went and got guys who fit the system that they're going to run. And so, it doesn't matter if you have a top wide receiver or a top offensive lineman. If they don't work in your system, if an offensive lineman is not versed or hasn't come up in his own blocking scheme, then, but you try and plug him in, it's not necessarily, it may work, okay, but it might not work. The chances of it not working are much better than the chances of it working. So they went and got guys who fit the system offensively and defensively. And those are the things that you have to understand. Those are the things that are going to make this team much better than a big name signing. It's people who understand that system, who played in it before, who've excelled in it before, and are ready to look for an opportunity. All right, because there's so many guys. Everyone that they signed is basically young and hungry. All right, there's nobody here who got a 5-year, $70 million deal. All right, everyone's looking for that deal. The NFL stands for not for long. All right, and you want to try and get that big deal. Okay, at least one in your lifetime. And so if you can, and here's a shot with a new regime, a new coaching staff, here's your place to do it. And so all these guys, everyone he's got is hungry. They've all basically 1 or 2 year deals for the most part. And they're prove it deals. So I've loved what they've done, George. I love the way that they've held people accountable. That probably to me is the most important thing. And the thing is they didn't tell us that they're going to hold people accountable. They didn't say that. It's all the players. Every time they talk to the players, every time they interview players, they're talking about how these coaches hold them accountable. They talk about how coaches stopped the drill when they did something wrong, went back over, coached them, said, hey, this is what we need to do. And then now they ran it again. All right. There's an old saying in coaching, you're either coaching it or you're allowing it. Okay. And he's not allowing any BS going on over there. He's coaching exactly what he wants. And that's the thing that I really like. And then the discipline, George. You know, we have how many times Bears fans, you feel my pain. How many times was it 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, and a false start? All right, now it's 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. We're like, son of a, I mean, it happened ad nauseum last year, the last couple of seasons. Well, guess what? What do we have? 4, 5 penalties in all preseasons?
We had a 1st and 40 last year, Sean. We had a 1st and 40. I mean, the thing is, I mean, you've been absolutely spitting fire, and if that's not an advert for people to follow on all your social medias, as I've put at the bottom of the screen here, and to make sure that they're subscribing and watching you on Roku and all the rest of the different platforms that, you know, the Sean and Maya show in the mornings run in Sports Zone Chicago, then I don't know what is, because I think you've just basically hit the nail on the head. The difference between Ryan Pace and Ryan Poles is Ryan Poles is going to have to prove it guys who have shown abilities that fit what he's looking for. They have shown at other places in limited hands up, in limited scope, they've shown the abilities to do the things.
Right.
They've gone with recommendations of coaches who have been at that goddamn team. You know, Getsy talking about Equinemius St. Brown. I put up a video on this channel about Equinemius St. Brown, showing that he's a great blocker, he's a great run after the catch, he's someone who can go up and get it, he's someone who can outrun people, he's 6'5", he's got a massive catch radius, he has strong hands. He wasn't best buddies with Aaron Rodgers, and that's why he wasn't being used in their system. On 3rd and 4th down, when he had to convert, Equinemius St. Brown was a guy he threw to because he knew he'd be able to come up with it. And it's things like that versus, and let's take the example of the offensive line, Sean, as well, which, you know, I think we're going to talk about because it's a massive part, and this is why having a super back on is a great thing to do, because it's a massive part of being able to move the ball is having an offensive line that is going forward and knows how to go forward and move people against their will. But the thing for me was last year, Ifeadi played because, you know, he was a guy that had that seniority. If Ryan Pace would have signed Riley Reef, is there any chance Braxton Jones is starting on Sunday over Riley Reef if Ryan Pace was the GM and Matt Nagy was the head coach? I think the answer to that is hell no.
Hell no.
There's no chance. And that's what I'm saying is that the fifth round rookie has shown he can do it. He's shown he belongs playing. Okay, the undrafted centre who had a real tough time last year, Sam Mustafa, has shown massive improvement.
Unbelievable, George. What the hell happened to him? Because
Coach
he was oh my goodness, he was one of the sorest spots on the offensive line. He was definitely the weakest link. Anytime he was out there, you saw it. We've watched film on it, on how his inability to move people, his lack of strength, his hips not being able to swing around and get between him and the defender and the ball carrier. Dude, he was horrible. And then 1 year later, boom, not even a year later, just an off season later, he looks like a completely different person.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this comment here, let's go Bears, Schofield would be starting. Schofield certainly wouldn't have been released if it was Ryan Pace. There's no chance. There's no chance he would say, okay, we've got someone better, we're going to release you. Because that was not in their DNA. That was the previous mindset. I've got a couple of videos, Sean, that I'd like to play because I think this really does prove the point on the difference between the coaching. So, I mean, this is the first one. This is the guy that I think is going to make a massive difference to the Bears' offense. And there are reasons why. I'm just going to play these. And I'm going to show
everything that we do the best that we can to fit the players that we have.
So I don't know why I'm getting the audio doubling, but that's the first one. So we're going to remove that.
So, and then George, could you play that again for the people? Because those few words, those 2 sentences, or that one sentence is perfect. That encapsulates the difference between the last regime and this regime.
Do the best that we can to fit the players that we have.
There you go. We're going to make everything the best that we can to fit the players that we have. That for me is a massive difference, is an absolute sea change. So there was a couple of things. I don't know if people have seen it. The Take the North podcast, Dan Wiederer. I had an interview with Justin Fields and then with Luke Getsy. And Luke Getsy said some things that I think will resonate with you, Sean. I'm gonna add them in. I'm gonna play them. I'm not sure what's going on with the double audio, so I'm going to apologise right now. We're going to add another guy in from the Irish Bears. Let's just add him in. Here he is. It's Kieran from the Irish Bears show. Top of the morning to you there, Kieran. Well, top of the afternoon now, as it is for us, dude. But I'm going to play this video, Kieran, because it's a minute long. But and I'm sorry about the audio now. I'm not sure why it's doubling the audio, but I'm going to mute my mic, see if that makes any difference. I'm going to play this because this, for me, is Luke Getsy telling us that the process defines what you're going to do in the offense. And when he says the process defines, you have the players that are there to fit the offense that you're going to create, but you don't create the offense and then fit the players to it. And that's what Nagy did, and that's not what Getsy has done. This absolutely nails. This is drop the mic for me.
Listen, this thing is, like I said, this is we put a lot of time into the process, not necessarily designing the offense. And what I mean by that is, like, we wanted to challenge these guys and see where they could each go, and then see how they responded to the different challenges along the way. And so, the way that we installed the plays, the way that we implemented them into the installations, and then the way we came back in training camp, that's all part of that process. And it was our job to be aware of their response to those challenges. And I think as you see them now, they're all having the opportunity to, like you used the word progress. They feel like they've started to figure some things out. But now there's the next step of the process. This is the real deal now. So now you're going to get more difficult looks. You're going to get better talented players. So all that stuff, the pressure of the game counting, all that stuff's going to be added to them. So they need to be able to reflect and rely and lean on the process. And I think that's what will give us an opportunity to have some success.
So on a day like today.
So that was the first one. I'm sorry about the audio. I'm not sure why everything is doubling up, but that's Getsy basically saying that the process is going to dictate what happens with the offense itself. The players, what they're able to take on in coaching, what they're able to actually execute on the field is going to dictate what the offense is, what it does, and how it plays. Now, I have another guest who is sat in the background. He's in the green room. He was due to come on straight away. It's all gone completely messed up. I'm just going to add him in because this guy is incredibly football smart. Now, he's known on Twitch for being a bit of an EA Madden guru. And what he does is he has his own platform where he breaks down offenses, he breaks down how to attack defenses, what the defensive coverage means. He's really, really, really football smart. I'm going to put his banner on the screen at the bottom of the screen. Zan Madden. Zan, how are you doing, sir? I'm just pleased to have you in.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. What's going on?
Oh, check out that lovely mic with that quality. You can tell the guy's a professional streamer when you got an audio quality like that. And that's the difference between him and I. But yeah, Zan, I mean, I don't know if you heard much of that in the background. Luke Getsy talking about the process. And this is something that, again, we're talking about gaming, but it extrapolates to the real world because having what the players that you have on your roster can execute is massive. And Getsy saying that the process is going to define. That's great that the audio isn't doubling for you, so it just means I can play it and not worry about it, because that's good news. Yeah, having the process dictate what the offense is and what it's going to be schematically and what you're going to do. Use your experience, and again, Sean and Kieran chime in whenever Zan's finished. But the process of what you do as well, Zan, with educating the people about the way that schemes work, how you attack a defense, what the leverages mean, all that sort of thing. Yes, you're talking games, but it absolutely applies to football. So what does Getsy's message there say to you?
Yeah, so I actually did come in at the very, very tail end of that, so I didn't hear the bulk of that clip. I think that really one of the things that Madden, especially with the way it's played right now, we don't play with the regular head-to-head teams. It's more of like the fantasy mode, like get the legends, kind of fit them, into your scheme, where they fit best. If it's the clip that I think it was talking about, utilizing skill sets to their strength, I think in Madden, that's a major element that a lot of players don't necessarily take into account when they are installing an offense or a defense. A lot of times you'll get guys, at least in my community, that will, try to play a zone match scheme where, their defensive players don't really have a skill set to actually run with receivers when they reach a landmark and get vertical and require you to convert from your zone drop into man-to-man on a guy. So, really kind of fine-tuning your scheme and utilizing players to their strength is very, very key. In Madden necessarily, it's not necessarily a one-to-one to real life, but we always try to explain that process. This is how it works best in the game. But if you're watching on Saturday or Sunday, these are the differences that you'll definitely key in on those days.
I think it would. If you're okay with it, if I just play the first 30 seconds of that again, because I think it bears playing, and I want you to have the benefit of hearing it, Zan, because this is the difference for me. This is the absolute stark difference between Matt Nagy as an offensive coordinator and Luke Getz as an offensive coordinator. Okay. This really does tell you what you need to hear.
Listen, this thing is, like I said, we put a lot of time into designing the process, not necessarily designing the offense. And what I mean by that is, like, we wanted to challenge these guys and see where they could each go, and then see how they responded to the different challenges along the way. And so, the way that we installed the plays, the way that we implemented them into the installations, and then the way we came back in training camp, that's all part of that process. And it was our job to be aware of their response to those challenges. And I think as you see them now, they're all having the opportunity to, like you used the word progress. They feel like they've started to figure some things out. But now there's the next step of the process is the real deal now. So now you're going to get more difficult looks. You're going to get better talented players. So all that stuff, the pressure of the game counting, all that stuff's going to be added to them. So they need to be able to reflect and rely and lean on the process. And I think that's what will give us an opportunity to have some success.
So on a day like today.
So that's from the Take the North podcast with Dan Weeder, an interview with Luke Getsy and Justin Fields. And essentially, that's, like I say, that's the difference for me between him and with Matt Nagy, who was, it's about my offense. You've got to be able to execute my offense. The plays go through me. It's all my control, etc., etc., etc. That's so I'll just get some. Lovely. Okay, that's that. That is such a sea change from last year. I mean, it's so encouraging for me. I'll just let you guys chat it up, man, because I want to hear your thoughts on it.
It's just about a guy who understands that you have a system. All right. And the thing is, you have an idea, you have a goal, you have a vision, you have a scheme. All right. And if you don't have the players that you need, then you have to put it around. You have to morph it to the point where this guy does this well. So let's take advantage of that. The last regime, like, I was really skeptical of him when he stopped using, in his first year, he stopped using Jordan Howard. And I was like, wait a minute, Jordan Howard might not be the type of running back that you want or that fits perfectly in your system, but that doesn't mean Jordan Howard is not a good running back. And that needed to be, you needed to take advantage of that. And what it seems like what Getsy is going to do is they're trying to figure out, okay, what are they good at? Well, first of all, they know what guys are good at because they brought in mostly new players. So they're only bringing guys in who fit their system. So they have an idea. They're trying to see how what level they're at. Okay. And now you ask them, all you do is ask those guys to do what they're good at. That's it. All right. You don't ask them to do anything else. All right. You're not going to ask Bayless Jones to go have a jump ball in the end zone. He's 5'11", 6 feet. Okay. That's for N'Keal Harry. You're not going to ask N'Keal Harry to, run by people because he can't. All right. His skill set when he gets back and healthy in 6-8 weeks, all right, is jumping up and going to get the ball over people. Okay. Everyone has a specific skill set. And with every team, you have superstars and you have role players. And when you tell role players, this is your role, this is all I need you to do. Okay. Then guess what? They embrace it. They know what you're going to ask of them and they can master it. You didn't ask Dennis Rodman to shoot 3-pointers all the time back in the 90s with the Bulls because that wasn't his gig. His gig was rebounding. Okay. So you put in, and this is the thing that I love about this new regime. They get it. They totally, completely, unequivocally get it. As this guy, as Bayless Jones, as Treston Ebner, ask them to do these underneath routes, in the pick routes and the mesh routes. Okay, because you catch those guys in a with a DB trailing them, or trying to go over a linebacker on a pick route. Guess what? There's those guys, the defenders are screwed. You ask Darnell or N'Keal Harry to jump over a 5'11", 6-foot DB. That's in his wheelhouse. Putting people, and I know it's so cliche, like I know you love your cliches, George. It's so cliche, but you put your players in the best position to be successful. And these guys get it. And they get it. And this is why this team is going to be so much better than people are really predicting, because they put these guys in position to be successful. And most importantly, they hold them accountable. They do not allow bullshit. All right, what did I tell you right before we went to everybody came on? What do we have? Like 4, 5 penalties this preseason in 3 games, with mostly guys who were trying to make a team, like kind of rogue guys. It's filters down to everybody, and they're saying this is how we're going to play. You cannot do this, or you will not be here. So I'm excited about what's going on. I'm excited about how many games that we win that we quote unquote aren't supposed to win, but it's taking care of the football and doing things offensive, defensively, special teams. But it starts with the coaches putting those guys and asking those guys to do what they do well. Period.
Yeah. Sorry there, George. Yeah.
No, go for it.
It reminded me last year when the Bears took Fields. I was getting a bit of concerned of the way Nagy was talking about the offense. So I went back and tried to listen to what was going on at Ohio State. And anybody, if you want to look it up, it's a very long video on YouTube that Ryan Day did a conference at the beginning of the season. I think it was the 2020 season that he did it on. And they asked him one question. And they asked him, what is your offensive philosophy? And the one thing that I really liked is that he said it depends on the players in the offense. So if we have, let's just say, if they have a lot of good kind of running backs, or if they're stout on the offensive line and they don't have as much talent at receiver, or more of the receivers they brought in are freshmen, well, then we adjust based on the talent that we have. And every time I listened to Nagy, it seemed like, and it turned true, that it was the offense and his offense. And no matter what, you're going to pigeonhole someone into exactly what he wanted. We saw it with Trubisky. The one thing that I was hoping to see, because we all knew at some point Justin was going to be playing last year. And I just hope that they were going to install an offense that, even though Dalton was starting off the season, one that would cater towards Justin Fields, and you wouldn't have to completely change everything once Fields comes in. And I think it's just a breath of fresh air that you hear a coach saying, well, we want to put our players in a position to succeed. So we build our offense, or similarly, build the defense around the players that we have here. You're not going to try and force them into something that maybe they just can't do, because then you're not going to be successful. So it's the one thing I like about Getty so far. We don't have loads of tape on him yet. Like, we'll get to see stuff in the regular season, but the way he's talking, the way he wants to instill this offense, it's got to give some sort of confidence. Even if you don't believe in some of the individual parts, I've always said this year is about building a system that no matter what, you can plug and play guys into that system that fit. And that's where the successful offenses come, because it doesn't matter if you want to focus solely on individuals. We all know what the NFL is like. Players get injured all the time. You need to make sure that you have a clear system, that every single player knows what their job is. When you have that, it's easier to kind of plug in or plug out. If somebody leaves, you know what style of player you need to be brought in. And that's something that I've liked to hear this year. And it's something that fills me with a little bit of confidence going into this season.
Well, this is the thing for me. I mean, sorry, Zan, go ahead.
No, I was just going to kind of co-sign what the previous two have said here. When you look at Matt Nagy's offense, it was very square peg, round hole. I know, a cliche, but when you think about things in the NFL that can close a gap in talent, we all know that the Bears are going to go into this season, in most games that they're going to play, they're going to have the inferior team in terms of, the top to bottom 53, right? But there's a lot of things, especially offensively, that can close that gap, whether it be the use of play action, whether it be the use of pre-snap motion to create communication issues with the linebackers, whether it's pre-snap motion sync with the snap to hold edge rushers. When you look at those things that we did not do over the last 4 years, and then you look at the small amount of tape that we have in the preseason on the Bears, you see that those are staples that we have been missing over the last 4 years. Now, is that going to translate to a 10-win season? Probably not. But what it's going to translate to is at least competitive games deeper into games. And we're going to get a good eye test on who's fit to be here for the next good Bears team. And for me, that's where my optimism lies, is that it does feel like we have a coaching staff that understands how to utilize inferior talent. And when you're talking about the penalties, discipline, an inferior team that is well coached and well schemed can and does beat teams that are superiorly talented that are undisciplined and make mistakes. So, that's where my cause for optimism is. I'm not out here calling playoffs or anything, but I think they're going to be a very enjoyable watch this year.
This is the thing for me is let's talk facts. And the facts are that, you can have a Madden Ultimate Team roster in the NFL. You can't do it because there's a salary cap. But let's say, for example, you could have 4 top wide receivers. They're all going to want the ball. Okay. If you have guys who are going to know that are hungry, that want that next contract, they're on a 1-year deal, they have talent. They were excellent producers in college. Now they're coming to the NFL and they're not really given a chance because they're sort of back of the roster, or the QB doesn't like them, or whatever the issue is. So you look at what the guys can do, you put them in a position to do it, you coach them up, and they start applying it. And in the preseason, you see it on the field. Like everyone has already said, you see the running to the ball. You see the execution of the doubles on zone blocking. You see that the right guys disengaging and going to the second level. So that's basically whichever side. If you don't move the guy off the zone read. So again, Sean, you can talk about this. You're half the man, and play side is you're covered. Backside, you're uncovered. Well, if you move that guy until he's taken over, your man to your, let's say, left if we're zoning right, until he's taken over, you can't go to the second one. Now, if he can't take over because leverage has worked against him, he goes to the second level, you stay on your block. That we've seen this in the preseason on the Bears already. We've seen that application. We've seen wide receivers running routes to the exact same yard marker on 18-yard to 16-yard hooks. We've seen them get there at exactly the same time for Justin Fields to be able to throw the ball. We've seen the offensive line double and give pass protection against complicated blitzes for preseason. Let's say it like it is. I mean, everyone talks about it's vanilla in the preseason. I've seen Williams run really complicated defenses with third string players already in the preseason without error. And if you want to know what good coaching is, that's good coaching. If you get guys at the back of the roster and they're executing the right things in the right way with the techniques you've taught, that is good coaching. And if you can't see that that's going to make a difference on this team, I don't know what's going to take. Because you look at, let's take the Patriots, their offense. They had Brady and they had Gronk for most of the Super Bowls. That was it. You look at the running backs, meh. You look at the wide receivers, meh. You look at anything behind Gronk, meh. It was Brady and it was right, but they were running to what they could create with that set. We had the two tight end set with Aaron Hernandez. God rest him, and that's an awful situation. But they had that. They had Randy Moss for a year. They ran it with that. They adapted to what the guys could do. What has Luke Getsy been telling us? I'm just going to play one more video with Luke Getsy because again, this is him talking about how specifically it applies to Justin Fields.
Best quarterbacks have a level of command, and a lot of coaches define it differently. For you, what is your definition for a quarterback of what command is?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you use that word, like you're just looking for a guy who is in complete control of himself first, and then being able to manipulate what's going on around him. And when there's an awareness of what's going on around you after you've mastered your craft, that's when you can play ball at a higher level. And so. That's we're working on it every day, and we're trying to get Justin to that point where he feels like he's in complete control.
He's been very.
So again, that's the Take the North podcast with Dan Weeder. You should give them a follow and a listen and subscribe and all the rest of it, because so far they've been absolutely fine with the interviews they've been doing. But that he's talking about there is actual psychological development. He's talking in coach speak, but what he's talking about is when you reduce the load by having expertise, You are not thinking, you are reacting with the right responses. That elevates every other player.
George, one
Right.
of the things that I saw, and this is a telltale sign that the Bears are going to be so much better. They had a penalty last week, and it was like 1st and 20, I think. And the fact of the matter is, Justin Fields it was like a 6-yard play, an 8-yard play, and a 7-yard play, first down. Okay, he didn't try and get 22 yards on 1st and 20. Okay, he understands that he needed to take it in chunks. You have 3 downs to get it. That mentality, because if you try and go for the big score, the big hit, the big gainer after a penalty, well, then that's where you really leave yourself open to vulnerability. You know, sometimes they may want to blitz and get you in third and even longer. All right, you take what they give you. All right, you take it, you eat it like a steak. You don't put a whole steak in your mouth. You eat it piece by piece. So you take chunks, and that's it. And that the fact that he did that in his second year shows how mature he is. Like, I have 3 downs. It shows you that he's not going to, for the most part, because all quarterbacks do it, but he's not going to try it and just wing it or gunsling it. It shows me, and this is why I really love it. It's a methodical approach. It's a methodical approach. And what happens when you have a team that runs a methodical offense, or at least that approach, they wear you down. They wear you down slowly, but surely, but slowly, but surely. And you don't see it in the first quarter or the second quarter, maybe not even the third quarter, but that fourth quarter, okay, when it's third and 5 and he gets 5.5 first down, defenses hate that. All right, they do it again. It's 3rd and 6. He gets 6.5 or 7. Damn, we're almost off the field. Now we got to stay on the field more often. He has a methodical approach to this offense. I'm talking Justin Fields in gaining first downs. I think that's the one thing that needs to be mentioned. He wants first downs, just first downs. You keep getting them first downs, it's touchdown. And just his maturity from last year to this year, I love what Justin Fields is, and I can't even fathom what he's going to be.
Zana, I have a question for you. You have Justin Fields in what he is. You have David Montgomery in what he is. You have Darnell Mooney. You've got Cole Kmet. You've got Equinemius St. Brown. And let's say whichever choice of fullback or tight end or whatever else you want to do. You are able to line up Cole Kmet on the boundary, which tells you that they've got a cornerback over him. And that tells you that they're in some sort of at least half-field zone. You then motion that guy. That gives you more information as a QB.
Sure.
You then run a stretch play-action wide zone with a naked boot with Justin Fields and his athleticism, with backside, floods, levels, concepts. And you also got rub concepts in that. What is your confidence level going into attack any defense you see with that concept?
I think that play sounds familiar. So I think the big thing with this is that you're talking about this year. We've got the ability for Justin to use his legs a little bit more. Another thing we were talking about just a moment ago, we didn't use a whole lot of play action. We didn't use a whole lot of pre-snap motion. We've installed those things. Well, the other thing that we didn't do is allow him, or even if you want to go back further a little bit more, the last year or two of Mitch, really, we didn't really give ourselves outs on third down. It was kind of like sit back in the pocket, look for the hitch over the middle of the field. I know that all the hitch memes are, everybody's tired of the curl meme, but I mean, it's true. It's true.
Curl
it really
flat,
is.
curl
It was
flat,
all
curl
link.
flat.
It was Y stick.
Curls.
It was crazy. And, to the play that you just described, George, I love that, we're putting our best playmaker on the offense, the guy that, we want to lead this team out into kind of it's a half field read. You're testing eye discipline with, the boot action. Can you get the linebackers to bite up? Is the flat defender keeping control of his assignment, or is he, kind of pulling a Jalen Ramsey and flying down on the boot, opening up that opening drive the other night for the Bills, that type of deal. You're stressing lots of different areas of the field, allowing your quarterback to make simplified reads at levels, cutting the field in half, and also testing backside safeties. If they really overflow, you've got that throwback option. You're giving this guy opportunities to hit multiple players in multiple areas of the field, simplify it, extend it because he's so athletic. So, you're moving his platform a little bit here, and you're getting it done in multiple ways, as opposed to kind of my way or the highway over the last 4 years. So for your question, I mean, yeah, like to me, that's the most appealing part, is it just seems like there's much more cohesion in what we're doing. And, we're giving our quarterback more information. Like you said, with the motion pre-snap, you're getting information that we just didn't get last year. And that's just going to put your second year quarterback in a much better spot.
So Sean, to talk football again, football specific, that play that I described, where you've got first of all, you got the zone action, which
into the boundary.
It could be a hand,
going into the boundary.
Exactly, it could be a handoff, and it's David Montgomery, possibly even with a fullback and Cole Kmet that side. Okay, you've then got the boot action with Justin Fields, and then you've got levels and floods behind that. Okay,
short, intermediate,
as a linebacker. Reading that, or a box safety who's rolled up, what are you thinking and where are you going first? And what are the problems? If you go one place, what's going to be the problem elsewhere? So Justin Fields is the QB. Start with that.
The first part is the linebackers. You're like, oh shit, because Justin Fields can get out to the field because you're booting to the field side. All right, so he's got a lot of space, so he can speed it up. And now I got to run to get to that because there's a lot of space to cover. Because if they bootleg out onto the field, there's a lot of space. So then you want to say, okay, where's the down and distance marker? All right, well, if it's 6, well then, and there's levels. Well, I don't want to. Do I stay to the guy behind me? Because if Justin Fields throws to him, it's an automatic first down. Well, if I do, and he hits the guy in front of me, the guy can run and get a touch, and can get a first down. So he's in an island. Or if I say, fuck it, I'm just going to go after Justin Fields, well, then Justin Fields can do whatever he wants. Okay, he can hit the short, the intermediate, or the deep. Well, not even deep, but the short, intermediate. So it puts people literally on an island. Okay, people, and let's not forget, Justin Fields runs a 4.5. And for those of you who still don't get it, Justin Fields is a passing quarterback who can throw the ball. Okay, who can run the ball. I'm sorry. He's a passing quarterback who can run. He's not a running quarterback that they're trying to make a passer. And that's the big difference between like him and Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a running quarterback that they're trying to learn how to teach. They're teaching him how to pass and read defenses. Justin Fields is a passing quarterback. Okay. Well, I saw 4.7, 8, 4.4 is good. I said 4.5, 4. Okay. It's great. Even if it doesn't matter, he can get the first down. All right. And the thing is, you're stuck. You are truly, truly stuck. Because if he keeps moving, and linebacker keeps moving, all the receiver behind him has to do is stop. All right, he can throw back across his body, which is not necessarily the smartest thing, what you teach quarterbacks. But if there's a hole, Justin can plant his foot and deliver a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to whoever it's at. So there's a lot of different things that a linebacker who's trying to cover that boundary or that area, all that field. There's a lot that he's got that's going through his head, and it's got to be going through his head like that because that's how fast the game moves in the NFL. And that goes to the system. That goes back to Luke Getsy and putting people on those islands. Okay, who are we gonna stress today? Okay, this linebacker here. Okay, now whatever you do, and this is the way that you got to teach a quarterback. Whatever he does is wrong, because if he does this, you do that. If he does that, you do this.
That's the key.
When you get hit, and Justin's the type of guy who I truly believe understands that. Let's not forget he had an unbelievable aptitude test score. Okay, so the one that they want to use so much to discredit certain quarterbacks. All right, well, he blew it out of the water. He had the highest score ever. So this guy his football IQ is through the roof. His athleticism is through the roof. And guess what? Now he's actually got a quarterback coach, an offensive coordinator who really, really, really is determined to make him successful. I'm telling you, man, that play that you described is going to be amazing, especially if we can continue to pound the ball with Montgomery and Herbert, and shorten the game that way. And all of a sudden, when he does boot it, holy jeez, dude, what are you gonna do? Because you're most likely you got Darnell Mooney coming across the top level, going to that corner, and then Cole Kmet sitting in the middle.
The play I described was actually a play in the second series from the last preseason game. Okay, It was a real play, and he threw to the flat. He threw to the flat to Cole Kmet, who got a first down.
Yep.
Okay, and so he just basically just took the easy pass. He did have a Mooney that was deeper, that was risky. If he passed, he chose not to throw there. He threw to Cole in space, turn and go and get it, because linebacker came up and bit on Justin Fields. There were 8 defenders to cover 3 on that side of the field. On the backside, where the play action was, where we had a fullback and a halfback still that were over that side of the field, we had all 5 offensive linemen, a fullback and a halfback. If you want to do a throwback to that side of the field, we're against 3 defenders.
Yeah,
we're against 3 defenders on that side of the field.
Oh, don't you think they didn't see it? Don't you think they didn't see it? Because they're going to run that, and they're going to hold that. Say, perfect. Let me put this in my hat. Let me put this feather in my hat. So later in the game, when we need a big play, bingo, we're going right back to that.
So as a former person that's played linebacker, my thoughts, first of all, are David Montgomery and a fullback in the backfield and Cole Kmet to that side of the field. I'd better come up and do my run fit, because if I don't and David Montgomery gets through that hole, I am not going to be able to tackle him one-on-one. I might get a piece of him. I might slow him down. He's going to get 3 or 4 yards extra no matter what I do, because I'm not going to get a square hit on him. So that's my first thing. I better be coming up to that hole quick. Okay, you bite on it and it's a play action. Oh, shit. There's Justin Fields running out the backfield, 4-4. I've got to turn and go. Now, I've got to turn and go. I'm not paying attention to that fullback and that halfback on that side of the field anymore. That's out the window. And this is what happened. 8 defenders. 8 defenders to that side of the field, up to 3. Now, the Bears under Nagy, we had routes where we had 4 wide receivers and only 1 was a viable route. The difference between having Getsy, people are worried about the weapons that we have on this offense. Darnell Mooney is a weapon. Byron Pringle is a weapon. Equanimous St. Brown is a weapon. Cole Kmet is a weapon. Ryan Griffin is a weapon, for crying out loud. The back at tight end. Khalil Herbert, Treston Ebner, Valus Jones Jr. We have no weapons. We have no offensive line. Okay, when you have a defense that's thinking about 10 different possibilities on one play, and they don't know when the snap is going to be, they don't know whether you're running because you're keeping them honest with the run, it is going to be a problem for other teams. All you've got to do is execute your blocks. Execute your blocks, get to your landmarks on time. That's it. That's all you have to worry about as an offensive player. As a defensive player against Getty's scheme, with the personnel that we have, particularly with number 1 in the backfield, that is a nightmare. So now I've got you pumped up, Kieran. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Like, when we talk about this, and when we look at and analyze the offensive play, and I love all of that, and George, you do a great job. And then when I bring it all back, it's keeping the defense honest, where they don't know what's coming. Because often, I'm sorry, but if under the Nagy's offense, if people on their couches at home could tell what was coming, the defenses could tell. And that's why we keep saying that. And why it annoys, I think, a lot of Bears fans when like national media say stuff, is that they're assuming it's the same offense as last year and you've just lost Allen Robinson and James Daniels. And that's what pisses me off. I'm like, I'm fine with somebody saying they don't think the offense is going to be very good as long as the analysis matches up with what they're saying and trying to back it up that way.
Yeah.
But but for me, when I look at it, I'm like, okay, well, they're clearly doing something different. Like we mentioned there, while they play that ball to Cole Kmet, you could see other options that can be used later. And we're still talking about this happening in preseason where it's not completely structured to what they're going to be doing. Vanilla, right? So that's what makes me excited, and that we're finally putting an offense together that fits the skills of the most important player on this football team right now. And you finally might get to see some of the genuine potential from some of these offensive players because they're being put in a proper position. Like, I'm excited to see what the line can do because, like, I just can't imagine when I went back and looked at some of the games this offseason from last year. And unfortunately, and I always say this is the most painful game for me, the Browns game, and it's not for why you think. I had just had my wisdom teeth out having to watch that game as well.
So literally painful.
Yeah, so it's like PTSD for me going back. But I'm like, how the hell could they leave those guys out on an island when they kept coming? And the one thing that people keep talking with the offensive line, I'm like, there's a structure to what they want to do here. They're not going to leave these guys all the time out on an island where if they miss a block, okay, they're going to give somebody, I guess, that protection that you're going to need. And what I like about Getsy, it goes back to our earlier conversation, his whole structure and his whole I guess, philosophy is trying to get these guys in a position for this offense to succeed. They don't need to be this amazing offense this year. All they need to do is put in a system in place to where it's going to fit the players you know are going to be here long term. And then you're able to evaluate everybody else that's on those 1-year deals. And look, if they don't meet those expectations that the coaches have, okay, then they go and you bring somebody in that fits the mold that you want. What you want to make sure is that you have this system in place to where you know who you want to bring in next year. If that's the case, you know you're going to have this cap room, you have your draft picks back, you know exactly what you want to do. It's the same in so many different sports. You're going to lose guys to injury, you're going to lose guys to free agency, there's going to be other situations, suspensions, all that sort of stuff. But you need to make sure that there's a system in place that when one person goes, somebody else can come in and you don't really lose a beat from that. Look, the only position that will never happen is the quarterback. Like, other than that, you should be able to pretty much put another guy in place to where you can keep going. And in my head, the long-term plan of this needs to be, and while they won't do it now, but if the Bears offense suddenly does have that jolt and looks really, really good either this year, next year, the year after, Getsy's getting a job. Like, you got to then make sure that you're putting your own team in position to where you can succeed going forward, that even the guys that are behind him are
quarterback coaches. Next
within
line.
the same system.
Yes.
And
Janoko, I think his name is.
yeah,
Andrew Janoko, yeah.
Exactly. So it's not a surprise when I see some of the guys that are brought into this offense, even though they're smaller guys, like Smith Marset that was just brought in, right? Like, they all have, a lot of the players that are brought in have links to this coaching staff, and they have links for a reason. And that's why it's really good. Exactly. A well-coached team, and I think you guys mentioned it earlier, a well-coached team is often better than a more talented team because they don't shoot themselves in the foot. Like, the amount of times that I saw last year, even when you're starting off an offensive series, and again, you see penalties from St. George. You mentioned we actually had a penalty of 1st and 40 last year. Like, that's beyond ridiculous. Like, that is beyond ridiculous. That should never happen.
This preseason, we had more turnovers on defense than we had penalties. When have you ever seen that from?
That's awesome.
When have you ever seen that on a team in a preseason?
No,
in a preseason,
it's crazy,
George. That's what excites me, and that's really kind of makes me sad is that N'Keal Harry's not there. All right, he's out because of that. Because how many short fields are we going to have? You know, you just saw the how much they rely. I mean, this defense is predicated on takeaways. They teach it. They drill it. All right, and you know, you mean to tell me we're not going to have the ball 1st and 10 on the 30 going in at some particular point? You're damn right we are. And that's where N'Keal Harry comes in. You saw it. I know it didn't work out with Tom Terrific over there in New England, but you know, in college. That's why he was the number one draft pick.
He was asked to do things that don't suit his wheelhouse, Sean. That's the reason why he struggled.
And the thing that is his wheelhouse is just jumping up and catching the ball. He can't separate, okay, and that's no problem. Again, don't ask a fish to climb a tree. He's going to look like an idiot. Okay, so you ask him to do what he does best, is swim. So you know what? Here's what you do. You go down there, you take your 6 foot, your 5'11", 5'10" cornerback, just out jump his ass because you're 6'5", okay, with a 37-inch vert. All right, go get it. If you notice in that game, Wims was on the Browns. Remember Javon Wims. And
the jump ball with Vildor.
The jump ball with Vildor. If you notice, it was, first of all, the ball was horribly thrown, completely underthrown. And Vildor made a play, and he was all excited about it. And was like, yeah, great. If that ball's thrown up, Vildor has no shot. If that ball is thrown up, and this is what I wanted the last regime to do. I'm like, Javon Wims, ask him. That's all you want him to do. I said that on my show millions of times. If from the 30, 40, 30, 35-yard line in, just throw the ball up. Let him go get it.
That's what he was at Georgia. That's what he was.
That's exactly what he did at Georgia. Exactly what he did at Georgia. And so and this is what I talk about. They ask them to do what they're good at, period. Don't ask them to outrun people. Don't ask them to run really crazy, sharp routes. This is your job. You can go get it. You can out-jump people. Get your ass in the end zone and out-jump people. End of story. So it worked for Jimmy Graham.
Sean and Zan, I know I've got you for limited time. So are you okay for a few minutes more?
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Just let me know. Just let me know when you need to head out. That'd
No,
be
no,
cool.
you're fine. You're fine.
So first things first, before we do the questions, I am going to get to questions, but I want you to donate, people. It's the reason why we're chatting for charity. So I want you to donate. I want you to tag me on Twitter. I'm not getting any notifications on my Twitter. I'm going to end the stream. You know what I mean? So let's get on it. Let's get on it. PayPal.me, neuroclastic, to show you care about autistic kids and adults, that their rights are respected, that they're free from torture. Because, like I showed in the video that I showed earlier, the Judge Rottenberg Center, which is an autistic treatment unit, tries to modify behavior of children by shocking them with shocks that are up to 18 times the strength of a taser that the police use. Up to 18 times, because the kids are not able to deal with what they're being asked to do. And that's very often all they need is a bit of time, a bit of space, and to drop the excitement and the upset that they're feeling. Let them calm down, then get back to it. No, they get electric shocks. And neuroclastic stands up against people like that. Neuroclastic educates people that autistic people that don't speak are intelligent, that they're able to advocate for themselves if you give them the voice. That's the reason why I want to support them. That's the reason why I know that you care. I know that you're watching at home. I know you care. Just show it. Just whatever dollar amount you can. Just pop it over to them. You will make a massive difference to autistic people's lives. So thank you for that. We'll get back to it. Let's get on with the questions, guys. So here's a good one, I think. Let's go Bears. What do we do offensively week 1 to attack the 49ers? Bearing in mind that they've got a couple of issues in terms of linebackers, secondary particularly, and defensive line. So Zan, start off with you.
I do think it's going to be an interesting matchup on Sunday, just simply because the Niners do run a similar offense schematically, so that's going to mean that their defense is pretty familiar with defending it as well, just based off of their practice. But obviously, we've got to be able to establish the run game. That's going to be a staple of the offense all year long. You've got to be able to establish the run game. It's going to set up your pass game. I do think it is a bit of a myth that people say that you have to set up a run game before you use play action. I think the play action, if you use a lot of that can also work the other way around and set up your run game too. But I do think it's very, very important that we're staying on schedule. The second down and 6 or less, we gotta be constantly in a position like that. That's going to get us into that flow that we were just talking about a little bit earlier. It's going to be able to get Komet posting up over the middle off of play action while Fields is stressing the defense out in the flat, looking for levels, flat, intermediate, sideline ball, deep over route, something to throw back across the middle, allow him to redirect receivers, kind of like, what he did with the play action in the preseason where he found the wide open receiver at the front pylon. I do think it's going to come a lot tougher against the Niners. I think that even with them lacking some players, just their familiarity with the scheme is going to play to their advantage. But I think really what we've seen is what our calling card is going to be. Obviously, we're going to add some nuance. You've heard some rumors or some murmurs from some of the players about, I'm ready to really, let this thing rip in the season and show some stuff that we haven't run yet. So that remains to be seen. But I think, kind of the template is established from the preseason. We're just going to be able to see the offense, the ones run a lot more of it.
So Sean,
here's one of the things that's got me excited. I think, and Zan, I agree with you. I'm a former running back my entire career, and you got to run. Okay. And let's not forget, Eberflus came from Indianapolis, all right, where they just had Jonathan Taylor rush for 10 trillion yards last year. You don't sign two fullbacks to a football team unless you're running the God blessed ball. It is what it is. I mean, if you want to sign and what you figure out what your identity is, those two signings were it. All right. But then, those things. And the one thing that I didn't mention earlier is this. Kieran, I think you talked about how, we set up a play. We had in the offense in the preseason that they had a play that set up a play later. Well, if they have so many plays where they can't, or maybe just showing that in the preseason, how many other plays do they have that have a play off of those plays? How many other plays do they have and packages? Well, they attack, and wait for you to do something on the back end or on the wrong end so they can attack later in the game. How many other plays do they have that? So, this is what they're talking about when they want to open it up. All right. I'm excited about it. I can't wait to see. I want to see them run the ball. I really, 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 really. I mean, and truth be told, if we ran the ball and Justin Fields had 185 yards and a touchdown, and we won 21 to 20, 21 to 14, I am okay with that, because what's going to happen is, and we talked about this earlier, is this is really an audition for a lot of people. You talked about the Patriots, George. You mentioned, how many Wes Welkers, Amendolas, and Edelmans did it have? This is the same dude, just different year, different number. All right, it's the system, and we have that. And once Justin gets expertise, going back to what Luke Getzey said, once he's mastered this, it doesn't matter who's running the underneath routes. It don't even matter. It's not even going to matter, because this guy has a pure grasp of the offense, and this guy's going to go to a level of quarterback that we have never. And I love Cutler. Cutler's my favorite quarterback, a Bears quarterback. But he's going to.
I've got a story about Cutler, but we'll go on.
We're gonna see a level of quarterback play that we have never seen in Chicago.
Yeah, I personally on it, I don't think you're gonna have a choice. You're going to see running, because the game is supposed to be a pretty bad day in Chicago on Sunday.
Yeah, it's about rain.
Yeah, so I don't think you have really a choice. You're gonna see a lot, but I completely agree with kind of everything these guys have said. You need to establish the identity of this offense. It's gonna be interesting to see what Getzey does in week 1, and then kind of how he brings that going forward, because look, big matchup in week 2 against his former team, but also the big game for all Bears fans to hope that we do a little bit better against the wretched Packers. But yeah, like I agree. I think it's important in week 1 that you go to the strength of this offense. I want to see, like, so even just some of the running plays that we saw against the Browns made me very excited. That one that got called back on David Montgomery, I was like off my chair. I was like going crazy. Then when I saw the flag coming out,
that was a bullshit hold.
I was like, oh, that pissed me off so much. But yeah, it just makes you excited to see what they could possibly do in week 1 here.
So the next question is a yes or no. It's pretty simple. So here you go.
No.
Zan.
Oh, the one I'm reading right now about Lucas at guard? Yeah. No. Tevin.
Hell no. Hell freaking no.
I think he starts at center or he doesn't start. That's it for me.
Period. No. Hell no.
I think it's absolute. Sorry to go off on the Tevin thing. I think it's absolutely nuts, for lack of a better word, that we dealt with all these trade rumors around him. I think a lot of people saw that he would probably fit at guard, just with his skill sets, maybe some concerns about his arm length at tackle. But he's a brawler and a mauler. And even if he's not really, technically savvy in his new role yet, he will get there. If you look at his handwork in college, even though he had those short arms, I mean, the way that he uses his hands is really good. And you put him inside against maybe some less technically savvy pass rushers. I mean, I think we've already seen quite a few where he's able to, win the hand fight and just plant the dude, face first in the ground. You talk about the holding call on that run by Montgomery. You look at one of the key blocks of that play, that was Tevin way down the field on that. He's going to be our right guard, and you're going to like him a lot. That's all I have to say on Tevin.
There have been plays where it's away plays from Tevin, so he's on the backside at guard, and he's driven his guy across in front of the running back.
Yeah,
he's running past the play, and the thing is with Tevin, his strength, his wheelhouse.
He's angry, dude. He's freaking angry. He's got, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I apologize for cutting you off, George.
No,
but he's got anger issues. Okay, and that's the best place to take him out.
In the right way.
Yes. He's got anger issues, but he releases them the correct way on the football field, and that's what we do. You go ahead, tell it. Pass the freaking running back, and he's the backside. I love it.
This is when I played guard for a number of years towards the end of my career, and my thing was, unless I'm getting the players opposite me bitching and moaning to the ref every single goddamn play, I'm not doing my job. If I'm not getting him wanting to go off to the other side away from me, I'm not doing my job. If I'm not getting him come down with an injury all of a sudden, because I keep burying him and putting him on his ass, I'm not doing my job. And that's the kind of guy that Tevin Jenkins is, but he's way more athletic than I've ever been, and way stronger than I've ever been. So I dread to think, what it's like to face him. Now, technically, his pass sets are not quite there at guard yet. There's times where he doesn't keep his ass down. But his ability to reset his feet, his ability to fire his hands, and to independently, with one hand, punch and keep a defensive tackle off, that's rare. That's rare at guard. You keep him at guard. This is an interesting question. And again, I don't want each question to be 20 minutes. But I think this one, this thing about the narrative, this question right here, do you think we need a win to change the media's narrative, or will a close game make them realise that this team is better than I think? I think personally it doesn't matter what we do. The narrative is going to stay what it is until they see that we have a winning record on the season. So until we get that we can't have a losing record, they're going to keep saying that we're shit. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, completely agree.
You guys?
I think the only way it changes is if you beat a team that the national media have been hyping up and think that they're amazing. Like that,
make the Packers look bad. That's what we need to do to get them off their back.
The two things that came to my mind was either the Packers, or because it's kind of one of the national media's kind of favorites, is when we play the Patriots. If you make the Patriots look really bad, I think the people start to look up. It's not so much that if a team is having a really good season or not, it's who kind of the national media portray to be a good team, right? Like if you were listening to all the pre-game talk about the Rams and the Bills, you would think that the Rams were the favorites going into that game, when anybody that's paying attention to the Bills and what they've been building over last year realizes that if they had any semblance of defense in that AFC game last year, they probably would have won the Super Bowl last year. They were that good. And going into that, kind of hearing all those storylines, it's the same thing. Like that's why I like to listen to some of the local guys from the different markets, because you get the truth. You don't get what like the guys that have to cover 32 teams. And like at the end of the day, you have to cut them a little bit of slack, because it's impossible to go through in depth all teams, because like we're able to do it for the Bears, but if you have to do it for like 32 other teams, like there's only so much time in the day. But like as a Bears fan, it sucks, because when you're not doing too well and constantly having people kind of saying falsehoods about your team, it annoys you. But I agree with you, George. I think unless you have like a really big win against someone they're expecting to be really good, I don't think you're going to get any credit. I think if you barely get past the Niners, it doesn't matter. I think if you beat the Niners soundly, it'll go on saying, should Trey Lance start? Yeah. That's going to be what the storyline
Yeah, it's going to be Trey Lance's first game, blah, 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 blah.
There's always an excuse.
That's why I tell my followers, don't listen to national guys. All right? We don't need to change the narrative. You want the narrative, talk to people, listen to people. First of all, find people who know the game.
Yeah.
All right? There's tons of podcasts out there and people don't know shit. All right? And they'll sit there and say dumb stuff all the time. All right? Find people who know the game, find people who play the game, find people who coach the game. Okay? And they'll tell you, okay, those are the opinions that you want to hear about your team. All right.
Yeah.
Because like you mentioned, I said it yesterday on my show. All right. You can't listen to Dominic Foxworth. He's got so many other teams to listen, to deal. He can't do it. All right. He just can't. So no, we don't need to change the narrative. The hell with the narrative. But what we need to do is we need to come out and continue and play the way Eberflus has had them play to this point. Because if they continue to do that, the narrative changes by itself. So don't worry about that. Don't listen to people who are even players. Sometimes you have to remember, just because you're a former player doesn't mean you can break down and evaluate talent and evaluate the building of a team. That's not
Google cap space for that matter.
Yeah, Google cap space. So you got to find people who know how to who understand the game and understand from various levels, and those are the people you listen to.
Well, you only have to listen to that douchebag cornerback that's going off on the Bears at the moment to understand that players don't necessarily know what they're talking about. But Zan, your thoughts?
I think the narrative will change late in the season, if it's going to change at all. And I think that's simply only going to occur if the Bears are just competitive in every game again. I don't think the wins and losses are going to really mean a lot, but you're going to see that the narrative will change late in the season if Justin Fields is ascending like we think he will. And once, what you're going to hear is you're going to hear a lot of these guys that have been saying they're doing nothing to help him out. They're doing nothing they didn't use their second round picks on wide receiver. You're going to hear those same guys that crapped all over us over the last 3 months and then probably the first couple months of this season, starting to say things like, oh, well, if you look forward to next year, they've got a full draft board and twice the cap space of the Giants. And oh my gosh, they might be contenders next year if they do this right. And it's good, that's gonna be a stark contrast to this whole, like, we can't get anything right. We sign D tackles who can't stay healthy, and we lose offensive linemen to offer sheets. The Bills sign an offer sheet. Like, all these things you've been hearing over the last 4 months, nobody's gonna be talking about those things. I think that's how the narrative will change. Just pass some eye tests over the next 3 months, and all of a sudden they're gonna be like, oh man, Bears got a lot of assets, and things are looking up on both sides of the ball. That's what I think the narrative will end up being.
I think that's an interesting point you just made, because it also made me think about something that we've already covered as well, which is when you're talking about wide receivers, where, Sean, you talked about any wide receiver, that's all the wide receivers on the Patriots that does this, that. Okay. And then, we're talking about, Kieran is going to jump off now. Thank you, Kieran. Appreciate you, dude. Irish Bear Show, make sure you're following them. Make sure you watch the videos, because they're really good lads. And I really appreciate it, Kieran. And don't forget to make a donation, dude, when you get a chance. Are you muted, dude? I don't know what's going on. But you.
Sorry, yeah, everybody donate. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate that.
Thanks, guys.
So Kieran's going to head off. Thank you, mate, for that. Are we all good still for time, guys? Zan?
Yeah, I've got about 15 more minutes or so.
That's cool.
I got about 5, George.
That's fine. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll when you're ready to go, let me know, and then we'll get you to do sort of a recap of where what your channels are and what people should do. Just give yourself a send off, and I'll put the banner up and big you up as well when you've gone. So I mean, that's the thing for me is when we're talking about you were talking about guys at the Patriots, and the Patriots always let those guys go, and they always look worse elsewhere because they were fit within the scheme. It's not about the players that will fit within the scheme. They knew their role. They did their job. That's the Saban mantra. It's the Belichick mantra. Know your role, do your job. And those guys went on free agency, and they went elsewhere and didn't look as good on the whole.
Near. Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because they were put in positions to succeed at the team they were at. And it's the reason why people think that free agents that haven't necessarily had success elsewhere are going to be bums when they come to yours. It doesn't hold true. You put the guys in the right position, you get them doing the things that they can do well, they're going to look better players, particularly when you have someone around them to highlight. We've got another guy in the background that's an absolute, I call him a friend, I call him whatever you want, stud muffin, man of mystery. He's a fantastic guy. I'm going to add him to it because, I mean, we're chopping it up. Kenneth Davis of the Under Center podcast and many, many, many other things. Thank you for jumping on, my mate. Thanks for joining us. We're going through some questions, Ken. We've covered a lot of ground already, which we'll be able to go back over. But we're getting some questions now through the chat, and one of them was about when the narrative is going to change in terms of national narrative and what it's going to take to get that narrative changed. I don't think it will to the second half of the season, but I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that question.
I think you hit it on the head. I think perhaps, and depending on how you feel about the Patriots this year, it's going to take them doing something to an East Coast team that people necessarily in the East Coast don't expect to happen, in my opinion. And that's when ESPN all of a sudden is going to start being like, man, watch out for those Bears and Justin Fields. It always takes something that happens to them before they realize, like, oh, something in the middle of America is actually bubbling up. So I think it's going to take them to be the team that people don't expect. But if it's the first quarter, we can always just say, for instance, like, I don't know. If they beat the Pack, but still people are going to be like, it's early. The Pack's receivers haven't really been there all year or whatever. But like when they start taking trips out to the East Coast, if they, for instance, like, I don't know how well the Eagles are going to play this year, but we know they've put a lot of weapons around Jalen Hurts to see if he's the actual guy. And again, I'm not afraid of the Patriots in their recent configuration, but I think that's what it's going to take before people start saying stuff like Justin Fields should force a trade out of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think
that's absolute moronic nonsense.
Well, I mean, that was kind of.
First of all, go ahead. Ken. What's up, Papa? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Dog, this is my dog.
Listen, when I clicked in and I saw you, I was like, oh, My guy. You know you, my brother, my dude. I was
We got
looking at
Herb. We got
sports
Herb
stuff
Howard
this week.
We got Herb Howard coming on in a bit, but
Oh, and I gotta leave too. I gotta produce a podcast at 11.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Yeah, got Herb coming on. This is another interesting question. And
Real quick, Sean, how's your mom doing?
Mom's is good, man. Mom's is good.
Okay.
She's maxing tacos yesterday.
Okay.
Out of control. The lady's out of control.
Please just to introduce as well, Zan and Ken. Zan, I'm sure you know who Kenneth is if you NBC Chicago.
Nice to meet you.
Zan's a Twitch streamer that does Madden NFL, but he's so football smart. I had to have him on his Bears nut. He's incredibly smart football guy. That's what he does on Madden. Basically, you're trying to school people up on how to be able to read football, to read keys, read defenses, offenses, what's going to work against what, and that's what he does. He schools people, he teaches people, and that's why I wanted Zan on, because not only is he an astute guy, very good, and he's got a lovely sounding mic, by the way. His quality of the audio equipment, he really is top notch. So definitely, we're going to have to get the hookup on what you're using.
I have to follow Zan. Are you on Twitter?
I am.
Yeah, I'm going to put it up
at Zan Madden.
There you go.
Okay, I got you.
All here.
All right.
So yeah, Zan's on there, but we're going to again another interesting question that is going to be. Well, I don't know what you're going to do, but the question is, what are we going to do about Debo on defense?
Are you asking me?
Everyone. We're going around the horn.
So I'll let one of these gentlemen go before I go.
Watch him, bracket him. All right, you can keep an eye on him. Let other people beat us. All right, we're not going to have George Kittle to deal with him, and if he does play, he's going to be a very hobbled George Kittle. His groin, and if you ever played with a messed up groin, it's not fun. All right, so he's not going to be the George Kittle that everybody should fear. Do what Belichick does. All right, take him away, and the best way I could say that we do that is you have Jaquan Brisker say, listen, I don't give a shit about a 15-yard penalty. If he catches that ball anywhere near you, you put your helmet through his fucking chest. All right, drive the back of his head through the freaking ground. Okay, I'll yell at you like I'm mad at you, and then when you go by me, I take you off a play. I'm like, great job. All right, this is what I need you to do. You need to set a tone. All right, these receivers don't like to be hit. All right, they're passing the yard. They're running free all over the place. Stop that shit. Set the tone immediately. Okay. And let Deebo Samuels worry about let him hear footsteps, and let him worry about going across the middle, and then say, no, I'm staying outside. I'm outside these hash marks. Bump that. So yeah, we need to be physical with this team, and make sure that Deebo Samuels does not beat us. Period.
I'm genuinely curious how exotic we're going to get in coverage with Trey Lance out there, testing his ability to spot Deebo's ability to spot up and have chemistry with Trey. Robbing the middle of the field occasionally. I know that we're going to be, a lot of people think we're going to be in a base Tampa. We're going to be mixing it up. We're going to see a lot of match, a lot of coverage rolling. I think we'll fire zone a little bit. You were talking earlier, George, about, there was a pretty advanced blitz scheme, little stunt setup where we had, I think it was Travis Gibson, getting a reroute on the tight end, actually marking him off the line, dropping off the weak side of the formation. Yeah, then you kind of had like a safety corner banjo dealio with a guy coming off the slot. I think we're going to do a lot of that. We're going to try to make Trey Lance make mistakes. I don't think we're just going to sit back necessarily. We're going to test his ability to make plays in his debut, if you will. And I think a lot of that's going to involve just dropping guys into random areas of the field around Deebo and seeing if he can check off to Ayuk or whoever's subbing in for Kittle if he's not playing. I think we're going to take away, but we're also going to confuse him with a lot of looks. It's not going to look vanilla.
I think you're absolutely right. I've actually done a video on my YouTube, which if people go back and have a look at it when you get a chance. Also, Ken Davis's socials are on the bottom of the screen. Make sure you follow Kenneth because he's just an absolute G. Love the dude. The defense that I saw in pre-season, this is also with like defensive secondary reduced, not starters basically in the defensive secondary in the whole. We had match concepts from the linebackers and also defensive end. They were running overload blitzes from safeties coming with a linebacker to one side of the field and then dropping a defensive end in a match man coverage on a tight end from that side. And this was all dictated off a motion that went across.
Right.
So that defensive end might have been the other defensive end. And when you've got an Al-Qadim Mohammed or Robert Quinn or a Travis Gibson, those guys can run with a tight end. You don't need to worry about that. So you can man him up enough to make the question throw. Now add in Kyler Gordon at nickel, add in Jaquan Brisker, add in Eddie Jackson over the top, add in Jalen Johnson, add in Roquan Smith and Nicholas Morrow, who can run it like sub 4.5 in the linebackers. You have a mobile, aggressive front that's going to make a quarterback, let's face it, North Dakota State, they run a pro-style offense, but he certainly hasn't seen the type of coverages he's going to be seeing from the Bears. He's not going to see the level of disguise, the rolling, yes, it's too high, but it's a cornerback and it's a safety. It's not two safeties that I'm seeing in the middle of the field. And then it rolls, it looks like one, but no, it's actually two because the corner's gone back. To a rookie QB who's under pressure, because let's face fact, Rob Quinn's going to be getting around that edge pretty quick. Our guys at the middle of the field, Justin James and Angelo Blackson, have been getting penetration. Our linebackers are really quick and aggressive. It's going to be difficult. So yes, they're going to try and scheme him touches, Debo, but I'm not. If we're doing our jobs and we're running to the ball, the first time Debo does a slant over the middle of what they think is an easy under, with Debo running under, and he turns and he catches the ball and Roquan.
I'd set him up for that.
You rob him. You deliberately.
Don't rob him. You knock him out into tomorrow. You don't rob him. You knock the shit out of him and make him reevaluate playing wide receiver again.
A linebacker robbing the drag or slant basically. Show A gap blitz, bluff A gap, and then drop into that easy one because you show him blitz, so he's going to want a quick throw. So you have off corner to that side. You show double A gap blitz, so he thinks middle of the field open under, easy slant, off cornerback, no problem at all. A gap blitzer, Roquan Smith drops into the slant, he throws it. That's how it happens. You bait the throw. So that's what I mean when I say robber. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what I think the Bears are going to be doing in terms of. I think the defense has been looking really interesting in terms of what they're going to be doing.
George, let me cut you. Sorry to cut you off, Papa, but I got to run. I got to get set up for the next for the podcast. I got to produce.
Later, Sean.
Say stuff and go.
Hey, listen, guys, follow Sports Zone Chicago on all social media platforms. Follow it at on Twitter. We are at Sports Zone Shy, CHI at Sports Zone Shy. You see my Twitter handle, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Instagram, and Snapchat, and TikTok. I'm a 51-year-old TikToker. Go punch me in the face. I know.
No shame.
But I'll add the Sean Sierra, and then follow Sports Zone Chicago. We have a Roku channel. If you have a Roku TV, make sure you download the tile, put it next to HBO Max, Hulu, whatever. We also have a mobile app. Download that wherever you get your apps from. Check it out. We have we just made the announcement. Eric Kramer is part of the family now, so every Monday he will be coming on my show, Sean and Maya in the morning, breaking down the Bears. He's actually in Chicago. I got to go meet him after I do this podcast. But so he'll be coming on and breaking down the Bears with us. You know, the Eric Kramer's QB view on Monday. So check it out. You're gonna want to tune in. All right, guys, I got to run. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So yeah, right. I mean, if you want to keep coming with it, thanks, Sean. I'm just going to remove him, get him up there. Okay, I'm going to put you up in the top corner, Ken, so we don't obscure the face with the comments. Yeah, I mean, that's it for me. Is Sean does great stuff, and obviously we all get on with Sean. The defense as well as the offense is. I have room for.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Looks like we have to carry.
Yeah, it looks like we do. Listen, I'll say this much. I feel like the three of you have basically broken it down, what you need to do when it comes to slowing down Debo. There's only so much you can do because there's a lot of different ways they can get him involved with touches. It's just how many yards he gets after the catch that really will make a difference. But I'll say this much, in my opinion, George, the thing that you really need to do is let Mr. Inconsistent try to beat you. And I'm talking about, and Zan already mentioned him, Brandon Ayuk. All right, like that's the guy where you don't pay as much. Again, I'm not saying that you don't, of course, have a defender on him, but if you have a bad day because Brandon Ayuk went off, man, that's not necessarily on you. But that's necessarily how I would do it with Kittle being injured or limited, and with Debo Samuels being Debo Samuels. And what's the point of bringing in these two rookies if this isn't the point of us taking advantage of now going from having such a weak defensive backfield prior to the draft to now it being one of the strengths? So everything like what you said, I believe it's going to be exotic. I can't break that down as well as you break that down, George and Zan. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. To me, it's the first quarter, and teams, you never know who the hell is going to lose in the first quarter in the football season, right? But I think this is a nice team for them to play because at this point, we have the better quarterback. At this point, now career-wise, I couldn't tell you. I'm gonna stick with my Justin, all right. But at this point, just because of reps, you have the better. Your guy's been out there more, and he's gotten a lot more reps, and so you should be able to perhaps still, quote unquote, even though I have the Bears winning this game, and maybe just the homer in me, you should be able to take this game away from the 49. I'll be more threatened, to be totally honest with you. Now, this could be goal line, could be different, or just red zone. I'll be more fearful if Jimmy G was in than I am with this Trey Lance at the beginning of his career and the beginning of the season, in my opinion.
Yeah, Jimmy G is, for me, he's West Coast Kirk Cousins. I'm not threatened or worried by Jimmy G. So Zan, how much longer do I have you for, man? Because I know
about 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Cool. Because what I want you to do is I want you to go off on the stuff that you're doing as well on your channels and get it all out there. So just as soon as you want to start doing that, cut me off and start doing it. Yeah, the reason why I've got the optimism, Sean, Kenneth, is that Ken, if you don't mind me saying Ken.
Yeah, no, I go this. So Ken and Kenneth are interchangeable when it comes to me. All right, like
all good.
Those are interchangeable.
All good. So the thing for me, the optimism is like we've already covered with Zan's been here a little bit longer, and we've covered a lot of ground so far. And one of the things is that we were talking about Luke Getsy, for instance, where he's talking about the scheme is not what dictates the plays. The players and the process of what they can do, how they can do it, how well they execute is what dictates the scheme. So what puts them in the best position to make plays? That's true on offense. On defense, it's the same with what Williams has been running so far. And we've got another absolute legend of Bears coverage in the background at the moment, Herb. I'm gonna add him in from It's the Bigs. He's in the background. I'm going to add him in just a minute, but I just want to finish this point. And basically, when you have guys who know exactly what they're doing it and how they're doing it, and it fits what they can do, you have people that are elevating themselves above what you expect the parts to be. Now, we've seen in pre-season, Kenneth, I mean, the lack of mistakes, the lack of errors, the lack of penalties that we've seen. You haven't really seen breakdowns in coverages. And we've run some quite exotic coverages on defense. You haven't seen guys jumping snap counts. You haven't seen false starts. You've seen one holding penalty in the preseason. We haven't had the errors, and that's good coaching. And that's guys listening to coaching, buying in, and doing it. We've seen more turnovers by the Bears defense, and we've seen penalties for the Bears in preseason. That's as rare as, pardon me using a phrase which is not going to be sort of the Queen's English, God rest her, but that's as rare as rocking horse shit. You don't see it in the preseason. You don't see it in the preseason. It's just literally, you have that many people that are in and out, and they're not necessarily getting the snaps in, and we've seen it execute flawlessly, and that's my reason for optimism on both offense and defense. Yeah, there's been individual errors at times, nothing really glaring. People are in the right spots, doing the right thing, tackling the right way, covering the right way. And that's the reason why, again, people are worried about the strength on the roster because the coaching has been so well put in place and they are clearly teaching the right things the right way. So, Zan, I don't know if you want to sort of just tell people about what it is that you do on your stream. I'm going to get the message up on the bottom so you can go to all of Zan's stuff. If you're a gamer, if you like football, EA Madden, he really is the man to follow. But also, even just listening to his streams and watching what he's doing will teach you about football if you're just sort of a lay fan. So go ahead, Zan.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. Thank you. I think Madden is one of those games where when you look at esports, quote unquote, it's one of those rare esports where the best players in the world or the most competitive players in the world are actually viewed as villains. They're typically viewed as the cheesers or the cheaters or the guys that glitch the game, right? My goal with what I do for a living, which is I run a strategy website that teaches people not only how to get better at Madden, but I also try to teach you guys through a actual football lens. Here's here's what teams do IRL. Here's how you can mimic this in Madden and be successful against, you know, somebody who might be a casual player. But if you have aspirations to become even a little bit better at the game, you know, we can take care of you here as well. I try to bridge that gap to help people appreciate the craft of getting better at Madden. I know Madden's not everybody's favorite game in the world, and everybody's got their narratives around it, myself included. But I do my best to try to teach people what goes into the game. So I've got a YouTube channel, YouTube's /Zan Madden. I've got a Twitch channel where I stream Monday through Friday in the afternoons. Just kind of running my schematics. If you guys kind of want to know how I play my schematics on both sides of the ball, I run an under center outside zone based scheme, kind of similar to what the Bears are running. I actually run it out of the Rams playbook, but that's neither here nor there. I also run a nickel package on defense. It's got 3 safeties on the field, 2 backers, front 4. I run a lot of match coverage. So if you guys are interested in the cover 9 family of coverages, quarters, palms, cover 6, cover 9, I'm sorry, I meant to say cover 7 family. I teach all those things on my website. I kind of walk through while I'm live playing, kind of like, here's what I'm thinking. Here's the tendencies of my opponents. This is what I'm thinking they're going to do. Here's the adjustments. I always try to kind of Tony Romo it as I'm playing to kind of give you guys an idea of what I'm thinking. So that way, when you see me get beat, you understand why I got beat, what I was trying to do. Or when you see it succeed, you understand why I called the play and why it succeeded.
Yeah. And it really is educational. So, I mean, although technically we're talking about a game and a guy who streams gaming, you really are learning about football. So, Zan, thank you so much for jumping on with me. I really, really appreciate it, dude.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, dude. And
guys, make sure you guys are all donating. It's a great cause here. Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure meeting you guys. I'll definitely be following you guys. It's my wife's birthday. We got to go whining, so I got to get out of here.
Enjoy yourself,
happy
man.
wife, happy wife, happy life. Happy birthday to your wife, and enjoy the wine.
Yes, thank you. Take it easy, everybody. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Thank you. Bear down.
Definitely.
So we got a guy that I know that you know, Ken. And
no, I don't. We have never met.
Well, here he is, meeting for the first time. There we go. There's Herb on the bottom of the screen, on the top of the screen there. Just moved where he is. So Herb, thank you for jumping on. I really, really do appreciate it. You are literally the voice of Bears fans when it comes to press conferences. You ask the most salient questions, and I mean this. I'm not just bigging you up because you're here, because it's something I actually believe. And you know, I've gone to you and sort of DM and asked you a question to ask, and it's kind of gone over the same questions gone over, and it really is refreshing to see someone that's sort of asking, not just softball questions. You're actually asking questions that are salient to what the Bears are going to be doing and what they are doing, and I really appreciate that. And on the bottom of the screen is how you can follow Herb, and where you can see behind him it says the Bigs. The Bigs cover all of the Chicago sports in a really easy to access way, and it's just absolute real talk all the time. They don't sugarcoat it, and they really are one of the best places to go and follow all of your Chicago sports, not just Bears. So, Herb, you are the voice of the Bears for the Bigs. We've spoken already at some length, and Ken's only been on a short while, but we have spoken about the Bears, the fact that Ryan Poles is willing to play 5th-round rookies from the start rather than a guy that is committed, potentially up to $12 million to. Yes, it's only $3 million up front. Rather than playing him left tackle, the kid who can play left tackle that is playing well is playing. But yeah, the centre that was the absolute, he was the weakest link on the team last year, Sam Mustafa, has improved, and so he's been playing. Tevin Jenkins has been tackled, but he's moved to guard, so he's playing because he's the best guy there. Schofield, the guy that they brought in to play guard, he's gone because we've shown that the guys that we have on the roster. So Poles has already shown, and getting the coaches in that are teaching, getting the coaches in that are getting players to buy in. We're seeing the principles on screen. We're seeing complementary schemes to what the guys can do. How refreshing is it? What sort of a change is that for you? And I'd like to get your thoughts on what I've just said. As someone who's actually asking the questions last year and this year, what are the main differences you've seen?
Well, I'll definitely get into that. But first of all, George, what's going on, man? Katie, what's happening? Thanks for having me on. Super, super dope what you all doing today. I think it's a very, very worthy cause that you guys are obviously raising some money for. And it's good to just get on and talk ball. So first of all, I commend you for what you're doing. And thanks for having me again. But as it relates to this team, I think that you can just kind of feel the energy is different. This is a better football team on the grass. On paper, they probably had a better football team last year. You don't have the name recognition of guys like Khalil Mack, Akeem Hicks, Eddie Goldman, so on and so forth, Allen Robinson, to name a few. But you watch how they go about their business, and I think it's going to add up to a better product on the field. You just watch how they go about their business at practice, how they run to and from drills, how they finish every single play, ball hits the ground, whether it's an incomplete pass or not, they pick it up like it's a scoop and score opportunity, and they take it the distance. And that's required of them. You keep hearing the players echo these sentiments that you only were hearing from the coaches to start, and it was like, are the players going to buy in? And we've heard guys like Jalen Johnson say it wasn't an immediate buy-in. It was a new thing to have to kind of go hard all the time, finish every single play. Even if you're the 11th man on the back end, you should be busting your tail to get to where the ball is. That was a hard thing for some of those guys to buy into. Then we asked him, what was the turning point? How did they convince you to do it? He's like, there wasn't no convincing going on. This was the standard. You were going to meet it or you were going to go. And you can see those things kind of taking shape in the games, on the practice field. It's becoming second nature. And now you don't hear the coaches so much as talking about the hits, principles, and things like that. You're hearing it from the players. You're hearing them say it all the time. It's kind of become a bit of a second nature thing to them, and it's going to allow them to play above maybe where their skill set would kind of dictate. And that's going to be worth, a few extra turnovers over the course of the season. It's going to be worth a win or two over the course of the season. This is not a team that's going to beat themselves. They're not going to have a lot of pre-snap penalties. They're not going to have a lot of discipline penalties, those types of things. They're going to be where they're supposed to be. They're going to make the plays that they're supposed to make, but also because they're going to have 5, 6, 7 heads around the ball whenever it pops out. And you never know when that's going to be. First play, last play, second quarter, you don't know when it's going to be. But when it does, they're going to have a pretty good opportunity to get their hands on. It's going to give their offense some added possessions while they're trying to get acclimated to this new system, because it's going to take them some time. And the defense and special teams, they're going to have to create some extra opportunities for them. This team is going to be primed to do that. And it's just because of the way they play, not so much because they're loaded with talent.
So you mentioned there about the sort of strength of the roster and that the roster is worse. One of the narratives that's been out there, Herb and Kenneth as well, is that the Bears' offensive line, he hasn't put offensive linemen in front of him that are going to be up to muster. They're not going to be up to snuff. And I go back and I think and I look and I've watched a lot of tape, and offensive line really is my wheelhouse. I love the scheming side of football, but I also love the sort of the big guys going at it as well. So it's on multi levels for me. But I look at the offensive line when we were going into week 1 last year. As to Leno had gone, Tevin Jenkins was supposedly going to be the starter if he was fit. We didn't have Peters on the roster at that point, so it was going to be Borum starting the left tackle, Ifeadi over on the right. You got Alex Bars at right guard. You had Sam Mustafa at centre, Cody Whitehair at left guard. Now Whitehair's still there. Tevin Jenkins now right guard. Larry Borum still at right tackle, and we've got a 5th-round rookie that's shown that he can anchor against people, he can get people moving. Is he the finished article? No, not even close. But is he improving every single week that we've seen him so far? Yes, he is. Does he fit the scheme that we're going to run? Yes, he does. Yeah, in terms of the zone blocking, we have seen in the preseason, Herb, zone blocking where both guys get to their target at the first level, they secure the first level, then they think about going to the second level. That's a massive change. We've seen Sam Mustafa look competent. Now, compared to last year, Herb, we saw Sam Mustafa struggling on pretty much every single snap. But the difference is coaching. Yes, it's his application, it's his effort. But without that coaching and without that scheme that helps him and the process, the clearly educating and getting it across in the way that he can translate on the field, and that's changing. That's making a massive difference. So I look at the roster, even the wide receivers. Arguably, we can go wide receivers. Okay, Marquise Goodwin, Damier Byrd were like after the starters, Darnell Mooney and Adam Robinson last year. That was your wide receivers. Are we really saying that Byron Pringle, Equanimous St. Brown, Emir Smith-Merced, Valus Jones Jr., are we really saying that those guys are not going to be at least as good, if not better? And we've seen Pringle perform in Kansas City. I would contend that I think
Bearlissimo, they have to prove it now.
They do have to prove it. They do have to prove it on the field.
I'm with you. We can be, sunny skies, But at least with those guys, and you look at how they were top heavy when you're talking about Allen Robinson, you're talking about Darnell Mooney, that you had two guys, and we didn't know that Mooney was going to step up in the way that he stepped up last season. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with you because I think anybody with common sense thought that Byron Pringle would end up a Bear when Ryan Poles was brought in to be a general manager. So I've always, and I'm baby goat, shout out to Patrick Mahomes. But so it's one of those things. Watching Kansas City, he was a guy that you would see often in show, but that was because two big studs were being covered in Tyreek Hill and then with Travis Kelce. So now, and he's been hurt here. So I'm just saying from that point, because I'm with you, and everything that you said was accurate. Everything that Herb said, and also Herb, shout out to you being the first time we ever met. Shout out to Terrence and Eugene and the Bigs. Always love the Bigs, man. Great work. Anytime I hear that bass at the presser, a grin covers my face. So definitely, man, keep doing what you're doing, bro.
I appreciate that, brother.
The thing is that because what you said about the offensive line is accurate, Bearlissimo, and I like that there were a lot of questions where, as far as, and this is kind of with the UC, I sometimes try to think if we've all been in locker rooms as players. Let me put it like that, and you feel that some people have favorites. You know, some people are being set up to succeed better than other people, and some people are given a large rope. You know what I'm saying? So if going back to Tevin Jenkins and Larry Borom, and Bearlissimo, I have a Larry Borom question for you because you were one of the first people last year that was raving about Larry Borom. And it kind of goes to you too, Herb, talking about Larry Borom at practice because, you know, you're at practice, and a lot of people don't know how bad Larry Borom was getting his ass ate up at practice, at training camp this year or whatever, but they still stuck with him, and we know the type of talent that he necessarily has. But the questions that I had, if I'm Tevin Jenkins and I'm Larry Borom, and I look and I see that Braxton Jones Jr. is getting all these attempts, and I feel like this is their due. One, if I'm Tevin Jenkins, you know, just draft equity wise, I was supposed to be a first rounder, but I'm a second rounder, so I would be mentally frustrated. And I'm happy to see the type of young man that Tevin Jenkins is and how he's handled it with rumors of being traded and still persevering, switching just 3.5 weeks ago, damn near, to a position that you've never played, and also how that affects perhaps your financial future, depending on if you end up staying there, being drafted to be a left tackle, even though I didn't think that Charles Leno Jr. should have been cut right there. I felt you should have done it the old school way, let him play right a little bit. If he shows himself, to move him over to the left, but drafted to be that, fighting through all this while seeing someone else at your position who you may not even feel is as good as you when talking about left tackle and Braxton Jones Jr., and then persevering at right guard the way he has. And then the same for Larry Borom. But like I say, from Larry Borom, a little bit that I've been to camp, and just from everything I know that my guys tell me, his training camp, Travis Gibson was giving him the business. How was Larry Borom majority of the times that you saw him running with the ones at right tackle in training camp, and kind of what helped him to kind of get his situation together so far right now heading to the first game?
Yeah, I think that coming into this offseason, offensive line was, for me, that was the biggest question, right? I know everybody was talking about how they're going to get Justin some more weapons, and I understand that part, but you got to get the offensive line solidified before you can even worry about how you're going to get the ball down the field. And so that was always job number one for me, and I think that they've done a pretty good job in terms of how they've gone about doing it. They added a lot of young talent in the draft, in the undrafted free agent market. We've seen a lot of those kids stick. They got 15 rookies on this roster. I think 42.
Oh, Herb has
42
completely. So, yeah. So, no, he's back in. He's back in. Let's get him back in. You dropped completely there, Herb, but we're back in. Carry on.
Uh-oh. My bad. So I was just saying, I like the way they've gone about addressing this offensive line this offseason, hitting it in the draft, getting all those young kids. They've got 15 rookies on this roster. I think 42% of this roster is either first or second year players. And that's just an indication of where they are philosophically right now in terms of how they're trying to build this roster. And so you talk about the veterans that they brought in that were presumed to be brought in to start, and now they're not, right? Shoka's not even here, and Reef is a backup. I think that if the competition was going to be close between the veterans and the kids, they were going to go with the kids, and it makes a lot of sense. Figure out if you can have some kids be long-term answers. Those veterans were brought here to be short-term solutions. But if it's close, even if the vets a little bit ahead, because this season doesn't have a whole lot riding on it in terms of Ryan Poles or Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, don't have to win to say.
Go ahead and play the kids. Find out if you can get some answers, some long-term answers, right? And so I think they put those young kids in there to kind of see how that's gone. And to their credit, they responded to it. You talk about Larry Borom they required him to lose a lot of weight. I asked him last year where he was playing at, what was his target weight last year. He said, I didn't even have a target weight last year. They like whatever I was at was fine with the coaching staff, which was a surprise to me because I'm used to guys at least having a target weight. But he said he played at 330, and Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus immediately said that's not going to work. You are going to have to come down from that. And he told me himself, Larry Borum did, that it's about being able to function in the offense. He said it's not just about them telling me, hey, you got to hit this weight if you want to play. He's like, I could not do what I need to do in this offense at that weight. So they're asking these guys to move. They're asking them to get out in this outside zone, get to that first level, get to that second level, even just stretch to the outside. And they have to kind of get smaller. Now, for Sam Mustipher, that's in his wheelhouse, right? So last year, you asked him to just go head-to-head with 340-pound noses. He's going to get his ass kicked every time you ask him to do that. But if you're asking him to move, then this kind of suits him better. He's a smaller guy, and that's the type of offensive lineman that we heard Ryan Post speak of the first day, his introductory press conference. He's like, I like smaller, leaner linemen that can move. That's closer to who Sam Mustipher is and what they actually do last year. So I think a lot of it is about the scheme that's allowing him to look more competent this year than he is last year. Obviously, I don't know that he's going to be starting anyway once Lucas Patrick gets back, as long as Tevin Jenkins continues to ascend at right guard. But in the interim, I do think that he's shown himself to be a capable player in this system. I think the scheme is allowing him to do that, and it's allowing a lot of these young guys to kind of use their athleticism and show that they're worthwhile. You talk about Braxton Jones. Here's a guy, 5th round pick out of Southern Utah, and now he's about to go up against Nick Bosa for 65 snaps tomorrow. That's a huge, huge jump in a matter of months. And when he first got there and they put him in with the first team reps in OTAs, he admitted to us in a press conference, he said, I was surprised. I'm surprised that I'm getting the first team reps. And now he's like, yeah, I'm not surprised. It's just kind of what it is. Like you said, Katie, he's just getting better and better. Or like you said, Bearlissimo, he's just getting better and better every week, every day. He talks about just trying to get 1% better every single day. And you see him doing that, and the Bears keep giving him opportunities, and he keeps proving himself. He knows that at some point tomorrow, he's going to lose a rep or two to Nick Bosa. Everybody knows that. I asked Justin Fields about it this week. I said, what's going to happen when Nick Bosa beats your 5th round left tackle? He said, I'm just going to keep it real with him. You got beat. Now let's go on to the next play. Don't let one bad play turn to 2, turn to 3, turn to 4 bad plays. Justin knows it. Braxton knows it. The coaches know it, right? And they're just going to have to work through those things while these young guys kind of learn on the job. But I do think they have some tools that's going to allow them to be as successful as possible.
Well, the thing is, the very first guest I had on today, Herb, was Larry Borum's mum, Joelle Hirschman. And she was talking about, in college, he was asked to get to he was at 354, played his senior, he played his last year in college at 354. Now, when he was practicing for the NFL, because he's got to run quicker and he's got to be able to lift and he's got to be more athletic in drills, he got down to 317. He got to Bears, they wanted to get him back up to 335 plus. And then this year, he's back down to sort of 317, 318, round about that kind of weight that he was for combine. And he's way more athletic at that than he was previously. Now, what Larry Borum showed me on college at Mizzou, at right tackle and left tackle, because he played both spots at Mizzou, his pass sets were absolutely fantastic in terms of footwork. For a man of his size, playing at nearly 360, to be as sound footwork-wise and body position-wise, because that takes conditioning. If you're doing it on the first snap and you're doing it on the last snap, you are well conditioned. You're an athlete because your form drops, your shoulders roll off, all the rest of it. You see it in your body position. You see it as a coach. You see them. Okay, he's gassed. I need to do something. He needs help here. So you start looking at that. Now, Larry Borum at 350 was able to push off with his left leg because he's right tackle, toe tap with the right foot, steering, control, ability to go back inside and outside. Now, his problem at the Bears has been he's been beaten to the inside on a counter. Now, that's a footwork thing. And I know for a fact that Coach Morgan's been working on it with him in terms of the inside counter specifically and working doubles with Tevin Jenkins at right guard, right tackle in terms of getting people moving on the offensive line. So that's made chance. There's a comment in the chat which I need to address as well about narrative. It says, we can't see Borum getting help on 85% of pass snaps like we saw a vast number of games last year. There are stats out there, Raging Oracle, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to sort of belittle you or anything, but Larry Borum at right tackle got less help last year on more snaps than Jason Peters. Hall of Fame left tackle. The stats are out there. Literally, people chart how many snaps they're taking pass pro, how many times they get help from a tight end or a chip. He got less help than, and this again talks of Nagy and not thinking about who you've got out there and whether they can do what you're asking them to do. He's asking a rookie right tackle who's been right tackle, left tackle, right tackle within a season. You're asking him to be on the right tackle against Joey Bosa, which he was last year at the 49ers, and to handle him. And he showed he faced TJ Watt last year. He faced Bosa. He faced some really good pass rushers, and he showed that he can play in terms of pass pro. Now, what he wasn't doing as well last year was moving people in the run game because, again, his chest is up. He's not getting in a drive position. Again, that's technique. That is what he's been asked to do. Now, we've already seen him in the zone in preseason this year, and the same goes for Braxton Jones. He started off; he was very, very upright in his chest. You saw it very early on, and that's why when he talked about Herb, I think it might have been you that asked him the question. He was getting trouble with the bull rush. And so I think someone said, well, if you ask people to bull rush you so we can work against it in the press conference. And he's saying that, yeah, well, I'm facing different guys. When I think about what the coaches have just, and I don't know whether this is planned, Herb, this is maybe a question that could be asked of him in terms of helping Braxton Jones. He has faced Robert Quinn, Al-Qadim Mohammed, and Travis Gibson, who are all three very different pass rushers. Al-Qadim Mohammed is an effort guy. He will ball rush. He'll keep going. He'll keep at you. You don't get any respite from him. He will keep you working every single part of the play. Travis Gibson's got rare length and size for his size. So he's got the levers. That's in Braxton Jones' wheelhouse. He's got the lever. He's got the long arms. He's got the ability to do that. Robert Quinn is rare speed and bend around the edge. So if you're thinking about the types of pass rusher you're going to face as a rookie, you're going to see speed guys who dip. You're going to see guys who keep you working all the time and do counters, effort guys. And you can see guys who've got just rare physical abilities. And you're going to sometimes see people who've got two of those things at the same time. And, people are going to try and scheme against you. They're going to try and isolate you. So that's the thing, is that I know Coach Getsy, and again, he's going to have a plan. We've seen it. We've seen it already. We've seen wide receivers come and chip the edge. We've seen halfbacks chip the edge. We've seen him, this is Braxton Jones, pull and be the lead on a toss to that side with a tight end sealing his guy, and then he pulls around the back. The athleticism is what really helps, I think, with the offensive line. So one part of the question I asked you earlier, Herb, that I didn't feel got answered the way to the level. You saw the way practice was conducted last year with Nagy. You heard the types of comments he said about the offense goes through him when clearly he had to give up play calling again. Second time in 2 years he had to give up play calling, which he didn't want to do. You saw the effort of guys on the field half-arsing it when the play was away from them, or they thought the play was over. When you think back to practice and games from last year under Nagy, and you think back to what you've seen so far with the coaching staff and the players that we have this year, how big a contrast is it?
It's pretty significant. I think you've heard the players talk about it. Now, you've heard several players from Darnell Mooney to David Montgomery. You've heard them say things about not having a true sense of direction last year. Nobody really understood what it is that they were supposed to be doing, what it is that we're trying to do, let alone do we have the ability to do it. But at the very least, we should all be on the same page about what it is that we're trying to do. I don't think that anyone went into a Bears game last year at any point fully understanding this is what they're trying to do. Whether or not they can do it or not is another question. But this is what they would like to do. I don't think anybody had a full grasp of that, not anybody watching it from the outside. And it doesn't seem like the players understood it from the inside. At the very least, on this team, the direction is clear, right? The expectation is clear. The objective is clear. They know what the coaches want them to be doing. Now, they got to go out there and execute. It's going to be some growing pains. It's going to take some time. But at least the direction is clear. They understand what it is that they want them to do. And I think that in of itself is a huge step in the right direction. Just understanding what it is we're trying to get done on a weekly basis, right? And I think that when you do that, it gives you an identity. It allows you to focus in, okay, here's what we do well, here's maybe what we don't do so well, and then try to do the things that you do well more often. And so I think that last year, not having that sense of direction, I think that Matt Nagy was kind of waffling. He's going back and forth who should be quarterback. He's going back and forth on who should be the play caller. He's going back and forth on should we be running the ball, should we be throwing the ball. Listen, you the head coach of the team. I don't really care which direction you want to go. I may have my opinions on it, but you were one of 32 NFL head coaches. Make a decision and go that way. Whatever your decision is, right or wrong, if you're going to get fired, if I'm going to get fired, I'm getting fired doing what I want to do. Yeah. Okay? I ain't asking George McCaskey who should be playing quarterback. I ain't waffling about who making the play calls and all this. Make your decisions and go. You told us last year that Andy Dalton was going to be the starter. Justin was going to be number 2. That was how it was going to go. Fine. If that's your plan, fine. I'm not saying it was the right plan, but if that's your plan, you're the head coach, go with that. Don't let the outside noise and pressure cause you to make a snap decision and change it, and then you throw this kid out there against Myles Garrett. I think Matt Nagy should still be locked up for that. That was premeditated murder, what he did to Justin in Cleveland last year, right? You can't do that. And you didn't give him any first team reps. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that. So it was bad, but I do think that, Matt Eberflus has conviction about what it is he wants to do. This coaching staff is clear about their expectations of the players and the direction that they're taking this team in. It's going to allow the players to kind of play fast, not think as much. I think they like the system, and I think you'll see that kind of play out on Sunday.
There's 2 interviews I could think back to, one last year and one this year with players, Herb, and it really does, for me, illustrate the difference. And Ken, I want you to go off the back of this. Last year, I spoke to Ryan Knoll, did an interview with him and spoke to him. Last year, and it was Phil and the Tape Never Lies guys and Sean and Shane Marcel that when I was back with those guys, and we did an interview with Ryan Knoll, and he said last year was the first time where on a Monday after a game, as a team, they met and went through the plays and called out things that weren't successful or weren't right or effort-wise. And it was the first time, and he said that everyone on offense enjoyed the fact that they were being called out on it, that they were being held to account. This year, we've seen someone who is, like you said, I think it might, again, I'm not sure it was that said it, but it was definitely one of you guys in the Bears sort of media, local media, said that Sam Mustafa really is the poster boy for hits principle in terms of on the offense. He's the effort guy. And he was called out for not following the hits principles in terms of loafs. He was called out on loafs this year. If that's not the difference between what is acceptable and what's not, and last year I think back to COVID as well, when the practice was shut down, we had 2 days practice, and on that game we had Alex Bars coming in at right guard, and we had Jermaine Afedi, I think it was, going to right tackle because we were playing the Seahawks, and Nagy was putting in new plays in walkthroughs with a 2-day week, new plays on offense on a week that you've got no actual physical practices, you've got walkthroughs and on a 2-day week, just unbelievable. So Ken, in terms of breaking it down and the job that you do with Schrockenow and with Alex, Alex Shapiro, in terms of, because I hear some of the things that guys say, and I'm kind of wincing, thinking that it just sounds like you're repeating narrative and not looking at what you're actually seeing in terms of what the Bears are now. So when you think of where we've come from, both roster and the construction of the roster with polls, and coaching in terms of getting the right coaches in, making sure principles are followed, compared last year with what we had, on a balance with the offense and the defense, the way that they are roster-wise and coaching-wise, when you weigh those 2 things together, which to you is, do you have a roster of superstars with Nagy? Well, they weren't a roster with superstars, and people can argue whether an injured Khalil Mack and Akeem Hicks missing 7 or 8 games is a better defense. We can argue that all day.
Yeah, that argument right there, boy.
The dude is a monster. When he's on the field, both of those guys, absolute monsters, weren't on the field that much last year. And the offense last year, we had 14 different starters on the offensive line. So when you think about it, Ken, I mean, where are you at in terms of weighing last year mixture of coaching and players compared to this year mixture of coaching and players that you've seen so far? I'm not asking you to project.
No, I'm not going to project. I want to go back even more, another season 2 years ago, right, to where I am now. I think majority of us, after Nagy's second season, And some people were there the first season. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to be honest. After the 18-win season, I thought Nagy would continue to ascend and that he would grow as a coach. I didn't think that was it. And also, people didn't have tape on him at that point. I mean, we knew people didn't have tape on him, but I thought he was going to be able to continue to be a better coach. 2 years ago, I think majority of us knew this was flawed and was never going to really work. And a lot of people, because they had names on defense, still held on to that there was a chance. But in your heart of heart, you kind of knew that they had bottomed out in that first season. Alex came to us, and then we talked to JJ, the former host of Under Center. Shout out to JJ Stankovic. Alex was the first person to mention Matt Eberflus as a candidate that could perhaps get the job, right? So shout out to Alex Shapiro. So he was on our radar fairly early. And I mean, listen, hopefully he's better than this person, but basically the comp is Lovey. So the first thought was, so you're telling me we're going to be gang tackling, people are going to be held accountable, and that they're going to be turnover prone, and things are going to be ran well. And a lot of the things that you're basically saying as we go back, unfortunately, and think about this Matt Nagy era, and Matt Nagy, again, didn't come off like he was a bad person to me, but that doesn't matter. He didn't do his job.
Good dude.
They weren't detail oriented. They weren't held accountable. There was no foresight. I mean, it's just the truth. This was someone who, again, I'm from the outside looking in, but this seemed like someone who had was in over their head, you know, and they couldn't find a way to get from out of his own way. And right now, I look at it, and Herb kind of said a lot about it, and I think majority of us feel, just watching, as you detailed earlier, the lack of mistakes. You know what I'm saying? The accountability that this team should not beat itself. And I think I have them winning 7 games this year. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, it could be where they only get 6 wins. Cap had them at 5. But I don't think they're going to beat themselves. I think they're going to win games that they shouldn't win because they actually have a coach who really thought out what he was going to do when he became a head coach. That's seriously detail-oriented and on top of his stuff. So to answer your question, it's basically night and day when I look at it. But I still don't know how this is going to work. I mean, the crazy thing about a new regime is it gives us hope. But being someone that's been a Bears fan, that hope really has never meant anything outside of the 80s. You know, that's just the truth. It's meant nothing. If we're really talking about consistent winning, and not even just consistent winning with a chance to be a contender. So I hope that's what we have now. I have a faith in Ryan Poles and his measured pace that he's doing, because too many times here in Chicago and in sports, we try to put lipstick on a pig and pray. We do. You know, this can go back to with the Bulls. If we get Carmelo and we still knew that Derek really wasn't Derek, that Joe kind of was coming down. And it's like we tried the 3 alphas. And again, I'm talking basketball, but everyone knows, like, just from people saying, like, man, keep Khalil Mack, go for it. If you kept Khalil Mack, you weren't going to get a 2nd-round pick for him after this season.
No.
All right. And that's what, and when, if now, and Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham, and we have to wait to see, but right now, it seems like they may know what they're doing drafting. They're going to miss out on some picks, right? But if these guys can get true equity, something that we really haven't seen since Jim Finks out of the draft consistently, now we're talking about building something for the long haul, man. And that's, to me, where I see it. And that part of that is hoping. I'm about to jump up out of here because the old lady's car died this week, so we got to move out. But it's just one of those things, like that to me, Bearlissimo, like, I'll say it like this. There should be a good feeling, but we still got to wait and see, because they still need more talent. Like let's regardless of how much we like it and how much bias there is towards this team that I may have, they're still going to need more talent, and hopefully they set up with that, with cap money and with the draft picks that they have now moving forward. So to me, it's night and day. To me, it seems like there's someone competent in charge now that we hadn't seen for the last 5 to 6 years. I won't really take a shot at John Fox, because Ryan Pace was ripping down the team when John Fox was doing it, even though I thought John Fox should have sat out a year after Denver and not jumped on, but I knew he had to get paid, so he was going to grab the dollars as soon as he could. But that's how I feel, to answer your question. And again, for everybody out there, make sure you donate. This is terrific cause. I don't know if Herb can hear me. When Herb joined the beat last shift with the Bigs, I remember I was thinking I'd never seen him, but I always been someone who would pop in and watch. I said what I said with Tucson, so I had always seen her back.
Hey,
in the
that's
days,
love,
whatever.
brother.
So just so you know, man, yeah. So yeah, I've always I didn't know I had been watching you already or whatever because I used to hear your voice in presses. But yo, you keep up the great work. This isn't just because this is because you do great work. You know what I'm saying? So keep up the great work. Definitely make us all proud. George, you know you're special in everything you're doing with this charity. Everyone, it doesn't matter. Just donate a little something and definitely pass the word out so other people can donate. You all, regardless of football, be safe. And I hope everyone's doing well. And I talk to you all when I talk to you, man. And I enjoy talking to you all this morning.
Lovely, Ken. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
Take care, mate. So Herb, I'm just going to bring
Can you see me? Because I don't see me. Do you see me?
No, I don't see your camera is not on. But I mean, it's not the first time that something's gone wrong on this stream today. So we can hear you. We can hear you fine. I just can't hear. Just can't see your camera. So we have another guest in the background. Who's Windy City Gridiron, and I don't know if you know them, Herb, but
yeah, very
they do great work. They do great work over there. EJ Snyder, and we're going to bring you in. EJ again. I don't see your camera. And I'm not sure if I'm going to hear you or not. EJ, do you just want to sound off if you're there? I'll take that as a no. so we'll add him in. I'm just going to tell him that I've got no audio and no video.
I'm going to try to figure out why I can't get my camera on here. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it too much if it's going to be a problem. But what Ken said about the difference between last year and this year, I think, was really poignant. In terms of it's self-evident. The thing when I'm thinking about it, Herb, and I know you need to be measured and report what you see and ask the questions based upon what you're seeing in terms of reporting. But as someone who's obviously from Chicago land and someone who's been around the Bears, presumably as a fan as well as now a member of the media, there are massive differences between last year and this year in terms of personnel and in terms of roster. But what I look at, Herb, and I actually tweeted this out before the draft last year, I said it doesn't matter who the Bears draft at quarterback with Matt Nagy calling the plays and the offense being run the way that it is. You could draft Cross the Redeemer, and he's still only going to be able to do one miracle at a time. And that was the issue for me, was that it didn't matter whether you had a Khalil Mack on defense if the defense is being run terribly. It didn't matter whether you had, Leno if the blocking scheme was bad. It didn't matter if you had Adam Robinson if all he's being asked to do is run 6-yard curls. So whilst we do, and rightly so, we question the quality of the roster in terms of, are they household names? No, they're not. Have they produced massive numbers in the NFL? No, they haven't yet. But they all have, and again, thinking about what we've seen in the preseason so far, people like Sanborn on defense, people like Braxton Jones at left tackle, people like, the other wide receivers like Tajay Sharp and Dante Pettis, that previously were cast-offs, and they're looking like competent guys, Herb. They're looking like competent guys. Yes, it's the preseason. Yes, it's, not necessarily all starters, but they're looking competent, doing things the right way, blocking with effort, being assignment sound, not committing penalties. That to me is the main difference between last year and this year. Yeah, the Bears might not reach the playoffs, but they're going to be a better team than last year. For me, last year obviously 6 and 10,
6 and 11,
6 and 11 last year. I think they're at least a 3-win better team based upon coaching, the defense wanting to take the ball away, special teams pinning people back, and the offense actually being able to move the ball. Even if they can't score every drive, moving the ball, that field position makes a massive difference. You don't get 3 and out every single series, and you're doing better, aren't you?
Yeah, that's going to be their formula for success. They're going to have to play ball control football. They're going to have to win the time of possession. They're going to have to win the turnover differential every week if they want to be successful. But they have the ability to do those things. They should be able to run the ball effectively. They've got really good running backs. This offensive line, while they don't really have any, star players on it, I think they can be better than the sum of their parts. And I think that they'll get better as the season goes along, so long as they can stay healthy. I think that going through the offseason the way that they have has created some depth for them. And so if they do need, Riley Reef, or now you've got Alex Leatherwood, or now you're going to have Sam Mustipher, being those guys who can come in for you as, your 7th, 8th, 9th lineman, those guys are going to be ready to play some ball for you if you need them to. And so I think that there's a team full of guys that have a lot to prove. They're going to try hard. They're going to play hard. They're going to give you everything that they have. And I think when you talk about this group of receivers, I've been saying all season that it's the most interesting wide receiver competition that I've ever seen. Like, coming into camp, you had a cluster of, 3, 4, maybe 5 guys who could legitimately be the Bears' number 2 receiver or not make the roster, which is kind of crazy to think about, but it was legitimate. And you got the guys that are left now. And I think that my word for them is hopeful, right? I won't say that I'm quite as optimistic about them, but I am hopeful, right? They have some potential that can be tapped into. Now, we haven't seen any of these guys do it. That's N'Keal Harry, that's Byron Pringle, that's EQ, that's all of them. We haven't seen them put these things on tape just yet, but hopefully they just needed an opportunity or a change of scenery, and they will take advantage of these opportunities and kind of begin to flourish and begin to become legitimate contributors and playmakers in this offense. And so if they can do that, again, that's going to allow the Bears to do what they need to do, which is stay ahead of the chains, make sure that you're in 3rd and short, make sure that you're able to win on 1st and 2nd down, move the ball, pick up first downs. Every single offensive drive this year needs to end in points or a punt. Now, that's not the reality. You're going to turn over sometimes, but that has to be the mentality, right? Points or a punt every single time. There's nothing wrong with punting the ball, right? And I think that the Bears have to understand that philosophically in terms of Coach Getsy and Coach Eberflus. I think they do understand it. I like what I've seen from the rookie Trent Gill, the 7th round pick. He's been punting the ball phenomenally all preseason. He's been pinning guys back deep. The coverage units seem to be motivated and inspired. They're getting down there. They're covering these kicks. And so they're going to give long fields to the opposing offenses. And then you lean on your defense, which should be the strongest unit of this team. Give them long fields. And they should and so you have to – those are the type of things that Eberflus is going to have to kind of work through. Say you got the ball offensively. Say the Bears have the ball 4th down at the plus 42, right? They're at the plus 42 and they got a 4th and short. Do we go for it here, right? Maybe, right? And so maybe you have Luke Getsy saying, hey, I got to play. I feel confident about it. I want to go for it. And then you got Alan Williams like, hey, we're playing great defense right now. Back those guys up inside the 5, inside the 10. We will get you the ball back at the 42 in 3 plays, right? You pin them back inside the 5, inside the 10. We're going to make them punt back to you in 3 plays. You'll have it back first down at the 42, right? And so those are the type of things the Bears are going to have to kind of consider as they go through this process. And I think that, I think this coaching staff is competent enough. They communicate well enough to make those decisions on the fly. And I think they're going to put their players in positions to be as successful as they possibly can.
You absolutely nailed it. Just before we bring our next guest on, Herb, I'm just gonna do a read from the bottom again, and the reason why we're doing this today, chatting it up for charity. Neuroclastic, as I said at the start of this, the very start of this stream, was they're an organisation that are autistic led, that are there to advocate for the rights of individuals that are autistic, and very often, and it's quite harrowing to see, but very often. Autistic individuals who are not able to effectively communicate their wants, needs, emotions, and sensory regulation, their ability to cope with the environment around them, because there's too much information or too little information coming in, and it's difficult. We know how difficult it is when we're hungover to move our body and get up off the bed, let alone when you are sensory, not able to physically move your muscles correctly, you're feeling pain, you're not able to vocally communicate, you can't process what people are talking to you. It gets very difficult for kids that are autistic, and all too often they are punished. And the Judge Rotenberg Centre, which Neuroclastic stood up against and faced a cease and desist letter from, they have shocked kids in their care that are resident with them with electric shocks that are up to 18 times more powerful than a taser that the police use. Wow. Now, if you see the way that takes people down, a taser, and you understand that kids as young as 16 and 17 and even younger are getting electric shocks arbitrarily from the people that are with them if they don't comply with requests. And that's seen as a way to be able to treat people. Neuroclastic are the voice out there that and I say the voice. I'm being lax. They're the platform that uses non-speaking autistic adults who are very intelligent, are able to show how intelligent they are by using type to text. They're able to use alternative communication methods. Neuroclastic are an organisation that go out there and they stand up and they fight for people's rights. And I know, as you know, when you're facing oppression, you need someone there for you to fight and stand with you. Neuroclastic does that, but they're also a fantastic resource on their website about what autism is, about how to treat people with dignity and respect. Speak to them the way that they want to be spoken to. For Christ's sake, it's not asking too much. All I want you to do is whatever you can today. If it's $5, fine. If it's 10, if it's 1, doesn't matter. Go to paypal.me /neuroclastic, as it says on the bottom of the screen. Paypal.me /neuroclastic. Whatever the dollar amount you can send is, doesn't matter what it is, just send it to them and help them out, because they do wonderful work. They're a fantastic resource. And if you want to be inclusive about society, you need to be inclusive about society, and that means all of us. There is no us without all of us. So just please go there, have a look at that. And with that said, and I'm going to bring you in, EJ. I see you in the background there looking at the screen. We've got EJ Snyder, a Windy City Gridiron. I'm going to put you up in the top corner, get me down to the bottom. Herb, this is EJ from Windy City Gridiron and various other different platforms. Let's get his information down here. He's got his own podcast. Going to get it on the bottom of the screen here. Bootleg Football co-founder, Bears Over Beers, and obviously Windy City Gridiron contributor. EJ, thanks for joining me on this charity stream. And again, you've been listening in the background. Have you got any thoughts about what we've just been talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. First off, thanks for having me. It's a great opportunity, and I'm happy to be here. It's a tremendous cause. I loved what Herb said about complementary football. I think he's right. I don't think any of the Bears 3 units are going to overpower anybody routinely. If they play together, they can surprise some people. And maybe one of the 3 units has a great day and they sort of carry the team, but they're not going to get it without that sort of handshake between the offense supporting the defense, none of the 3 units putting the team in the worst possible situation. They might not have great days. They might not be the best unit on the field, but if they can hold their own and hand it off to the other units having a little bit of a better day, that's probably going to be the formula as the Bears try and win games this year and really develop players. We know it's about next year. We're going to figure all that out. But I thought what Herb said was really well said about balance and about those units supporting each other. There isn't another way. They don't have enough star power to just roll over people this year. That's going to come 2023, 2024 if Ryan Poles uses his free agency dollars well and they continue to draft.
Yeah, I mean, some of the ground that we've already covered, EJ, about sort of looking at the Bears. The main points that we've covered is, in terms of Ryan Poles, when you look at the roster, people are looking at the roster, they're not seeing Khalil Mack, they're not seeing Akeem Hicks, and they're thinking we're necessarily worse on defense. Well, look at the coordination of that defense that we had last year and the breakdowns we had on the back end of that defense. And you look at the way that this year, so far in the preseason, that we've had more turnovers on defense than we've had penalties in terms of execution of that offense and defense. We've had the defense taking the ball away. We've seen the hints principles in action. We've seen the offensive line moving people off the field. We've had Sam Mustafa one-on-one blocking, good defensive tackles and holding his own. That's something we didn't see last year. And that's coaching and its competence in terms of, what the coaches are actually telling people to do. We covered Luke Getsy, his interview. I don't know if you've heard it. Take the North podcast with Dan Wiederer. And he interviewed Justin Fields and Luke Getsy. And when he's talking to Getsy's talking about the scheme doesn't dictate. The scheme isn't what dictates things. The process is what dictates the offense. Can they apply what we're doing? Does it put them in the best spots? Are they able to apply this on the field and look the best that we can look? Do we, what can we do off the back of that? And what can we do to then push that further, to extend them, to make them better in what they're doing on a day? And for me, EJ, and I want you to speak on it, we're seeing the fruits of that in the preseason. Yes, it's the preseason. Yes, you're playing who you're playing the people. But we've seen other teams against us with 7 and 8 penalties in the first quarter with the starters. And the Bears have had like 1. Okay, we've seen them give the ball up. Well, the Bears haven't given the ball up yet. one muff pump, was it? One muff pump, I think we had, with which is what got him ultimately got him off the team, Daz Newsome.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's, if you think about the errors, has there been a breakdown in coverage? No. Has there been teams running all over us? No. Yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs with their offense, they went down and scored fairly efficiently and easy, but we were playing real basic stuff, and that was the first game of the season. We're seeing so many things that are so different to what we saw last year, and I just want your take on all of that.
Yeah, we're seeing a return to competence, which, again, for
That's the
Bears
word.
fans is, I like what Kenneth said about, tend to put lipstick on a pig, try and make it as hopeful as we can, because that's what we're left with. But Bears fans tend to rationalize, well, the coaches must be good. And I think Nagy and a lot of his staff over the last certainly year and a half, but really 2 years, have demonstrated over and over again that they weren't good on an NFL level. Like Kenneth said, seems like a good guy, didn't do his job. It's a meritocracy in the NFL. If you don't do your job, you're out. And that goes for players, it goes for coaches and anybody else. It was why it was a bit surprising when both Nagy and Pace were retained for the extra year when they were. In December of the year before that, people said, no, it's too early. You need to give another chance. We're like, based on what, right? They're not doing their jobs. When you're talking about Getsy in particular, what everybody in the media, Baldinger and all the folks that are actually watching are saying is this is what it should look like, right? This is receivers running at levels. This is pulling a defense apart so that you can let Justin see the field and then make good decisions. So, I think people might get a little overhyped because it's such a change from, a low level of competence to what I would call mid-pack confidence or mid-league confidence. We're seeing an offense that should produce somewhere in the high teens, right? If they continue to execute, we're seeing a basically competent NFL offense. And we haven't seen that in at least a couple of years. So people might get super hyped about that. In reality, it's limited on player power, but they are going to do the best thing to put players in situations where they win. And one of the things that I like that you highlighted was process over results, because people conflate the two all the time. They look at a play or they look at a game plan or they even look at a season and they say, well, the results were this, so it was bad. And I know it sounds like I'm contradicting myself on the meritocracy point, but sometimes the process is bad and the results are good. And sometimes it's the other way around. Last year, the process was bad and the results were bad. So it was just bad all the way around. They're going to have games this year where the process is good and they miss on the execution by just that much and they end up losing. So the result looks bad, but the process is much better. They put themselves in position to win, both on offense and defense. I think more on offense is where people are going to see it. But on defense, you're right. There were breakdowns in the secondary last year. Look, that I'm on record as saying that secondary was tacked together with tape and spackle. It was Jalen Johnson and nobody else. And they got extremely lucky that he didn't get injured because you were starting Kindle Wilder outside.
Who has looked pretty good in preseason this year.
He's looked better in this system, and he actually fits what Eberflus and Allen Williams do with their corners better than what Desai was trying to do with his.
Yeah, stay over the top and tackle.
Yeah, the Bears got lucky that because last year they just didn't have anybody. And then again, there's the whole issue of Nagy and his regime not playing rookies. He plays Thomas Graham at the very end, and Graham looks good. And it's like, why weren't you using him earlier, right? And he wasn't ready in the beginning, but he was probably ready sooner than they played him. And that was the same with Justin and many of the other rookies. And there's a lot of different theories about why that may or may not have happened. But this year, I think the expectations are certainly more clear. You talked about that sort of at the top, that people are being held to account, right? And if you don't perform well in this system, really doesn't matter about draft pedigree, doesn't matter about your contract. You will do what we need you to do, what we ask you to do. You've seen that in Tevin Jenkins' situation as well. Don't care if you think you're a tackle. We're going to put you at guard. That's not a demotion. Like, play guard well and you will play. Play guard poorly, you will not play. And that is a return to sort of respectability that feels a bit like the end of Trestman going to Fox, right? I actually think the ceiling is higher than Fox, but Fox was there to right the ship, and that's what he did. He brought him up to a middle level, and he couldn't really go past that. I get it. But this is that everything was unorganized and people weren't being put in position to succeed. We're seeing people openly quit on the field. Allen Robinson just walked it out and said, I'm not getting hurt for you guys. Can't really blame him, right? We'll see what happens with that. But like, this team is not going to be run that way. This is a different railroad altogether.
Yeah, Herb, welcome back.
Sorry to keep jumping in and out of the broadcast, Bearlissimo. I'm trying to get some technological things worked out over here, so I apologize for jumping in and out. But definitely hearing you and EJ talk good stuff for sure, man. Especially when you talk about Tevin Jenkins, I just got to commend him for the way he's handled this situation. This is a kid who had first-round grades last year, obviously won the second round, but he was projected to be a bookend tackle for a decade. And then just a year later, not only are you not a tackle, but you come into the spring, you're getting demoted behind a fifth-round rookie from Southern Utah. And then right before training camp, they bring in a 10-year vet, pushing you even further down the depth chart. I began to question whether or not he would even make this roster because he seemed like he was the odd man out at the tackle position. And they say, okay, well, if you don't want to be odd man out, kick inside the guard. And to his credit, he kicked inside, and he seems to be doing as well as you would expect for a guy who's playing there, for the first time at this level.
Yeah, it's when we're looking at this, and again, Herb, we're kind of going over the same ground, but it's for the benefit of EJ that we're talking about. And I think about, let's look at the last two transitions between what we had at the Bears in terms of going from Fox to Nagy and then going from Nagy to now. John Fox was very sort of stale in terms of, very disciplinarian, but very stale in terms of offense, run, punt. Yeah, run, punt. And that it's because he didn't have confidence in the quarterback that he was forced to start. Nagy gave him a chance, but the benefit of Nagy in that first season was we had short fields, we were taking the ball away, we were scoring on defense, and we had a good return game. That was the main difference in that first year. After that, the wheels fell off. And you can argue all the way to last year where we're scoring pretty much an NFL low on offense, I believe, 18.6 points per game, lowest in the NFL. Now, on defense, we were giving up near 24 points a game. Now, if you want to be a playoff team, those numbers need to be reversed. If you want to look at top five, you need to be scoring about 24. You need to be conceding 21 or less. That's where you're looking for. You want to be scoring three TDs and a field goal. You want to be conceding no more than 3 TDs. That's the difference. When you look at the way that the competency of not just playing guys because they're playing against their former team this week, not making them a team captain because they're playing against a former team, not having guys playing because they're a vet over someone who has talent, even down to sort of, the whole loafs thing. EJ, you said it with Allen Robinson. How many times did we see? And it wasn't just Allen Robinson. Look at Jimmy Graham last year on some of the plays. Look at some of the other guys on offense. People gave up on the team, but roughly halfway through the season, I reckon they probably gave up on the team. This team is going to fight every game. They're not going to give away the silly penalties. We've seen it in the preseason. Even reserves not giving away silly penalties. It's just so different. So about tomorrow, then, Herb. About tomorrow, EJ. Give me three things that you're encouraged about, 3 things you're concerned about. You can go offense, defense, you can do both. It's up to you.
I will go back to both sides of the ball last year as well. I mean, we saw the loafs on offense, but we saw them on defense. We saw guys catching balls, falling down, getting up and running for touchdowns, right? We saw guys right next to him not putting a hand on them. And so those types of things, those just are not going to be accepted this year. They've been called out in film.
You triggered me again, Herb.
Sorry, man. We saw those things more than once, and that's a team that's kind of mentally, emotionally checked out on you, and that's not going to be the case for this team. And I think that, as much as anything, is going to be worth a few points. You know what I mean? And so I think tomorrow what you're going to see is a team that plays with great effort, both sides of the ball. You're going to see 5, 6, 7 hats getting to the ball on every single snap defensively. And the other 3 or 4 guys are going to be hauling ass trying to get over there, right? You see that with the offensive lineman. Usually on teams that aren't built like this one, you'll see offensive lineman get his block. He gets to his point. Once the ball carries past that point of attack, The offensive lineman's done with the play. He's kind of walking. These guys are 15, 20 yards downfield, picking up the guys, the first person there to pick them up off the ground after they get hit 15, 20 yards down the field. That's about an attitude. That's about a style that they want to be able to play. And that's going to, again, allow them to play a little bit better than maybe their talent would kind of dictate. And so I'm looking for that kind of effort for them. I'm looking for them to take the ball away tomorrow. You're going to be seeing guys punching at that ball constantly. So effort on all three phases. Turnovers, right, from the defense, and ball protection from the offense. Just play smart. Don't do things that put you in bad situations. And I'm starting to sound like flukes with the HITS principle, right? We're talking about hustle, intensity, takeaways, and playing smart, right? That's what they're gonna see. And so that's what they're gonna do, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
EJ.
Yeah, it's pulling things together. I'm looking forward to seeing how the young guys play when the lights come on, because preseason is different. We all know that. 49ers are a well-coached team. They're a very talented team. Yes, they have their own questions at quarterback, but make no mistake, this is an extremely talented roster. The defense on their side, extremely good. D'Amico Ryans, in his first year last year, did what I thought he would do, having watched his collegiate career, his professional career, and now his coaching career. He's got that defense playing much the same way. It's a defense for Alan Williams to look at and say, we want to play like them. They do all that stuff. It's going to be a tough test, and no more vanilla, right? If D'Amico Ryans has exotic blitzes in the bag, if he has rushes, no more, we're going to protect Bosa. It's coming tomorrow, all of it. And it'll be really interesting to see how both sides of the ball respond to that. But like Herb said, you're going to see a team that plays together. That's been obvious. You mentioned it with lack of, I'll say either the addition of discipline or the lack of penalties, same thing. The team playing together on defense, 7 guys to the ball. Every defensive snap is their minimum. And guys not giving up on plays, guys not making business decisions early. You're going to see the opposite. You're going to see hitting. You're going to see them trying to set a tone and deliver a message on both sides. I want to see Justin play smart. I want to see him play within himself and not try and take the game on his shoulders. He's going to want to do that. But I think the coaches, again, you talked about process over results. Are you going through the play the way it's drawn up with the right process and making the right decisions along the way? Look, if it breaks down and it's time for you to run, we want to see that, because you can run. Don't do it too early. Don't not do it too late and try and hang in just because you want to be seen as a passer. So play within yourself, see the team play together with effort, and then, try and contain what is an explosive offense and an explosive defense. They might not win the game. They might surprise, but really it's about holding it together. No long plays on defense. Don't give up those explosive plays to Ayuk down the field. Play the defense the way it's designed. Make sure those breakages don't happen. If that happens, I don't care if they win the game. I want them to win the game, but I don't care if they win the game. If they do all those things and we see the young players make some plays, yeah, Braxton Jones is going to get his welcome to the NFL moment. It's going to happen. They have very good rushers on the 49ers. But is that offensive line going to hold together? Are they going to make some holes? Are they going to move a very talented defensive line off the ball? If they do that stuff, the game's a win regardless of the final score. It's about process over results, especially early.
There's a comment in the chat which I think is very poignant, because when I think back, Herb and EJ, about the game that we saw already this week, on Thursday Night Football.
I was at that one. That was fun.
Where we saw the Rams, a very talented team, on offense and defense, absolutely stacked, against a very talented team on offense and defense, absolutely stacked. Super Bowl from previous years, potentially, that level of teams. The difference between the two for me was you saw from the Bills hustle on every single play. You saw offensive linemen running after people, trying to get a block downfield. The difference was the offensive line for the Rams didn't hold up. Obviously, they were struggling to do a lot of things, but the difference was the coaching level in terms of those position groups, offensive line and defensive line, because of the hustle. And that's, for me, the concern. When I look at the 49ers and I think, yeah, they had a good year last year. They're a good team. They've got some really good players, One of the main threats on offense is not going to be playing tomorrow, it looks like, which is Kittle. Ayuk, for me, is a 50-50 ball if he's uncovered and you're throwing it downfield to him. if it's a deep ball, because he has so many drops. It's unbelievable. There's no one I'm really scared on that offense. I'm certainly not scared of running backs on that team. I'm not scared of QB in terms of him picking people apart. Yeah, you're going to have to stop him from running. The bit that for me on offense, for us, their defense, the area where I'm most concerned isn't on the edge. It's not the tackles, because we've already seen Getsy scheme assistance, your chip releases. I mean, Herb, you've seen it in the preseason. Halfbacks going and chipping the flat and then coming out on a delayed drag, for example, around the back. We've seen wide receivers doing that as well. Chip on an end and then delayed release on a route. We've seen schemes to help the outside. My concern is Javon Kinlaw and Arik Armstead on the interior, because if we have an issue, it's inexperience at right guard with Tevin Jenkins, age with Cody Whitehair, and who knows whether we're getting Lucas Patrick or Sam Mustafa in the middle. Because Javon Kinlaw is a grown-ass man that can throw people around. And, I've played against dudes like that. He gets hold of your shoulder pads, it's over. You're getting ragdolled and you're getting thrown behind. And Arik Armstead is a rare combination of size, strength, and length. When he's on it, is he going to be on it? The linebackers, again, not too worried about their linebackers. Certainly not worried about their secondary, other than Talanoa Hufanga, the safety, because he's a very good player as well. But those are my concerns on offense and defense. Score-wise, what would be good? What would be bad? In terms of what would be good? What are you expecting, Herb?
Yeah, I mean, I like that you talk about, trying to take care of those big boys in the middle, right? But I think that as opposed to just trying to beat them man to man, you got to get those kids moving. You got to get those dudes moving. You got to get them playing all 53 in the third. You got to get those guys kind of moving, laterally to kind of slow them down in terms of getting position up the field. And so I think that's where you kind of utilize some of your screen game, those types of things, tight end screens, bubble screens, get some jets going, get their eyes moving a little bit pre-snap to understand, to keep them off balance about what's coming. I think that's probably going to give the Bears the best opportunity in terms of neutralizing that threat on the interior. You talk about the chips and those things and max protecting and those types of things. It's going to allow the Bears just stay ahead of the chains. I think the Bears have an opportunity to win this game. I certainly are the favorite, but I think they do have an opportunity to win this game if they can play the complementary football that we were talking about earlier, right? If they can do all of those things and you figure out, like EJ was saying, you figure out which unit is playing well today. Is it the defense? Is it the offense? Is special teams keeping us in it? And I think they can do that. And I think I'm looking at this game as being a low scoring game. I think the over under is like 40 and a half or something like that. And I would take the under. I think the Bears need to try and win a game that's somewhere, 21-17, 20. That's where they want to be in terms of trying to win the game. If it turns into a shootout, which I don't expect Trey Lance to come in and win a shootout either. And so I think the defense is going to have to kind of win their side of the ball, and the Bears will have an opportunity. I would say 20-13 is where the Bears would kind of need to be if they want to win. If it gets above 21-24, then it gets a little bit sketchy for the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, EJ.
Yeah, this is not. You gotta play that hits principle against the 49ers offense. You said you're not afraid of the running backs. You might not be afraid of the running back's name. You should always be afraid of the running backs in a Kyle Shanahan attack. Elijah Mitchell is, he's going to have a lot of yards, and if he doesn't, the guy behind him is, and if he doesn't, the guy behind him is. They've gone 4 running backs deep for the last 2 seasons in San Francisco, not skipped a beat. So be afraid more of the system than the player. Elijah Mitchell is a great player, but they can create yards. And if you let them go, if you give them that long lane and they break off a 50, a 60, a 70-yard run, you're going to start to see that score climb. And that's when the Bears' chances of winning is going to go lower. You need to just bottle them up all day, get a lot of haps to the ball, make sure they're not getting those big break plays. And, the 50-50 ball to Ayuk downfield is a legitimate thing. But if he gets one, and he's been tearing up the preseason, I get it. But if he gets one and Mitchell runs off a couple of long ones, it's going to start to look like longer odds for the Bears. So you got to play consistent with a lot of guys to the ball on defense. That's sort of key. And then Justin's got to play within himself, right? Getsy has done a great job. He has shown that he is going to give Justin all the help he needs. We've seen, like you said, tight end chips, wide receiver chips. We've even seen running back chips and out. We've seen motion. We've seen orbit and jet. We've seen all the things on level on defense, running receivers so that they run the defender in front of them off and make a hole he can hit. They're going to need to do all that stuff and stay patient. Don't try and hit the big shot. Don't get frustrated when those big guys in the middle bottle up a couple of middle runs, because they're both horses. Like, Armstead is a beast. I've seen Kinlaw in person. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He is a ridiculous human being. Like, we had bets on whether or not he was 300 pounds before weigh-in, because the way he looks, we said, no way. I was my co-host on Bootleg and I met at that Senior Bowl, and Brett was late that morning. He missed the weigh, and he came in. The first thing he said was, "What do you weigh?" I said, "Go ahead, guess." And he's like, 295. I was like, He's like, 300. I was like, He's like, no way, because he looks like a tight end. He's incredibly long. He's incredibly lean, and he was just in college, he was just a threshing machine. He just lined up and blasted into guys, and he won that way, right? And Chris Kasarik is one of the best position coaches in the NFL, and that's San Francisco's D-line coach. He's got Kinlaw playing with more technique, which is frightening. So those guys are gonna get their wins. They are. Don't give up on it. Start to try and get to the edges again. Find those cracks. You said you're not afraid of the linebackers, and I'm like, you should be. Like, Fred Warner is the best middle linebacker.
He's as good as they get.
all respect to Roquan. I think Roquan's number 2 or 3 in the league. I really do, but Fred Warner's better than Roquan. So they have guys at every level. They're going to make their own plays. Take care of the ball. Don't turn it over. Don't give them big plays when they're on offense, and keep it close, because if you're close, you could win it on special teams. You could win it on a long Justin bomb or a long Justin scramble. Keep it close.
So this is
EJ,
the point.
I like what you said about the consistency.
Got to be there every play.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen preached, and that's what we've seen evidenced in the preseason so far, is consistency. There are very few repeated errors that you see from one game to the next. There are very few back-to-back bad plays. We just haven't seen it, and that's because the coaching is much better. This is the point that I'm making about the sort of the running backs. They're not going to create on their own. They need the offensive line to open it up, same as we do. You need to be able to move that initial, and this is the focus for me. The focus has to be on displacing Kinlaw and Arik Armstead at the defensive tackle position to a wide zone scheme. The reason why the linebackers, why I talk about, and this is again, EJ, because I think you're sounding like you're pretty football savvy to me, so savvy. The reason why I'm sort of talking at this level is because I think you get what I'm talking about. When we're looking at the linebackers, if we can handle that front level 5-on-4, if we can do that and we can displace people, then you always have the threat of Justin Fields pulling the ball and going naked boot on the back. And you have to respect that. And if you don't respect that, it's going to be a long day for you, because there's going to be a lot of it. And behind that, you're going to have floods, and you're going to have delayed releases, and you're going to have drags, and you're going to have mesh, and you're going to have levels. Now, as a linebacker, that's a shit ton to think about. Yeah, well, I mean,
I know. Everything else you said is right, though. It's
the delayed,
people.
The delayed mesh is what we've seen. Off those chip releases, you see the mesh across the middle.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of mesh. That's just me. That's my bias. It's nothing.
I'm just talking inside cross, not mesh as in the play.
Pull people out of the way, see what the hole is, and then, like you said, you gotta respect Justin because he's big enough and he's fast enough.
And if you don't,
bye.
Cole Kmet's got to have a game, guys. Like, Cole Kmet's got to be, he's got to finally become the player that we've always talked about him having the potential to be. He has to be an absolute difference maker for this offense, not only tomorrow, but throughout the season. You talk about those bootlegs and getting Justin on the backside. I think that's going to be effective. I think that's going to be what you need to do to, again, slow down that pass rush and make sure that they're concerned about other things and that they're moving their eyes and a little bit slow with their feet. And so those things are going to help. But when he gets out there, he's got to be able to find Cole Kmet in the middle, either on a seam or on a drag coming across. Cole Kmet's going to have to be critical. And I know we talked about Fred Warner. He's certainly got the ability to come and make impact plays in the running game and the pass game. But you got to get his eyes moving too. You got to get him thinking about jet sweeps and then try and get him going back the other way. You got to get things crossing in front of him and behind him, kind of get him moving and kind of dictate to him what's going to happen within a play. And so the Bears have to understand that their margin for error is her thing. And I think that's what I liked about what EJ was talking about, the consistency. You got to do it every play, because this is a game where the Bears could go out there and play really good defense for 60 snaps. But if you lose 5 snaps, and those 5 snaps are big plays, and one of them's a deep ball to Ayuk, and a couple of them are big gashing runs, 20, 25 here, 30 or 40, even 18. Like, those are the types of plays that are ultimately going to cost you. They don't have that huge margin for error. And so they could play well and not play well enough if they are not consistent every single down. You got to be disciplined, and it's going to be the mental hurdle that's going to matter to them. I think they'll be in this game well into the third and probably into the fourth. Mentally, can you stay in this thing every single snap for 65 plays? And if you can do that, you'll give yourself a chance at the end of the game. I'm excited to see if these young kids, like EJ said, now the lights are on and it's real, the bullets are flying around. Can these young kids mentally stay in it for 4 quarters without blowing the coverage, without missing an assignment that's ultimately going to cost you? This is not going to be a 2-3 score difference in types of the game. It's going to probably be a 1-score game one way or the other, and you never know when that 1 score is going to happen. You got to be focused for 4 quarters.
I'm going to put a position to you both, and I'd like your thoughts on it. Okay, for me, the most important quarter, other than obviously the final score at the very end of the game, the first 7 to 8 minutes of the game tomorrow are going to be huge for this Bears team. And it's for the reasons that you've spoken about. In terms of the offensive line, is Braxton Jones and Tevin going to look like it's too much now? They're seeing guys up front that are real deal starters. Is Getsy going to start outguessing himself in terms of, or is he going to stay to the plan? Are the guys going to stay doing this execution of protecting the ball? They're going to be running hard. They're going to be the timing routes are all going to be on pat. When we're running two 16-yard digs, they're both getting at the landmark at the same time and turning back the correct side on the same time. Are we going to be getting Justin on the move? If we're doing that in the first quarter and we're protecting the ball, and we get, even if we don't get a score in the first drive, fine, okay. If we get a score in the first quarter, I think that's going to be really, really huge for the Bears. Any way we get it, I think a score in the first quarter will be a big difference, because defense, I know that they're going to run the ball. I know Roquan is just super fast. I know Morrow is as quick as Roquan is. The horses behind him, Briscoe, if he's fit, and Kyler Gordon, it's those guys. And again, the health is a massive issue. But your thoughts on the weight of that, let's say, first 2-3 series, both on offense and defense tomorrow?
Go ahead,
AJ, let's get. Oh, okay.
Okay. No, I'll go.
Go, AJ.
I'll go, AJ.
Okay, hit it up, Herb.
EJ, it's you.
Okay,
I'm calling
cool.
it's you.
I got it. No, I'm going to disagree slightly. I think that's a very important section of the game, but we know that that's the script portion of the game. And we've seen some good scripts come out of Nagy. Like, we've seen some good opening or 2 opening drives come out of Nagy. What we never saw was adjustment. We never saw solid adjustment. I'm going to go back to the game that happened on Thursday that I was at, which was Bills Rams. And you saw Buffalo come out and Ken Dorsey taking over for Brian Dable as the offensive coordinator. The first drive, the Bills took it to the Rams. The second drive, they took it to the Rams. Then they changed it up, and things really bogged down for the second part of the first half. My question was, okay, now what's Dorsey going to do? Is he going to come out? And they came out and they reran the script that they opened the game with, and they mashed them again. And that's when they put their foot down and took over the game. I want to see what Getsy can do after the script. I want to see the execution in the script plays. That could be, first 15, 20 plays. I want to see guys with effort. I want to see guys in the right places. I want to see some results, sure, but what I want to see is, okay, after that, now we know what they're doing. They've seen our first volley. Are we going to adjust and start to say, all right, this is what's working well, or no, we got to shift. We got to get more to the outside. They're over pursuing. We're going to go back. That's what I want to see from Getsy. I want to see that ability to really shift and hit them where it hurts. So that's really sort of the second half of the first quarter and into the second quarter, and see what happens then. That's what I'm going to be looking at.
So, Herb.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I lean towards more of what EJ is thinking in terms of how the Bears respond once they get punched in the mouth. Once you get Bosa that wins a rep against the kid, and he maybe gets a sack, or they go out and get a touchdown, or maybe they do have one of those explosives early. How do the Bears respond? Right? How do they go in the tank and say, "Oh, well, we don't got it," or do they come back and keep swinging? I think they have the right mental makeup to come back and keep swinging. But that's what I want to see. I think they'll have a pretty good script. I think Getsy's first 15 will be fine, right? But if they don't work, then what, right? If that defense comes out and they give up a touchdown early, then what? Can you regroup, or do you let one touchdown, one bad series turn into two bad series, right? And so I'm more that first 7-8 minutes, obviously crucial, no doubt about it. But I would be a little bit even more interested in that second 7 or 8 minutes, and how they kind of come back after the game is kind of settled down. After all the fanfare is done, the flyovers, the fireworks, the first game of the season, once all that's done and we're just playing ball, how do they settle into this game, going into the second quarter, coming out of that locker room in the third quarter, the first 5 or 6 minutes of that third quarter? And I think that's going to dictate whether or not they're able to stay in this game deep into the third, going into the fourth, and give themselves a chance at the end. So certainly I'm not disagreeing with you on the importance of the first 7 to 8 minutes, but how they respond thereafter is what I'll be paying attention to.
So, man, for me, that's the validation of what I'm saying in terms of the first quarter as a whole. That first quarter is going to be really important, because you are going to see adjustment in that first quarter. You are going to see that you're going to get unscouted looks on defense that you haven't seen from the 49ers. That's going to happen. You're going to see some sort of stunt that you haven't seen before. That's going to happen. You're going to see a rolled coverage that you haven't seen before. On offense and defense. On their offense, it's going to be a momentum thing that I think helps their offense. If they get a short field and they get an easy score, that's going to be huge, and that's why I say the execution in that first quarter for me is going to be super important tomorrow in that first game of the season, because we have guys in new positions, because we have new wide receivers in terms of the skill set, the actual skill position. Well, I say skill position players; they're all skill position players. But the wide receivers and the running backs and the tight ends, apart from Kmet and Montgomery and Herbert and Fields and Mooney, that's it. Everyone else is new. So at the end of the day, are we going to see the execution at the level we've seen in the preseason? Now, if I'm going to bet money, I'm going to say, yeah, we are. The first series might not go well. Okay, we might be 3-and-out first series. If they get the ball first and we're able to stop them 3-and-out, I think then you see momentum go up for the Bears. Especially, if we get a turnover, I think that will really, really make a difference. That's why I'm saying this first quarter for me, because the defense is not going to give anything up in terms of give up. Yeah, they might give up yards, but they're not going to give up a play. They're going to run, and they're going to run, and they're going to chase, and they're going to harry, and they're going to punch, and they're going to pull at the ball. I'm not worried about that. The offense needs to get momentum early for me. And if they do, then I think we see a Bears victory. If we don't, then we've got to see what we're adjusting. But if we're not moving the guys off the offense on the defensive line, we're going to struggle. It doesn't matter what you adjust to, because if you're not moving those guys,
I think it's the defense too.
You're going to be in trouble.
I think that defense is going to be my bad.
That's good.
No, I was just saying. I think that defense is going to be able to confuse Trey Lance. I think they're going to be able to expose, some of his inconsistencies and some of his weaknesses. I think the defense is going to fly around. They've got to be able to put that kid in uncomfortable positions. They got to be able to get pressure with 4. They got to be able to disguise some coverages, show one thing, roll into something else, kind of force a bad throw. And when those opportunities come, they have to seize them. They can't drop interceptions. They can't have near miss. Oh, I almost had it. No, we need those. We got to have those. And when they come, they got to take advantage of it. I'm looking forward to see Jaquan Brisker. I think he's a kid that's going to be flying all over the field. Never like to see anybody hurt, but if George Kittle is not playing, huge plus for the Bears, right? And so I want to see Jaquan Brisker out there and what he can do. Can he get his hands on the ball? Can Eddie Jackson return to some semblance of his early self. Does Jaquan Brisker and their complementary styles, does that allow Eddie Jackson to kind of get back in center field, be that ball hawk that we've seen him be before? Can Jalen Johnson lock down one of those sides of the field? What does Kyler Gordon look like playing inside in that slot and his quick twitch? All those types of things I'm looking forward to see. I do think that this defense has the tools to make it a tough day for Trey Lance, and I think that's the only chance that they have of coming away victorious, because that defense on the other side is pretty good. The defense is going to have to help the offense out in week 1.
I agree. I think special teams is a big part of that as well. Field position, our return game and our coverage is going to be big. EJ, your thoughts on the value of that?
Yeah, special teams. I'm interested. Sounds like Velas is dinged up, so we might not see him in the return game. But you can't drop one, right? And if you can get one of those crazy plays on special teams where, again, you're hustling, the gunners are hustling, they're getting down there, they're in somebody's face. Did he put his hand up? Didn't he put his hand up? He muffs the ball. You pick it up. That's as good as a deep pass, right? It's the same thing. You just move the ball 45 yards down the field, and now you got it back. So you never know, but those plays come with effort. It's a make your own luck kind of a thing. You have to be there. You have to be hustling. You have to be doing it every play. And then maybe you get one, right? Maybe it's, used to have a coach that said, ball's not round, right? Bounce is funny. And if you get there and it bounces your way, cool. Right. You pick up an extra possession. An extra possession in this game could be really huge. So, yeah, again, all three phases are going to have to be probing for those weaknesses, seeing what they can do. I don't think the pass rush is going to have a great day. 49ers have a great offensive line. They have really talented players. They might get some overloads that work. We'll see how much Al Williams is willing to do with that. So you can't count on a lot of rush. Can you count on confusing a basically rookie quarterback in Trey Lance? Yeah, you can, and you need to. But I don't know that rush is going to be the factor. So again, what else are you going to lean on defense? That doesn't mean give up. That means see if you can shift, see if you can cover, see if you can pound the ball out. My guess is they're probably going to play a lot of zone. They're not going to give him straight man looks. They're going to give him a bunch of rotations. They're going to give him 3 safety drops. They're going to give him all the things to just crowd his vision and try and make him make a choice and sort of tempt him to take off, because he's a great runner, but I don't think that's going to win San Francisco the game. So, and he's going to take hits if he does it. So the Bears, that kind of plays into the Bears' hands. If they drop 8 and say, go ahead, pick a spot, and he doesn't pick a spot and he picks up 4 on a scramble and gets hit, that's a win for the Bears. So it's just about seeing where they get those opportunities, where they can confuse them. If they get a turnover on defense, like you said, George, especially early, if that turns into a score, I don't care if it's pick 6 right away, or even if they just turn it around on a short field, pick up a field goal. Every possession you can take away in a short game or a close game like this, it's all big. So special teams, defense, consistency, finding those weaknesses. That's how they're going to have to play it. Will they win it? Depends on how that non-round ball bounces.
See, this is the thing for me. This room, particularly for the Bears, the running back room, is going to be big for the Bears on Sunday. They need to be. I mean, if David Montgomery comes out like he did in the only time that we've seen him in this preseason, in that kind of form, 6, 7, 8, 14, 25, 30, those kind of runs that we saw early out of him, because he looked mid-season form to me when he came on. We've seen Treston Ebner both out of the backfield and sort of, with his speed ability. Khalil Herbert is a one-cut runner. He's good at it. That's his wheelhouse, is one-cut running. If those guys come out of the gate hot against the 49ers, how do you see it going?
Well, I think that room is as strong as it's been in years. It was pretty strong last year with the addition of Herbert, and you had the backup who was familiar with the Kansas City system, and you had 3 good runners. Ebner in particular is really interesting to me, and if they don't run 2 to 3 Texas routes or angle routes to him this game, I'll be very disappointed. Like I said when he got drafted, if I'm doing one thing with him this year, I'm running him an angle route pretty much every quarter and seeing what happens, because he is really good at that. He's got experience at wide receiver in his past. It shows, and he can beat linebackers, right? So you move him around, you get it so it's not Warner, because Warner's one of the best pass coverage linebackers in the NFL. Get any other linebacker coverage piece on him, run an angle, and make it happen. We saw it in the preseason, right? I was at the Seattle game when the Bears played out here, and they ran an angle out to Ebner.
Touchdown, yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, there it is. That's what you got to do. So even if that's his only contribution is to come in for 4 or 5 plays, play special teams, of course, but come in on offense, sneak him out there, run him in a 2-back set, whatever. I don't care if you line him up tight, move him into the slot and run him, because he can do it from there too.
I think you can give him your Valus Jones package if Valus can't go, because he
about
fits,
half of it.
He fits that, yeah.
Yep, for sure.
I mean,
and so that's his use. But Herbert and Montgomery, complementary runners in a lot of ways. Montgomery's looked really good. He's gotten faster. He's done speed training. He said after his rookie season, look, nobody ever taught me how to run. I was not a track guy. Like, I went and worked with a footwork specialist and got faster. And, you know, Herbert was one of my favorites coming out, definitely underdrafted, showed a lot with the opportunities he got last year. With the switch to more outside zone, that is his roundhouse. He will eat. If they can get a hat on a hat, he's going to get some of those runs. It's going to look a bit like the San Francisco running back, you know, attack in the mirror, and that would be great. So that room is one of the strongest on the team, and yeah, they're going to have good days, all of them.
I mean, I think the fact that we're playing the 49ers, both in terms of offense and defense, first game of the season, it's so ironic for me, because I mean, it's kind of like what we're trying to move towards being is that 49ers offense and defense, you know. And if we come out and we out 49ers, the 49ers in terms of offense and defense, then that's got to be super encouraging for the rest of the season. But again, without sounding, I've seen enough from the preseason from Alan Williams to know that he is going to confuse Trey Lance in terms of coverages. I've seen enough in the preseason, even when, you know, everyone says it's vanilla in the preseason. I've seen rolled coverages, you know, like cover 2 where you got a safety and a cornerback doing your cover 2, and then everyone else is rolling around. I've seen a defensive end bracket a tight end in man when you're running an overload blitz to the other side. So, and it's a disguised overload blitz. That for a guy in preseason that looked shaky, and his head coach was saying, "I wish I had more series with him." Mm-hmm. In the preseason, when it's vanilla, and the starters are not playing, that has to be. If you're a defensive coordinator, Herb, and you hear a head coach of the team that you're playing first, and so they don't have a lot of time to work on it. You got to be licking your lips a little bit, haven't you? I think going at that.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty confident about what this defense is going to be able to do. The Bears are very, very athletic on the back end. They got athletic linebackers that can run, that can get into those passing lanes. I think that's what they're going to try and do. They're going to try and disguise those coverages like EJ was talking about. They're going to be able to, you know, show some man, switch it to zone, or show zone, switch to man, roll some different coverages on him, just confuse him, make him think just a little bit post-snap. I think a lot of these young guys, they get to the point where they can understand what's happening to them. I think this is true of Justin too right now in his development, but I think they get to the point where they understand pre-snap what they want to do. The next challenge in their development is to quickly decipher what happens to them post-snap. And I think early in this season, you're probably going to be able to take advantage of Trey Lance just in terms of disguising things quickly post-snap and get him to throw you one early, and again, set you up for field position, score, get the field goal, whatever it is, still an extra possession away from these guys. And so I think that Alan Williams is definitely going to come in. Coach Eberflus, they're going to put together a plan to attack this young quarterback and not kind of be responsive to him, but dictate to him how this game is going to go. And I think that if they can do that, they have a pretty good chance of again, just giving themselves this season. I don't expect the Bears to blow out many teams. I don't expect them to blow out the 49ers. They got to give themselves a chance late. And if they can confuse this kid, they'll give themselves a chance late. I think they'll have a plan in place to do just that.
I think when you're looking at most games in the NFL are one score, aren't they? The vast majority of games are one score.
Yeah.
And the way you win one score games is by being fundamentally sound in all 3 phases and having a positive turnover ratio. If you do those 2 things, you're giving yourself a much, much higher chance of winning games than if you don't do those things. If you get a positive turnover ratio, all 3 phases are executing and not killing yourself, then you have a chance. Even if the talent level is different, you're giving yourself a chance. And that's the encouraging thing for me with this coaching staff that we've seen so far. That's where I get. And we've got a 49ers fan. You can only stay in 49ers fan that's in the chat. I'm happy for you to stay in the chat, providing you make a donation. On the bottom of the screen there, you see it rolling across. Show that you're a good NFL fan. Neuroclastic are an organisation that support autistic children and adults to make sure that their rights are protected, that they are respected, that they're free from inhumane and torturous treatments, that they're not given medical coshes and things like that. But they also educate the non-verbal, non-speaking autistic people and autistic people who can speak can be equally intelligent, although people don't necessarily see it outwardly looking in. It's only when you find a way to communicate that you're able to show what your intelligence is. And Neuroclastic are fantastic at protecting people's rights. So go ahead and enjoy yourself in the chat and your confidence. We'll see you back on Monday, no doubt, in our chats. 49ers fan, we'll see you back in Monday after the game. You can either rub it in and tell us how bad we are, or we can laugh at you. I'm sure you'll be here for us to laugh at you if we put 30 points plus on you and you're scoring like 10-14. But I'm sure you believe that that's what's going to happen with the 49ers as well. So that's it at 49. You can stay if you're going to make a donation. If not,
George, I want to say to you, man, it's just a really, really great cause that you got going on here, man. I love what you're doing and why you're raising the money and how you're going about it. You brought in nothing but great football people to come in and talk about the game in a real way, high-level football conversations. I got to jump off here in a sec, but I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to have me on to come and talk ball with you guys. It's been an absolute blast. And again, nothing but a major salute to you for what you're doing and the cause that you're raising money for. It's a phenomenal cause, guys. Please give whatever you can, whatever level that you're able to contribute at that level. It is a more than worthy cause. So again, shout out to you, George, for stepping up and doing a really cool thing here today.
I mean, it doesn't happen unless people like yourself come on, Herb. And like I say, what I said at the outset with what you're doing as a reporter with the bigs, but also as a person, the way that you're supporting things and the way you are in yourself and how ready you are just to answer people when they DM you or to speak to you or tweet at you. It really is refreshing to see, Herb, and I really appreciate it. So thanks. You can see Herb's stuff on the bottom. Herb, I really appreciate you spending so much time with me this Saturday morning. So thanks very much, mate. And up the bigs, everyone get on that. If you're Chicago sports centric, then that's where you need to be. Is the bigs cover it all and they do it really well. Herb is just one of a member of a really talented cast of guys there. So get over there, support what they're doing. Herb, I really appreciate it, mate. Thank you.
Pleasure was all mine. Thanks again for having me. EJ, it was fun, man. We'll do it again soon.
Yeah, real soon.
Score prediction, Herb. Let's do the pointless thing. Score prediction before you go. Is this where it factors?
I'll take Bears 20-13. I'm leaning heavily on this defense. I think that the offense will be able to. I think the offense will be able to find a couple touchdowns and a couple field goals. I think the defense will probably limit them to a touchdown scoring affair that goes deep into the fourth.
Thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. So thanks very much, dude. And again, you're a legend in my eyes, mate. So thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Bye, Herb. That was Herb, and we still got EJ on as well. Thanks for being here, mate. I really appreciate it, and it's my first time talking to you. And I've got to say,
yeah, I know that's weird, isn't it? Somebody asked me about that. They're like, "You've done stuff with Bearlissimo, right?" And I was like, "Actually, we haven't." Which is weird because we kick around the same space.
It seems absolutely crazy because I mean, in terms of like I say, that hearing you talk about things, and I think there's a lot of. There's clearly a lot of savvy at your end in terms of understanding the fact you're going to Senior Bowl as well and things like that, and it's clear that this is and as Bears fans, the thing that we seem to love doing, and this doesn't matter whether you come from England, whether you come from Chicago, whether you're West Coast, East Coast, Pacific Islander, you live in Australia, Singapore, doesn't matter where you are, you seem to love having your nuts kicked after having your hopes raised time after time again. And it seems that we do this every single year, but I'm looking at it as objectively as I can, EJ, and my channel is, my whole point of what I'm doing is I'm just trying to elevate the level of conversation. So I'm trying to use the knowledge that I've got of playing, 20 plus years over here, being able and get luckily enough having NFL coaching a couple of times, former USC coach as my coach for a couple of years, playing against former and current NFL players at the end of my career. I've been lucky enough to have that. And I look at the tape, and the tape tells me the stats are great. I mean, they tell you tendencies. They tell you what you can expect in certain times. They tell you where teams like to attack the areas of the field or where they like to run and, what they like to do on defense in terms of tendencies. That's all it shows. It doesn't show you the nuance of the game. The only thing that does is, and execution particularly, is the tape. And it's the only way to really get a true story. Clearly, you're someone that appreciates what you're seeing. The eye test seems to be a big part of it. So when we talk about eye test, one of the things that has been a narrative all off season is the Bears' offensive line is worse than last year. Now, offensive line for me is a mixture of talent and application of scheme. The more you can apply a scheme, the more easier it is to remember that you're not having to remember 600 plays for one. That of those 600, that 560 of them are pass plays, where you're dropping back from shotgun on the same snap count every single play, which the Bears did last year.
Yes, they did, and it was terrible.
When you're going forward from multiple formations behind you, but you're the same formation as an offensive line, all that makes a massive difference, doesn't it? In terms of what you're able to do as an offensive line, and clearly, irrespective of what your history is, and I'm talking Riley Reef, or the college you went to, and I'm talking Braxton Jones, or the position you played in college, Tevin Jenkins. None of that matters. Whether you can do your job at a high level is what is mattering to this offensive scheme. How important is that to you when you're looking at the tape and you're seeing guys that don't really know where they're going, that you're changing the offensive line because, Jermaine Ifedi was a former Seahawks player, and I know he was out the last 2 weeks injured, but let's make him team captain and start right tackle over Larry Borum that's done a good job at right tackle that previous week.
Yeah.
What sort of a difference is that when you're looking at it? Do you see it straight away?
You do and you don't. There's two pieces there. Again, it's process and results. In process, you see better process, right? You're not necessarily going to see better results right away. You'll see some, and what you'll see is a lack of disaster more often. And that is a combination of multiple factors. What Ryan Pace did with the offensive line last year going in terms of his assumptions about what was enough or okay, was negligent. To approach an NFL season where injuries occur, rotations need to happen. Everybody wants to keep the same 5 on the field for all 17 games. Everybody wants that. Very rarely does an entire offensive line unit, almost never, play 100% of the snaps. Things happen. Guys get dinged. It's a rough game. And you've got, 300-pound guys across from you that want to tear your limbs off every game. So it adds up.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know that better than anybody. So, what he did from a personnel standpoint, just before the season even started, the fact that he didn't have a left tackle, that he went and called a guy on a fishing boat who happens to be a Hall of Famer and came in and played at an extremely high level. That's lucky. That's not good process. It's a good result, right? Yeah. You got a very serviceable left tackle for the season, but let's be honest, you got lucky.
Yeah.
And the saying, sometimes better lucky than good, not in this particular case. And the rest of it was a shambles. They were moving people around. They didn't have enough reserves for when people were going to get hurt. And guys that they were counting on were really low-level offensive players to start with. It wasn't a good setup, and it went downhill from there. So when I say lack of disaster, right, one thing that Ryan Poles has done is invest heavily. And people say, well, he didn't draft at the top. That's okay. He still drafted a boatload of offensive linemen. And both you and I know you can get very serviceable offensive line pieces later in the draft, even as UDFAs, again, if they play within the system, if they know their role, if they are not the weakest link, right?
Particularly guard to guard.
You can do it. And they had 19 players coming in after rookie camp to fill out the offensive line. Can you find 5 best out of 19? And then they added 2 more, right? later in the process. So you got 21 guys to pick from. It's not from a lack of resources to go find a decent starting five. Now, the injury to Patrick was unfortunate. It'd be great if he was solidifying a line at center. He's probably not going to be early. He will be later in the season, and we'll get to see it. So again, that's more early. You might not see the results you want, but the process is way better from stacking the roster, from getting guys or trying to move guys and put them in their best spots and then leave them there, not just move them all the time. You see that with Braxton Jones, right? A lot of coaching staffs would have seen Braxton Jones have his flashes and go,
we'll try him over him, right?
We're not going to do that, right? As soon as he put up a string, I would say 10 days worth of, practice and then game tape in the early preseason, that was it. Braxton Jones was starting at left tackle. You could have called him as the starting day left tackle early on because they were like, nope, he's young, but he's big. He's talented. He's great in pass sets. He needs to work in run sets. He's our best LT, and we're going to work around that. And once you start putting those pieces in place, I think they're pretty good at Whitehair. Patrick will eventually be their starting center. His familiarity with Getsy, his ability to play different positions on the line, his ability to call protections and take that off like that's a good solid three. Now, the other two, Borum seems to be settling in at right tackle. We'll see. I hope so. He played well there last year. He had lapses, but they were rookie lapses. I hope he's made that second year jump. It was most fun to dump on the center last year, and it was completely warranted. He looks better he looks better this year.
He is. And I was one of his harshest critics.
He needed to be criticized. He did not play well. He has upped his game. He's made a
jump. Not if you listen to
Olin
Kreutz, but that's his boy, isn't it?
Olin, it is Olin's boy, and he will always, you can say now maybe Olin knew what we didn't, but he was early. He was saying things that weren't matching. Again, to your point, the tape was rugged.
Bad.
And as an offensive lineman, that when things break down around you and you start to try and do one and a half things instead of your one thing,
you can't.
The whole chain goes to hell. That's why I said weakest link is you all have to do your own thing. And when you don't, we saw it in the Rams game, right? Everybody's like, oh, well, it's the running back's fault. No, it's the left guard's fault because he got absolutely blasted. He just got run over.
You got to be assignment sound.
Right. You got to be assignment sound, and you got to win your matchup, right? Whatever your matchup is, you got to know what it is and you got to win it. Those are different things and they're very difficult. But the Bears are in a much better place. They are sorting out their right side. And look, Borum, I think, can hold the right tackle spot. He showed in flashes that he could last year. He's had another year of development. Great. Tevin is young at guard. He is a very physical guy. Yeah. He has been moved around a lot. He's struggled with injury. We have again seen flashes, both good and bad. We have seen awesome. It kind of reminds me of Kyle Long early on, right? Yep. Alignment, assignment, key, and technique. Indeed. But when Kyle Long came in, everybody was like, he's a raging athlete and he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's just mauling people. And he did, and he got much better. Tevin is a different kind of athlete, but similar in that he exerts physical dominance when he gets his sights set to the right place. It's that targeting mechanism at guard, which is very different than tackle. You know this. Everything happens instantly at guard. People are on you immediately, and the initial placement of hands.
They're not always where you first saw them either.
No, and they're there fast. You're playing in a lot less space, which is good for some people. For other people, it doesn't work. So it is a big shift. But when he gets his sights set on that alignment and assignment piece, he can dominate people physically. But when he doesn't, he's going off in the wrong direction twice as fast because he's big and he's strong, right? So it's about getting that targeting computer aligned for guard, which is a big shift from tackle, and then using all those gifts, which I don't think when he's healthy, anybody's going to argue about Tevin Jenkins' physical gifts. Big guy, really strong, plays with good leverage, needs a little bit of work on hand placement at guard. But again, those are coaching things. That's not like, he doesn't have it. So if they dial that in left to right, Jones, Whitehair, Patrick when he comes back healthy, Tevin or whoever, because again, they have a whole host of reserves that can slot in at right guard if it's not going to be Tevin, and then Borum settling in at right tackle. I think you're going to see stability and lack of disaster. And that's huge, especially for Justin, not to just be like, okay, where's the free rusher coming from every play? Because that's not how to run a railroad or an offense. So once they settle in on the O-line, whatever that looks like on the right side, I think left is pretty well set. You're going to see a different, more patient, more calm offense that can execute more concepts, frankly, because you're going to have more time.
Yeah, I mean, you've pointed out several concepts there for me that are really important. And the thing with Tevin Jenkins, for me, and I had this debate on another forum with another platform that we're no longer on good terms with, but it seems that way.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah, and the argument was about Tevin Jenkins and was he a left tackle? And for me, he never was. Going forwards, I have no issues with Tevin Jenkins. Moving forwards in the run game, no problem whatsoever, because he's able to maul people. Once he gets his hands on you, it's not going to be good for you. In pass sets, he showed really good hand usage to bait moves. So he'd flash, bait a move, counter, pull his hands back, fire. And then again, it's about that strength of his punch. His punch is really, really good, really strong. He gets that punch on target. It's great. My concern with the transition to guard, physically much better suited for him as a physical makeup, and also in wanting to smash people every play. My concern, and it showed up a couple of times in preseason, he's a bit dog seeing chasing cars at times.
Yep.
He's eye discipline. Like, I want to go hit him. It's like, yeah, fine, but okay, you need to be coming back with Larry. Because if not, we're creating a divorce between the two, and that makes an inside move. Or even if you're getting a late stunt, which actually happened on one set, I'm sure you know the play that I'm talking about. Where there was a late twist. He was still on the line of scrimmage and like head down with the guard, and Larry was 5 yards back, and there was a huge gap. And people put that on Larry, and I was like, well, no, Larry's in his pass set doing his job, and Tevin's on the line of scrimmage still, and completely divorced from the tackle. So, like you say, the key thing for me is all of that is fixable easily with coaching. You just say, stay in your lane, stay your assignments. You don't need to worry about over there unless you're completely free. In which case, you check center. You put your hand on your center first, and you look right. You look to the outside. So that's what you do. You help your physical hand on the center. You look to the right, and that's what you do every single pass set. Once that's drilled into him, once he's drilled into him on your pass sets, you can't be as chest up. You need to be ass back and shoulders down with chest up. You can't just be chest up and kick sliding. It doesn't work on the interior. You're going to get run over. But his ability to reset and anchor after receiving a bull rush is exemplary. And that really gives me, it gives me real encouragement for that interior of the offensive line. Again, we need to see what Lucas Patrick. I've seen his tape at Green Bay, and it looks encouraging. And he's another guy that likes to get after people, but his assignment sound. And that's the thing for me is I'm not worried about Larry's pass sets, very good pass sets. I'm concerned about that divorce between guard and tackle and inside counters. That's in terms of pass rush, if I'm coaching, that's why I'm saying, okay, guys, we can't get divorced. Larry, you're going to have to post step back inside. So you're going to have to go back towards the line of scrimmage in your pass set if they're trying to do an inside counter. You can't just keep conceding. You're going to have to at some point stand up and push. That's the only side for me. But apart from that, if that offensive line gets that is a really encouraging place to be in terms of running and passing for Fields. There was a play, EJ, that last game of the season against Cleveland Browns, second series. After we've done we've had the first down caught hold, and then we've converted that one. There was a wide zone action to the left side. So David Montgomery is behind Kerry Blasingame, and there's a tight end Griffin over that side. Not Griffin, sorry. It was Cole Kmet who's over that side, play side, and it's to the boundary side. Fields wide out. Over there is Darnell Mooney to the field side, and we run basically what looks like a stretch zone behind Blasingame to Montgomery. Nice play action. It might have been Khalil Herbert actually. I think it was the running back. Anyway, stretch action, naked boot, And then as Justin's booting over, all the linebackers, most of the defensive backs, everyone else chasing that side of the field. We've only got 3 players over there. We've got Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet, and Justin Fields. And Justin takes the right option. He throws it to Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet turns around, gets first down. On the backside of that play, we are 8 versus 3 for a throwback. Thinking about that one play for me that's in one play. It's the essence of where the Bears' offense is a threat, even with the players that we have. Because first, if you don't get David Montgomery or Khalil Herbert at that first line, that defensive line, if you don't get something on them, it's going to be at least 6 yards. At least six yards, because they're going to be able to get at least 2 after you make contact, both of those guys. So if you're not filling that, you're in trouble. Okay, now we've got a boot. Now we've got the problem of Justin Fields out running in front of you. So okay, do I go up? Do I not go up? Do I cover? Where am I covering? What's behind me? Oh God, I've taken my eyes off Justin Fields. Where is he now? Again, this is in the defense. All of these things are open, but then when you have that, and then you've got a throwback back to 8 versus 3, that's a problem. And this is the thing for me is that yes, the wide receivers, we haven't got Nook, we haven't got the top 5 wide receivers in the league. We've got a very good wide receiver in Darnell Mooney, and we've got a decent tight end. But Fields has already shown that he's able to spread the ball out, and the number of receivers that we hit in the preseason, there was 11 different receivers on 4 drives, was it? I think
he's not a guy that locks on. He is a guy that will find open guys, and that might be the 4th guy. And there are some veterans in the league who won't go past 3 typically. So he is a guy that can make use of, hey, the 4th guy happened to win his route against the 4th corner or the 3rd safety. Like, I'm going to hit him because he's open.
Yeah. So this comment here. Where do you think we're going? I mean, for me, it's only Patrick. It's only whether Patrick is able to start.
I think Patrick goes guard. He hasn't snapped with cast on his hand. I don't think you probably ask him to do it, and he does have positional flexibility. He started at both center and guard in Green Bay, so Mustipher's playing okay, and I know that's a really hard thing. It's a hard thing for me to say. It's a hard thing for Bears fans to hear, because if you are just looking at last year's tape,
I agree.
He didn't play well, but he's played better. So is he going to hold it? Like, it's an extremely hard thing to say starting versus the 49ers, because it's not in the preseason game. Like, you got Kinlaw in there. Like, but I think for familiarity's sake, because look, every play starts. Center handles the ball every offensive play. Center quarterback exchange. Do we want to mess with that? And the answer is no, because if you have snapping problems on a team, that's it. We've seen it. When Whitehair was at center, he had snapping problems, right? We've had other centers with snapping problems.
Mustafa last year had
you can't start plays with snapping problems, because everything else we're talking about happens after that. So keep the most confident exchange going. If that's Mustipher to Fields because they have time together, just do that. I think Patrick, if he's comfortable with the hand in the cast at guard, is probably fine. Again, it's going to be a long day. Like, the 49ers aren't going to make it easy on people playing on the interior on the offensive line. Borum at right tackle, Whitehair, and Jones. Probably what I would do. Again, I'm not in that room. I don't know how comfortable Patrick is with leveraging that hand against, again, 300-pound monsters that want to tear it off him. We'll see, but
that's my concern with no preseason and only 1 week of practice. Is if he's not ready to snap the ball, he's not playing for me. But this week, not this week, because I don't want him. Because it's going to be detrimental to Tevin to take Tevin out. It's going to be bad for his confidence.
Well, half and half. I'll flip the card on you. If you put Tevin at right, and I understand your reasoning, and I don't think it's wrong. If you put Tevin at right, this particular defense, D'Amico Ryans is going to eat Tevin because of the eye discipline we talked about.
Yeah.
You think bad for his confidence is sitting on the bench. Bad for his confidence is giving up 3 sacks and a bunch of pressures and ending up on his face because he got out leveraged.
But then I'm not confident in putting Patrick there with no live action.
It's a sort of veteran experience with less physical gifts versus rookie who's still working on eyes and targeting with lots of physical gifts. And look, he'll win some because he'll get his hands on people. And we both know if he gets his hands on people, he's got as good a chance as any. I love that pancake in the preseason where the guy leaned and he just flattened him. He was like, go ahead.
Just
the
pressed him
problem
into
is
the floor.
Yeah, he did. But the problem is, like, later in that same game, it was him. He overleaned and ended up on his face, and the defensive lineman did the same to him. So you can take the highlights without the other highlights. It's kind of like what you said about stats earlier. If you look at that tape, again, some big highlight wins, some big highlight, getting to the second level and getting on linebackers. But again, if you know what you're looking for, creating a big gap between himself and the center by, again, reaching when he should have been retreating, or just going too far, going for the right guy, going too far for the right guy. It's all those little things that keep you in unison, which is so important for the offensive line. So it's a toss-up for the starting five for the first week. There's a gamble either way. That I don't think there's a right answer. We'll see what their answer is. But it's going to be a long day. Like, the 49ers defensive line in general is really talented, like top 10 in the NFL talented. So
if they're all on it, definitely. I think again, depth wise is going to be a struggle.
Oh, the depth. No, I'm talking starters, right? Depth
no,
is a little bit thinner,
starting four is incredible.
Is
They've
way up there.
spent a hell of a lot of resource on it as well, though.
It's for sure.
So you would expect it to be, but one of the things that, in terms, again, talking about resource, and I'm fairly confident. If I asked you if you saw much of Alex Leatherwood's tape at Bama, I'm guessing yes.
Oh, yes.
Is okay. So Bama's scheme, is it power or is it zone, as in wide, generally speaking, wide zone, but with RPO?
They when Leatherwood was there, or last year?
Leatherwood at left tackle, not last year. When he was there,
last year was a weird Bama line.
Winning the Outland Trophy, by the way. But
yeah, no. So the thing with Leatherwood, I would say it was everything's a mix, but they played more power, and with Leatherwood, people say his feet are slow, and it's not true. Like, Leatherwood's feet are good. Leatherwood's hands. There's a great piece. Do you follow Ted Wen? He's a FB film analysis. He also does Raiders coverage for The Athletic. So Ted did a piece specifically on Leatherwood.
Yeah.
And he did it with Mitchell Schwartz. He got Mitchell Schwartz to come in and watch Leatherwood tape with him.
I love it, right tackle, by the way.
Right. And they picked apart Leatherwood's tape. And what they said, because both of those guys know a hell of a lot more about O-line play than I do. One thing that I always disagreed with from an athletic perspective, when people said Leatherwood was slow of foot, he was heavy footed. Even me could say, no, his feet move. He can keep up. Both Mitchell and Ted pointed to the fact that Leatherwood's biggest problem, it's funny, this is sort of game within a game stuff. So if we're boring us, let us know. But when you're talking about offensive line,
this is my wheelhouse, EJ.
I know. No, I'm not boring you, but anyways, want to keep people here, want to keep people donating to the stream because it's a great cause. But
thank you.
Yeah, the offensive line plays five together. They have to play five together. They're a little bit different than any other unit on the football team. Even the defensive line doesn't necessarily have to play the same way as a unit. An offensive lineman individually has to play together within himself. And you talked about progression, about system, about technique.
Dogs chasing cars again.
Right. But this is dogs chasing cars within yourself. It's kind of like a baseball hitter and their swing falling apart, right? If your hips aren't right, your feet won't be right, your hands won't be right, your eyes won't be right, right? It kind of goes up the chain. It's the same with an offensive lineman, and both Mitchell Schwartz and Ted pointed to hands falling apart for Leatherwood, mostly in angle. When he shot his hands, he was shooting his hands low. And if his hands got defeated, then everything else went bad. Upper body balance, he would lean and he would get beat. His hips would be turned the wrong way. It all fell apart from strike, right? Strike wasn't bad. It's not that he doesn't have long arms or that he doesn't have power. He has both. But it was typically on the reps where he got beat badly, too low, was defeated early, and then he played catch up for the rest of the rep, right?
Yeah.
And so it's about, again, playing playing in concert within yourself. So they're like, look, it's not his feet. His feet have it, like, but it's about mating feet and hands. We know that's what creates power in offensive line. And in their mind, it's really about what creates confidence, right? If your first meeting with the enemy gets defeated quickly, you're on your back foot, to pull a boxing term, right? You're not leading. You're not on your front foot and attacking the way you should be. So he would attack, it would be defeated, and down he goes. So really all the rushes that fell apart for him were like punch location and angle, not even timing or length or power, just like his hands got defeated because he would come off too low. Mitchell's like, he's got to get that up into the chest plate, right? And right now he's sort of pushing at the numbers, and then that, you know, when those hands get knocked down, it pulls him forward, then he's off balance, the whole bit. So there's a lot of potential there. He's also apparently, and again, I haven't had the benefit of talking to him directly or coaches that have coached him directly. He's apparently a very cerebral guy. He is a very smart cookie. Yeah. And there are, you know, this from playing in the offensive line community, there are different kinds of offensive line coaches. There's caveman offensive line coaches, rah, rah, go beat them up. And there are guys that are complete technicians that really want to talk about every level of the game and how they link within yourself and the line. He's going to need one of those. He's going to need somebody that can tell him the why for all the pieces and how they hook together. Then he's going to process that mentally. Then he's going to be able to do it physically. If he just gets a yeller, right, that's just out there slapping at the back of his arms going, do the other.
See, I've got the benefit of a little bit of inside information on Coach Morgan.
Well, there you go.
So Coach Morgan in a group is the rah-rah, let's go out and smash them and kill them, put them in the ground. Yeah, hustle, let's get there. Yeah. Very much effort. When he pulls you side to side, one-on-one, it's the technique, it's the nuance, it's one thing at a time. That's what you're doing. This is what you need to do. That's what you do. And the guy that is with him, the assistant O-line coach, is from the Raiders.
They knew what they were getting.
Yeah. So they know what they're getting. And the thing is for me, for Leatherwood, what you said about what Mitchell Schwartz said and the TED that you spoke about.
Yeah.
For me, some of that smacks of actually eyes, starting with the eyes, in terms of location and being able to, and again, some guys, it's like you put them on a chalkboard and you tell them about the technique, particularly, you know, guys who are intelligent can converse about it. They can say, well, if that happens, I'm going to do this, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Put them on the line, and then you get people moving around, and then you get fast action, and then you're getting someone smacking you in the mouth. All of a sudden, it all turns to shit.
Yep.
And it's some of that is a case of motivation. Again, it's between the ears. Some of it's you've got to get a guy pissed off, but within control.
Yep.
And if you do that when they're pissed off and they're within control, then that adrenaline's going, but they're playing under control. That's when you get the best out of them. And I think some of it is a demeanor thing. From what I've seen, he sounds very you hear him in interviews, ho hum, oh yeah, okay, yeah, well, soft spoken. Yeah, but on the field, you want him to turn into a nasty.
Yep.
And it's a question of whether that's and knowing how to motivate him. And that's the thing for me. He, in terms of technique, when he gets it right, Outland Trophy winner. When he gets it wrong, he's kind of doing that thing. Where, he's thinking too much. He's not in his technique. He's not playing within his base. He's reaching. His hands go stale. That's the bad side of it. It's a confidence thing and a motivation thing. And you get those two things up, and your confidence and motivation, you get those two things up, and you've got the best of what you've got as in terms of clay. You've formed it into a piece, and that's the thing for me, is that he has everything that you want to see in an offensive tackle. You know, great movement skill, good length, really good length, rare length.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Huge hands, and do you know how to motivate him? Do you know how to get his confidence up? That man management side of things with Getsy, with Janoko, with Morgan, with the assistant O-line coach, that's the key for me with getting the most out of a Leatherwood. If you do, you have added yourself that first round offensive tackle, and he looks
it's a huge win. Huge win if they do, because people are like, whoa, he's locked in at guaranteed 5.5. I'm like, yeah. And mid-level right tackles are getting 9.7. Yeah, Chris. The other funny thing is, the other Raiders assistant they brought over worked with Morrow. He's a linebackers guy. So when they got Morrow, they knew exactly who they were getting, because he was with him 2 years ago, and then he was D-line for the Raiders last year, and he came over to work under Alan Richards. And so when they went out and got Morrow in free agency, it was like, why Morrow? Because they know exactly who Morrow is and how far he's progressed coming from being a safety. So it's things like that that fascinate us. And when we did our divisional preview series over the summer at Bootleg, we talked about notable coaches for a reason, and it's those connections. Came from a system, worked with a player, developed this talent in college, right? Whatever it is, and coaches bring that total experience. So yeah, I'm excited about the offensive line practice. I think Leatherwood is a safe bet. It's what a team in the Bears position should do, right? Somebody gives up on somebody, and you grab them and say, "Can I get it right?" And if I can't, it's low risk.
1.7 million a year, it's literally zero risk, and you have that 5th-year option if he does turn out to be the dude. So it's really good stuff. I'm gonna start drawing the stream to a close, because I've been on for over 4 hours, and I think it's, again, when you look at the coaching, when you look at the acquisition of players, when you look at the commitment to putting those guys in a position to show the best of themselves, when you use the process to dictate how that goes and how that looks, as Getsy has done, clearly, as the defensive side of the guys, they've brought over guys within that culture who know that defense to be, one at defensive line, one at linebacker, one at, it's not without foresight and planning that all of this has happened. Everything feels very deliberate to me in terms of every single move that has happened so far. And when you see the improvement between game 1 of the preseason to game 3 of the preseason that we've seen, and the lack of errors and the lack of, complete mess ups, the only thing is, does pressure crack the diamond, or does it form it? Does it crack it, or does it form it? And that's the thing for me, is that we're going to see it. And again, harking back to that first quarter thing for me, first quarter of the season for me, that's why I think we will see whether that's going to be the case. And if they look calm, even if we go 3-0 on that first series, if they look calm, I'm okay with that. I think we're going to be okay going forward. And again, what you said about adjustments.
Crack it. Yeah, because we talked about process, and the one thing, it's for everything. Process for who they brought in, coaches and players. Process for how they put those players in positions and tried them out in terms of the offensive line. We talk about process and process and process. I think when you hit adversity, and you said it, and it happens to every team, there will be injuries, there will be 3 and outs, there'll be bad turnovers, there'll be pick sixes. It's back to process. And the thing that this staff seems to be doing well, and this is both from them saying it, which you can always take with a grain of salt, and then players sort of repeating it, is the expectations. Yeah, the expectations of what the coaches expect from the players is really, really clear. And both sides have said that. So when you have that in place, and you can go back and say, yeah, terrible things happened, we got our ass kicked, here's how we got it kicked, we expected you to be here and you weren't, that's on you. Then you can fix it. Then you're not going to crack. And it's not finger pointing. But I thought, no. We were very clear. We're going to continue to be very clear. The next time this happens, this is yours. You need to be here. And if you're not, we're going to find a guy that is, and they're going to be here in the film room, not you. Ready? Go. And when you have that clarity and process, you're going to be able to survive those bad things that are eventually going to happen and work on fixing them, right? This is where it broke. We need you here. We expected this. This was clearly laid out. This is not a, why didn't you get that? It's a, we expected you to get it. You didn't get it. Why didn't you get it? Fix it next time, or else then that system, that process survives those licks, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually just had a message from a guest that we were planning to have on from the start, EJ, that's made me say, okay, I'm going to go another half.
Okay, you hang, I'll go.
Are you all done, or do you want, it's Doug Farrar is coming on?
Oh, well, I know Doug, so I should hang out and I should be nice for a little bit. Doug and I go way back. He was extremely nice to me when I was an absolute nobody. Doug has always given me the time of day, and I will always, always, always be thankful. Plus, he's a tremendous author and a great analyst, and he's got great taste in music too. So I'll hang.
He's also someone who's says it exactly like it is, and he's legit smart when it comes to sort of knowing what he's looking
Yes,
at.
he is.
So he's going to be coming on in a couple of minutes. He's just got back. His cat's okay, which is the reason why he wasn't.
Good. No, I will hang to say hi to Doug, because Doug's been tremendous to me. He's been great to folks I know, like Mark Schofield, who actually worked with Doug for the last few years and just got a new gig.
I love Mark. I love Matt Waldman.
Oh, Matt's great too. You're hitting all the highlights here. See, it's amazing that we haven't done stuff together in the past just because of all the similar people we know.
Do you know what? I feel the bromance going on as well, because I mean, I'm really enjoying speaking to you, EJ. I think
we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Yeah,
it's we're gonna do it again.
Typically, I don't do these type of streams, and what I tend to do is I'm a tape dude, so I'll go off the all 22 and I break it down. I say, okay, this is what you need to look at. This is what he did right. This is what he did wrong, and that's kind of where I am. So I am definitely going to start listening to your stuff and making sure that I am subscribed. And as you can see at the bottom there, it tells you exactly if you want to go ahead and do that and support our good friend EJ that we've now made best friends for life.
Yeah, new BFF.
It's all down there at the bottom. So, and Windy City Gridiron is the other place where it goes. So, yeah, thank you, Rage, and I really appreciate your content. And obviously, Jordan's a big fan. Jordan's a good guy as well. Thank you, Jordan, and thanks for dropping in, mate. We've got Doug coming on very, very shortly. So, I saw you roll your eyes a little bit when Herb gave his score prediction, and I haven't pressed yet.
Yeah, no, I'd score predictions in general. I more roll my eyes at score predictions in general, because the NFL.
You know I'm going to make you do it though.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, everybody loves it. It's like grading a draft the day after the draft, right? Everybody wants the grades. They don't mean anything, but everybody wants it, and a million clicks happen. So, score prediction.
So let's go for the spread is plus 5.5. For Bears to cover. Do you think the Bears cover, first of all? Are we within
5.5? Yes. I think Trey Lance's first start, and our 49ers fan that was here earlier said, "Oh, you're counting on Trey Lance getting confused," and laughing emoji. Yeah. He didn't see enough last year to not be confused. He is still a first-year quarterback in terms of reps, and he was the least experienced quarterback in that class coming out. He had 1 year of starting experience, 1 year in a game. It's a reps thing, and we talked about it with Tevin, right? Tevin's going to need those reps to see them and have the coaches do exactly that. Sit him down and go, this is where you shouldn't have gone. This is where your eyes went. Tell me what you were thinking. Don't do that, because look what happened. You didn't know that, but now you do. Fix it. And Trey Lance is going to have the same thing, right? He's a very smart guy. He's a great leader. He's physically incredibly talented, but he hasn't seen everything yet. He certainly hasn't seen everything in the NFL yet. He is not that guy. So am I counting on Trey Lance getting confused? Oh yeah, I certainly am. And he's going to be. And it's nothing against Trey Lance. It's how they all learn. You look at any quarterback's rookie year. I don't care how good, like Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's rookie year was record setting. It was unbelievable. Look at it in balance. It's not a great year for a quarterback, right? Yeah. In terms of how the team did. Like, he was amazing and, one of the best ever by numbers. And he, it's not an amazing year because he has to learn all that stuff. There's just too much to get in when you haven't had the reps in the NFL. It's very different. So is Trey Lance going to be confused? Yeah. Is he still going to make some plays? Yeah. We'll see what the balance is.
So over under 43.5. Where are you going on that?
Ooh, I'm gonna say under. I'm not super confident there, but I'll say under by a hair. We're probably not going to see either offense like light it up out of the gate and really get on it. So that speaks to the under, but then again, you get something like a pick six or a defensive score, it could easily be 3 over.
Yeah, I mean that's the one I'm less confident of. But looking at the weather, looking at on balance, Bears offense. I know this sounds crazy, but the only way I see it is if there's an offensive explosion from the Bears, because I think we're going to be taking. If it's a close game, I think time of possession is going to be huge. Run game is going to be huge. It's going to keep the scoring down anyway. But when you factor in what we're allegedly going to be like, and the man's arrived. He's in the green room, and I'm sure he can hear me, but I can hear him, and he's waving at me. But he's here, and Doug, we've got someone that you know as well in the background. I'm talking just to Doug now. I think the weather is going to be a big factor in that. So adding him in, here he is, the man himself, the myth, legend, Doug Farrar. Absolutely.
Well, I'm a man, but the other two things I don't know about that.
also owner of fantastic band T-shirts.
Yeah.
So
he is repping Lemmy. Let's do it.
We are Motorhead, and we play rock and roll. Truer words have never been spoken.
Absolutely, it's you win some, you lose some. It's all game to me. But there we go. Doug, thank you first of all for coming on. I think it's as good a time as any just to basically to say the reason why we are here today. Chopping it up for charity, and you can give any dollar amount at all. It doesn't have to be a large donation. Any amount helps. Neuroclastic are a non-profit that are autistic-led. They are champions of people who should be respected and given rights and protected, but are instead very often, sadly, abused. One such case recently that Neuroclastic actually even received a cease and desist letter and legal threats and still stood up to them was the Judge Rotenberg Centre, who to this day still use electric shock therapies. Just to let you know what that means, if a child, and they are children, does not comply to their requests, they are given an electric shock to their skin directly that is up to 18 times the strength of a taser that the police use to take people down. So that's the type of things that can happen. Medical koshes very often are applied to autistic people when they are in crisis, and that's children as well. And very often they're separated from friends, family, and support networks, put in somewhere completely new with different people every single day they don't know or trust, when routine is the most important thing very often to an autistic person, controlling the environment around them. Neuroclastic, a website and on Twitter and on all the different social medias, they are out there to try and help educate that even non-speaking autistic people can be incredibly intelligent, like you or I, and also they deserve a chance for their voices, so to speak, should be heard, and they should be respected. So that's the reason why I'm doing this stream today. They really do fantastic work. If you want to learn anything about autism, learn it from autistic people that can tell you the lived experience, because there's no one that tells you what the experience is like someone who's actually in that situation. So, follow Neuroclastic if you want to learn more. Go to their website, but most importantly, just help them carry on what they're doing. They're not able to carry on unless people are able to support them. So if it's $1, if it's 10, if it's 100, if it's 1,000, whatever you're able to afford, please consider donating to Neuroclastic. So with that said, Doug, we've covered an awful lot of ground. I'm actually 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream right now. So we've had Larry.
It's a crucial cause, and I know a personal issue for you, and thank you for bringing attention to it.
No. Well, thank you for supporting and coming on to join in. I'm glad your cat's okay. They're always good on that side of things.
Well, he wants to be the neighborhood bully, and occasionally he gets
well, cats, generally speaking, tend to be, especially domestic cats. They tend to think they're bigger than they are sometimes, and it's one of those things. But we've had Larry Borham's mum on. We've had all sorts of different Bears content providers, and we've had very similar themes as well, Doug. And a lot of the narratives, and particularly national, and I'm sure you're aware and you've seen a lot of the stuff that's been talked about, doesn't seem to marry up to what we're actually seeing in terms of Ryan Poles and what he's done in terms of bringing in coaches that are holding people to account, that are scheme savvy, that are teaching people really well. And the evidence is in what we've seen even in the preseason. A team that's had less penalties than they've created turnovers. So they've had a higher turnover ratio than they've had penalties in the preseason, which is, as I said earlier, it's as rare as rocking horse shit. You just don't find it that teams create more turnovers than they have penalties in the preseason. Even on punt and kickoff teams, you expect more than that, but we just haven't seen it. That to me speaks of good coaching. And when we compare that, Doug, with last year, with Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, getting rid of the only experienced offensive tackle to start the season with, so Leno went, we cut him at a cost of $14 million. Then we tried to put Tevin Jenkins, who was already injured, into left tackle. Then we had to phone up Jason Peters off his fishing boat. Now, obviously, offensive tackle for the Cowboys. It really was a bit of a shit show, Doug, if you don't mind me getting all sort of poetic on you.
If we're talking about Matt Nagy's shit show is going to come up. The Bears have never – we have George Halas for like 87 years as your head coach, owner, major domo. They've never fired a coach in season. Last year should have been the trend breaker there, because I wrote at length about and I will maintain, I don't know the Bears. I'm not at Halas Hall. I don't speak to people. I maintain that Matt Nagy did not want Justin Fields. I don't know who dropped the hammer on that pick, and I like Justin Fields at Ohio State. I thought he was, interesting quarterback. I have never in my life seen an offensive mastermind, since we're doing this a lot today, go out of his way to refuse to put a plan together that was beneficial for his quarterback. I mean, Darnell Mooney says in the preseason, and I know you guys saw this, we're finally working on scramble drills. Fields was the the most efficient quarterback in the NFL last year when running boot action. And Andy Dalton had more boot action attempts than Fields did. So when we're talking about Nagy, anything is an upgrade. So Luke Getsy comes from the Packer system and all that. And I've written stuff about how Getsy can, it's RPO, it's boot. It's not unlike what Getsy was helping Aaron Rodgers to do, how he helped Jordan Love develop, that sort of thing. The standard drop back pass game, especially when you're an inexperienced quarterback and it takes you an extra tick in your head to read everything. And I to riff on Fields for a second, I remember people saying, well, he's so deliberate. He reads too slow. You have to look at the playbook. Ohio State's playbook is packed with option routes. You guys know how option routes are. You have to wait for the option route. If it's two-way go, I have to go this way, I have to go that way. Well, Ohio State was running like second and third level option routes off of RPOs. It takes X amount of time for the guy to run that 12-yard whatever, go in a straight line, 12 yards vertically, and then cornerback's doing this, safety's doing this, I do this. That takes an extra second. So deliberate was really in the structure of the offense. So he comes into this thing and Tevin Jenkins, I thought, was a guard. He just looked like a guard to me. He's not agile. He's not mobile. He doesn't have any sort of kick step potential. And, make him a guard, make him a gap, mauler dude. I think he's fine with that. Anything else? Kind of mystery meat. And mystery meat is, I did a burning question for every NFL team piece last week. And this is part of the national narrative. So I guess I have to pile on. How can Justin Fields develop with so little help? And outside of David Montgomery and Mooney, who's I think a good B receiver when he's healthy, Velus Jones has shown some potential. Injury issues, I don't know. But this is a rebuild from the studs. They have to start with the culture, then they have to get the talent. And, this is not an immediate thing. It takes a couple, 3 years. What you hope with Fields is that he's not ruined by it. Because he already had that one, it was like Jared Goff when, Jeff Fisher's offensive coordinator in 2016. Rob Boris did everything he could to ruin Jared Goff. And so Goff gets McVay, and McVay, the first thing McVay says is, I'm going to tell you one thing, and I promise this is true. Your first read is always going to be open. I will scheme your first read open 90% of the time, and it will save your ass. And that's exactly what happened. So I think that's what Getsy has to do. As far as the offense overall, I mean, they just they took on Alex Leatherwood's rookie deal. Alex Leatherwood led the NFL in pressures allowed last year. He led the NFL this preseason in pressures allowed, so he's consistent. That's another guy he has to be rebuilt from the studs. And I'm in Seattle, so I know that when you hire Tom Cable to put your offensive line, because Tom doesn't just he wants to buy the groceries, and he's a guy who, if you give someone $100 and they get really, really stoned and they come back with gummy bears when you wanted a whole dinner, that's kind of Tom Cable. He doesn't do that well. So Leatherwood was a first-round pick. He was my 10th ranked offensive tackle in his class. I gave him like a 4th-round grade. So now they have him. That kind of tells you just overall. So, I know the national story is, how does Fields work with he doesn't have an A receiver. David Montgomery is a good running back. The offensive line is a question. Who are his 3rd and 4th targets? Things like that. The best thing I think Luke Getsy can do is just do what McVay did for Goff in 2017. You're not going to have everything you want, but you're going to have the one thing you need, which is a first read open structure. And we are going to boot it out more. We are going to at least tailor the offense to the things that you do well and start there. And I think you should see a marked improvement in efficiency from Fields just in that regard alone, that he doesn't have a coach and an offensive shot caller who's actively working against him. It was one of the damnedest things I've ever seen.
This is the thing for me, Doug. I mean, you've nailed a lot of elements there for me. The talent at wide receiver in terms of surrounding Justin Fields with weapons, etc. There are no recognised names there, but what there are guys that understand what the scheme is or what the type of offense is. So Pringle, in terms of the sort of the levels, the crossers, that sort of thing, he ran that at Kansas City. That's what he is. He's a third type choice guy, but he's a rack guy. He's a run after the catch guy. So
and
he's like.
I should also mention, who might, from depending on the game, might be his best target, tight end.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely working on his leverage at the top of his stems, but that was an area of weakness for him, was setting up his leverage. Right. That's why he struggled at tight end for me in terms of pass catching. But the thing about the guys we've got, like Equinemius St. Brown, he had 9 targets with the Packers because he wasn't Aaron Rodgers' favorite player, and he was someone who's intelligent and questioned things, and had the confidence to be able to do that. But of those 9 targets, 7 of them were on 3rd and 4th down. Mm-hmm. So when he had to get something and he was on the field, he was a target that did it, and he produced really well with those the ones he did catch. Right, in terms of per catch. So these are all guys that are unproven, but they're all on prove it deals. So that's the best to get when you want to get the best out of someone, is when they want to try and make money or they're going to be out of the league. So it's that simple. You either produce this year or you're probably out of the league because you were a last choice type of guy. There are a couple of quotes, Doug, that I just want to play. I've got a couple quick bits of video that I just want to play for you that give me encouragement in terms of what the scheme is going to do to help Justin Fields. So I'm just going to mute myself.
Watch the tape. I like it.
Yeah, well, it's Luke Getsy. So I mean, there's a couple of sayings. The first one is very, very short. So I'll just play that one first.
We're making everything that we do the best that we can to fit the players that we have.
Isn't that a novel concept in terms of? Yeah, doing things.
That sounds like socialism to me, you guys.
I don't know. That sort of seems like maybe what you should normally do.
We call that pretty woke stuff around here.
It could be a good idea, hey, and when doing the things that guys can actually do well, right? Rather than
force your players to do the crap you want, no matter how good they are.
I'm going to do it again, Doug. Rather than the offense runs through me, it's my scheme and all the rest of it, which is what we had previously. So the second one I think is actually more interesting. This is in terms of Getsy here is talking about. He was asked a question by Dan Weider of Take the North podcast, and the question he asked was, what is it about the scheme that's going to help the offense? This is his answer. I think it's very telling.
And this thing is, like I said, this is we put a lot of time into designing the process, not necessarily designing the offense. And what I mean by that is, like, we wanted to challenge these guys and see where they could each go, and then see how they responded to the different challenges along the way. And so, the way that we installed the plays, the way that we implemented them into the installations, and then the way we came back at training camp, that's all part of that process. and it was our job to be aware of their response to those challenges. And I think as you see them now, they're all having the opportunity to, like you use the word progress. They feel like they've started to figure some things out, but now there's the next step of the process. This is the real deal now. So now you're going to get more difficult looks. You're going to get better talented players. So all that stuff, the pressure of the game, counting, all that stuff's going to be added to them. So they need to be able to reflect and rely and lean on the process. And I think that's what will give us an opportunity to have some success.
So on a day like today,
that for me is like air in terms of what it means to an offense. You kind of need that, and
it makes sense that he's talking about the process and not the players, because the players are sort of interchangeable outside of Fields. A lot of, like you said, a lot of guys playing for their careers, so to speak. Fields isn't there yet. You don't call him a bust. You don't trade him somewhere else. You don't know what he is. You just don't know. The piece I did, when did I write this? June 2nd, how the Bears can give Justin Fields half a chance in 2022. And here's Matt Nagy talking to Fields, who has the 1,000-yard stare, and you can understand why. But Justin Fields had the NFL's highest passer rating with 138.5 on design rollouts, and the Bears called them on just 19 of Fields' attempts. Matt Nagy's awful part, 536,209,364.
Yeah. Of that week of the season.
There was that game where Nagy was at, was it COVID, where Bill Lazor called the plays, and we were like, oh, wait a minute, holy crap, he actually can do these 5 things, and somebody figured it out. And then Nagy came back in and said, all right, here I am with my playbook, and, idiot.
That happened the year before, though, too, Doug, right? Is that, the Bears season was in the tank. They handed the reins to Lazor for 4 games. Bears rolled up 30+ a game. And then everybody said, oh, Lazor's going to keep calling the plays. And the Bears refused, of course, to say who was calling. But I said, nope, Nagy's back calling the plays. Everybody said, how do you know? They don't say. I said, look at what's happening.
It's really
look at what happened.
Exactly,
How you know? It's
exactly
like you don't need to see who has the sheet.
If they don't have a comprehensive RPO game, if they're not rolling him out, if they don't give him anything but ISO deep and half-assed mesh and a bunch of sit routes, if that's what you have, then it's Nagy. If it's anything else, if it's switch release and
100%,
and it was flood to the front,
so clear that
and all that
one worked and one didn't.
I don't call coaches idiots a lot because I know it's a hard gig. But come on.
So
he's proven. I think Nagy at this point has proven that the genius label was obviously misapplied. And when you hear things like the scramble drill comment and many others about situational football and whatever else, we can agree that Matt Nagy, no, he did not know what he was doing. And the proof is in the pudding when you look at his offense after the first year. And the word from many places is that Brad Childress was the stabilizing element the first year. Yeah. That Brad Childress was the offensive assistant on that staff that sort of went, yay, nay, no, more of this, less of this. They have a great year. Childress leaves. The wheels fall off completely because it's Nagy exposed saying, hey, I've got this thing that works. And we see week after week that no, it doesn't work. And he doesn't adjust. And that was sort of the first of many nails in that coffin.
So there's a couple of things that, for me, when I was looking at Nagy's play call and I was looking for a scheme, and specifically just going through the tape, looking for a scheme, looking for plays off plays. So I've seen this, and now I'm seeing this. There were so many plays by Nagy where it was designed for one player to come open, and everything else on the play, all of the movement, all of it was just subterfuge. There was no play off it. It was just, and no one's buying that shit. You see it coming, and you're like, okay, well, what's going to be the Santa sleigh on this one? And it's like he's writing down plays on the back of a fag packet at half time because he's bored. This is what you're seeing from our offensive guru. And then when you look at things like, laser, and in particular,
he's talking about cigarettes, by the way, American folks.
Yeah. Sorry, yes, cigarette packets. Yeah, writing on the back of the cigarette packet.
My internal editor
or a pizza box. Or the inside of a pizza box when he's stoned. That's kind of what it seemed like. So when you look at someone who's competent in play calling, and I'm saying specifically when I'm looking even at the preseason, Doug, in terms of what gets his done. So what we've seen pre-snap alignment to dictate coverage. So tight ends on the boundary, running backs on the boundary, motion them in. Motion going half field, motion going full field. Yes. So you're crossing the centre line to dictate whether you're half field coverage or your full field coverage. Even things like this. I mean, obviously, when you speak to someone who talks on a level of understanding the game at a deeper level, you know what that means. Now, for most fans, they've got no idea. They hear the narrative, but that's what I'm going to follow because it sounds like it's convincing. And that's what it is. I said at the start of last season, before the draft, Matt Nagy could draft Christ the Redeemer as quarterback, and he wouldn't be able to make the offense work because he can only perform one miracle at a time. So, and literally, maybe I'm being a little bit harsh.
Always look on the bright side of life.
He's not the Messiah. He's just a naughty boy.
I get that.
The thing is, when we look at, sorry, Doug.
Go ahead.
So things that we've seen this year, and it speaks of Poles, and it speaks of Getsy, and it speaks of Flus's trust in his other coaches. Braxton Jones, Southern Utah, 5th round rookie draft pick, comes in, shows he can play left tackle against Robert Quinn. Then he goes against Travis Gibson, shows he can play there. Then he goes against Al Kadima. Okay, let's give him a chance in the preseason. Looks pretty good and improves every single time you see him. Okay, you're starting at left tackle. Riley Reef, who 12 million supposedly, left tackle, no. Right tackle, no. Okay, you're now a swing tackle. We've only paid you $3 million up front. And then we're afraid Schofield they brought into place to start at guard before we put Jenkins there. He's out of the club because the other guys performed better than him. Sam Mustafa, who it looked like you couldn't get a tune out of at centre, he fumbled 3 snaps, one of which he fumbled twice. A false snap that he then recovered and then fumbled again, Doug. So, and that was on one play.
You can know that and go back and look because I want to see that now.
I'll send it to you. I've got it on one of my tweets. I'll forward it to you. Awesome. Yeah, it was a false snap, which he then recovered and then fumbled it again.
Hey, if you're gonna blow a snap, go all out.
Just go the whole hog. That's the way I'll say it.
Commitment to the bit.
That's it. Let's just go. Never go. Well, I don't want to quote Tropic Thunder, but never go full. Mustafa.
Yeah.
Never go full Mustafa. But
never
Sam Mustafa,
whole assed, as Ron Swanson said.
Yeah, don't half-ass one. Don't half-ass do things. Whole-ass one. It's when you look at Sam Mustafa this preseason. Sam Mustafa has looked not only competent but half decent, and able to move people. Something he wasn't able to do last year. All of it speaks of really good coaching. We've seen plays, Doug, in the preseason, and there was one I spoke to you about earlier, EJ. I've mentioned it a few times now on this. It's the second series of the game against Cleveland Browns, so third preseason game. It's the second series. It's the pass to Cole Kmet on the flat that he then converts for a first down. It's after the first down penalty. You look at that play, Doug, and it's a stretch action with Kari Blasingame and Cole Kmet to the left side of the formation, Khalil Herbert in the backfield, and he basically does a stretch action.
I was the biggest Khalil Herbert stan when he came out of the draft. I love that kid.
Second biggest.
He's a great one-cut runner. He struggled
wildly underdrafted.
Yeah, yes. And he struggled with catching this preseason, but let's see what he does with that in the regular season.
Okay, was this a 24-yard play?
It's the one in the flat to the right to Cole Kmet where he converts it for a first down. And if you look on that, I'm pretty sure it's that play. If you look on that play, as Fields is booting and he crosses a midpoint on the all-22, when you see that play, there are 8 defenders to the side of Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet, and Justin Fields because they're all shit scared of Justin Fields running in the open. And that play and the play action is gone. You'll see it off the snap because Braxton Jones, I think it's Braxton Jones, he chases the edge guy who gets past him. He runs into Blasingame.
Okay, it's cover 3 because we're not moving with Kmet's motion. I'm watching this right now.
Yeah. And you'll see 8 defenders go to one side of the field. But there's a throwback option to that left side of the field. Yes. You're now 8 on 3.
Yep.
So plays off of plays. Not only were 2 routes, there was only 2 routes to that side of the field, Doug, and that was a high-low read against cover.
Oh, wait. 35, not 85. Okay, who's 35?
Blasingame, fullback.
Okay, so they had a fullback. Oh, okay, he was playing kind of that.
He's playing H.
Yeah. Which is what Wesco's come to play as well, isn't it?
Okay, so pre-snap, they've got the fullback and the tight end to the left side. They've got, so that's they're reading run to the Browns are stacking to that side.
Yep.
The boot.
And then they all chase because they're all shit scared of Justin Fields.
At the mesh point where he's handing it to 24, that's Herbert.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's biting. Well, not everyone. Corners.
No, they
back.
hang for a second because they're waiting for him to reverse. And
Yeah,
when he does,
and
they all go, "Oh my god!"
And then they drop. Okay, so it's cover 3, and they drop their 3 into.
It's like watching flag football at that point. When Justin Boots is like watching
crosser. Okay, so that's kind of a Yankee thing, and Komet's just wide ass open in the end zone. Interesting, but that's play design. I mean, that's actual what the hell play design. Oh
right, it's like moving defenders and using their eyes and saying, all right, we'll take what you give us because you can't cover both. And your point earlier, George, about all the plays that Nagy ran where there was one option and the option gets smashed off the intro. It's supposed to be a tight end route. They don't motion him. He gets mashed by the incoming defensive end, and that's it. From then on, the play is, oh, well.
Yeah, who's 84?
That's Ryan Griffin, the former Jets tight end.
Okay, so he's more a blocker than a pass catcher, right?
Correct.
He's kind of both. He looked serviceable as a pass catcher.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, and this is interesting to me. Consider the formation. You got Komet, then the fullback, then the blocking tight end to the left. You've got basically
set him run.
You've got narrow trips to the back side, to the boundary side. Field's open. So right there. Of course, you're thinking run. It is 1st and 10.
They're daring them. They're daring them.
They've got enough time in the second quarter. This could easily be he's faking boot and handing to Herbert on that side, and they've got all these people who can block. So, and then I wanted to go back and look at what the route
was.
Guys,
I'm going to hop out real quick.
Okay,
Doug,
thank you.
Super glad. Hey, not a problem. Thank you for having me. Great stream. Great call. Make sure to donate, folks. Doug, really glad the office manager's okay because,
he's fine. Yeah, his name is Blue. He's our 12-year-old Himalayan, and he's okay.
Yeah, the office manager lives, which is great news.
Yes.
George will do this again. Thanks for having me. Doug, thanks for everything over the years. Always appreciate it. I'll see you again soon.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Bye. So there you go. Yeah. So go on.
So I want to go back to this the actual route concept, because what they're doing here. That's the wrong screen. So it's an over by 84. Tight end's running an intermediate over, and then you have 12,
which is Velus Jones.
Okay, so an over post. You've got, so this is interesting. You've got a fullback, 2 tight ends to the left side. You're running boot. Herbert could just as easily have taken that ball and run right up the ass of the heavy personnel to that side. And Fields boots out, and they turn it into a touchdown based on over post, with the 3 DBs dropping from the Browns at the very last millisecond. Like, oh shit, this is exactly. And what I like about this play is that the actual result goes completely against pre-snap type, because this is heavy. It's heavy personnel to one side. 1st and 10, 2.5 minutes left in the first half. There's no reason not to run it, right?
Yeah, I mean, and particularly preseason as well.
Particularly with that personnel. So for Getsy to call that is A, ballsy, and B, sets the defense on edge, because it's not just a motion or a route concept, and it's not you're kind of doing on offense what other defenses want to do, right? Which is like if you flip your safeties and change the picture, go from 2 to 1. That's a really great play call. As I look at it now, it makes me want to run a whole damn article about it, because you've got that heavy personnel to the left side, so that's 22 personnel. I mean, you do not expect over post 25 yards downfield at 22 personnel. That doesn't happen. kudos to Jesse for in the and this is what I know that preseason is vanilla, not always. I mean, you're trying stuff out. I would expect, and I'm going to watch for it now, you will see this play in the regular season.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Gessie looked at that and went, oh, check, that one worked. And I'm just really positive about the way he did this, because Kmet motions to the right. He knows it's cover 3. Fields. So you have your indicator motion there. And to me, there's two kinds of, there's motion to define, which is this is the coverage because the defenders flow or not, and motion to disrupt, which is I want to get my force multiplier target in a position where he's going to have a one-on-one matchup. And in this case for Kmet, he's running that little. So he is basically running just an extended vertical wheel. He's not even the over post guy. It's 84 and 12. So Fields here kind of hits his third option. So this works for everybody. This is a really cool play.
Can I just show you another play?
Multitude of reasons I really like. This makes me feel very positive about where it's going. I'm glad you brought this up.
Can I show you one more play?
Yeah.
Look, if that's all right, because what I want to do is I want to share this, and it's not I'm not trying to sort of big brain it or say that I'm the smartest or anything like that at all. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to transition this in, so we've got it the play in. I'm not sure what's doing that. Is that okay? I'm going to remove that. So stop sharing, because it's for some reason it's going a bit crazy. Let me try again. Yeah, what all 22? It's so right. Let's get it into the. We'll go into this. I'll add that in, and then what I need to do is just resize it a little bit, and then I'm going to transition it in, and then I'll add you into it as well. So I'm doing live production here, so that here we go. Right, my apologies. Right. Right, that's that. And get that over there, and then I'll add you into the scene. So I need to add to pro scene and then resize you. Okay. And then crop. Sorry, I'm just doing a bit of production in the background, guys. Yeah, and then get you over there. Right, I've just set this up, so there you go. We've got you on there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to roll. This is the play that I'm talking about. I think I'm not sure if it's the one that you were talking about. Right?
Because Kmet's here, and the fullback is here. No, 84 is here. Fullback's here. Kmet's here. Kmet motions, and it's single high because the linebackers just reposition. No one moves with Kmet across the play. So Fields, so that's motion to define, right? That's the indicator motion. Fields knows it's cover 3. It's not cover 1 because no one followed Kmet. It's not man. It's not even man under. It's not some sort of hybrid thing, or we're going to switch to 2-man. That's just Kmet. He's moving, and that's the motion there. Linebackers, because there's probably a safety there too at this point in the NFL. The intermediate defenders, I call them, reposition, but they don't move. They don't move step for step with the guys. So now you know it's cover 3 because it's single high, and neither one of these guys are going to come back.
Off and outside the line as well, so that goes cover 3.
Right. So that's motion to define. Fields now has that in his head. Oh, it's cover 3. Cool. Now, when Kmet goes over, this is motion to disrupt, and I love the play design because 12 is running a post, 84 is running an over. So you have your over post combination there. Kmet is basically, this is just a wheel route that he keeps going. None of this is complicated. It's not like, ooh, you ran a stutter go with 5 stutters. This isn't complicated, but I love the sort of what I call a delayed flood action. This is a 3 receiver concept that eventually goes to that side. And I love the design, and I love the design of that personnel. And I love that Getsy included motion to define and motion to disrupt. Like if I was to draw up a situation that is favorable for a young quarterback, I couldn't do a lot better than that.
I don't know if you can see the cursor on screen, Doug, but basically, so what I'm going to do is, so Griffin is here. He's come from this side of the motion, as has Blazing Game. Blazing Game comes across like that wham, backside wham, if this was a stretch. So depart, backside wham, that's the stretch. Okay, so that's a run game sold. Griffin
so 84,
comes out.
84 is your Y throwback.
Yeah, and what you have here is you've got an east-west flood with levels. So here's your east-west flood, where you've got Komet and Blazing Game stressing what would be the same short flat defender. And then you've got your levels on the linebacker, which is Blazing Game again, and Griffin. And this puts this linebacker in a real bind.
Holy conflict. He's screwed.
Because also you've got, obviously, Mooney. He's taking the offensive of the 2 deep because fastest guy on the field. So we roll forward a little bit. There's that zone action, back boot. And then when you see this now, all the linebackers, Owusu Koroma, 28, is chasing, 26 is chasing. The only guys left to this side of the field, even 96, look, here, chasing. The only guys this side, 1, 2, 3. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 4 players this side of the field. That's that other one. Goes over. I think this might be the one where it gets, I think this might be the flat to Blazing Game, actually. I think this might be not the play that I was talking about. Yes, that's that high-low read.
Yeah.
I'll just come out of that, Doug, because I want to get the other one up. So that's a really good play. I'm just going to get back into there. I'm going to get it on the specific play that I want to talk about, because there's a throwback off the back of it. I think you'll like this play that I'm going to pull up. I'm just going to get it up here.
Which opponent?
It's still the Browns, so it's still the same game. It's still the same drive.
Okay. Who's the receiver?
It's Komet.
Okay.
Komet catches short right for a first down on, I think, 3rd.
Is this first quarter?
First quarter, yeah. Second series.
Okay, let me see here. Yeah.
And they've run a stretch. It's after this hold. So there's the hold. Then we get the double digs, which gets after the first and hold with the David Montgomery run. And I think we get the digs. Yeah, that's the digs. There's Pettis and Mooney.
There's 21 personnel, 2 backs.
I'm just getting to the point where I think it is now.
Yeah, it's 21 personnel, 2 backs. 1 tight end, I believe. Let me see. Yep.
This is it. I've got it. So it's 7:09 left to play. Play number 27. Second
fullback
and 7.
Motions. Okay, this is interesting. Fullback motions from the slot. No, out wide. He's out wide.
Yeah. So bringing it in. So I'm just going to let it play now.
And Maurice Morris fullback motion. That's cool.
So by alignment, we already know we've got a corner out there, not a linebacker or a safety.
Right.
So that tells us by alignment that we're zone of some form, whether it's half field or full field, we don't know. They've been running a lot of cover 3. We've already seen that in there. Obviously, 2 high safeties showing early, but what does that come to when he gets into the backfield? So obviously we get to that point. Into the backfield, safety rolls down, so now we know it's 3. So safety rolls down because it's a transition. Now we know it's 3.
Yep.
And you see him go. And then you watch this you'll actually see what happens is, as Cole Komet is coming from here, he's going to come all the way over the field, and Mooney's going to do a levels concept to this side. So there's only Mooney deep and Komet here.
Yeah, it's 2 crossers to levels to that side.
Yeah, and we've got this, obviously, with fullback now motioned into the backfield on 2nd and 7, by the way. We've got that run, and then you see Komet leak underneath, and you've got Equanimity St. Brown. Also, again, this east-west flood, Doug, on this linebacker.
Yep.
So levels here for short flat, linebacker east-west flood that he doesn't see coming from behind his back.
Yep.
Action's all gone messed up here. It's only because they tripped up here, but you've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to this side of the field. 1, 2, 3 defenders. Everyone else travels when they see Justin Fields' boot. So you watch them literally chase. It's like kids on a flag football field.
Yep.
You see it go over. Justin comes out. Let's get it to the point where Justin's coming out. There's that mesh. Kind of want to see him put the ball in there for that mesh. That's the levels. That's the root concept where, that's the stress point. And it turns into that. But if you look to this bottom side of the screen, Doug.
And that's slide run action, and everyone bites.
Yeah, definitely. So now
everyone bites. Even Johnson, 43, is biting. And he's a deep guy. He's got eyes in the backfield all the way.
So this is the thing for me, Doug, is off the back of this, when we get to, okay, that's probably a good frame there to, okay, here. When we get to here, we've got 1, 2, 3 defenders. If this is a throwback, we've got Herbert, Blazing Game, all 5 offensive linemen, and nothing.
Cow pasture.
Nothing, but only 3 defenders this side of the field. So off this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 defenders chasing, because Justin Fields has already stressed them on that play flood. This becomes a throwback option over here if Herbert hasn't fallen over or Blazing Game hasn't fallen over, and that's touchdown all the way. At the end of the day, he takes a right because it's a level concept with Equinemius, St. Brown, and Komet. Komet's got room out in front. Equinemius misses a throw over the top. Takes Komet. Komet gets the first down. So it's a right throw. But that play in preseason, Doug, from Getsy.
I love crossers to flood. I love those what I call delayed floods, where you don't think it's that, but it's that, and you think it's 2x2, right? So your first wrong landmark is 2x2, and then the fullback motions back in. You're like, oh shit, what do we do? Okay, all right, it's more run, and they run slide run action to that side to further sell it. And people say, well, you have to have a good run game to use play action. I think we all know that's crap. What you need is the ability to sell the run, whether you're good at it or not. You can sell the run with run action. Then, I mean, the Chiefs had more play action last year than I think any other team. Their first positive play rate. They couldn't run the ball for crap, but they could sell it. And that's all you need to do. You don't need to have Derrick Henry back there. You just need to think that your B or C running back is going to run the ball, and you don't want to be at a place no matter how bad that guy is, because if he's bad, then you're even more embarrassed. So it's the selling the run. So the 2 plays we've discussed, that's one element. The delayed flood is another. Now that could have been throwback. It was a possibility of it, but I love the motions, the delayed flood concepts,
the alignment.
It really opens things up for Fields in a way that's simple, but it's not like your 3-play RPO package. There's more to it than that.
That's the thing for me.
This to me is really, because I have studied the Bears off. I have X amount of hours to do it.
No, I get it. You got to cover everyone.
I haven't studied the Bears offense like really in depth until just watching this stuff with you. So this is I didn't do any homework here. We just started talking football. I'm very encouraged by, and what you were talking about, the concepts, not the players, the concepts, the overarching idea. What are we trying to accomplish here? I was on a podcast with Ollie Connolly, who I'm sure you know, like a month ago. We talked for an hour on the Chiefs offense, and it's that same thing. You lose Tyreek Hill, you bring in these other guys. It's still the concepts, the whole thing, the whole package, the whole playbook. It's not the players per se. You want to then get the players who can best execute your concepts, and you're going to retrofit them if you're smart to what they can do. But yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna have to go back and study the Bears' offense.
Honestly, that first quarter and second quarter, Doug, that first half on the offense, although it's technically speaking vanilla, on the defense as well.
The Browns' defense, by the way, they were really good in match. They played a lot of 3 match. They played some quarters. They would play some quarters lock, where you're just locking on the one. But they were for a defense with a lot of new parts, they were very disciplined in their match concepts. To throw them into a tizzy with these concepts and motions and backside floods and all that, that's cool. I like that. That showed more imagination in 2 plays than anything I saw to Matt Nagy in like 3 years.
That's the point. That's the point I'm making. And the thing is that what he's asking the offensive line to do there, what he's asking the running backs and the receivers to do there is not. It's not going to stretch them. But the problem is for the defense.
It's not complicated. Just sell the shit out of the run.
Well, and we have a legitimate threat at run with David Montgomery and Khalil Herbert. So that's the reason why.
Yeah.
And Justin on the boot, which is why they don't look like kids on a flag football field unless Justin Fields is in the backfield. If that's Dalton trying to do that naked boot, it's just not going to work. No one's going to respect it. So they're going to be able to defend whole field in terms of pass concepts. I mean, technically, we only had 2 receivers out on that route.
Right.
Yeah, that threat was open 2nd and 6 because, Justin Fields can run for that by himself. And then that throwback to the side that's void, that field there, that's touchdown, with that many blockers out in front.
And Getsy isn't doing anything new. He's
No.
not Bill Walshing us. He's not Sid Gilmaning us. He's just taking the concepts that work and he's putting them together. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, and there's a couple of other players as well I'd encourage you to look at in that series as well. There's a couple where there's wide receivers running check releases as delayed releases, so they're on the linebackers, which is, I think, interesting getting the wide receivers.
This is all very Shanahan-y, which makes sense because it's also very LaFleur-y.
Yeah,
we're many words here.
And also Ryan Day.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing that gives me confidence, Doug, in terms of the Bears' offense. And yes, we're not a particularly deep roster. We're not a particularly top-heavy talent roster. But Justin Fields threw to 11 players in that game. So 11 different receivers in that game on
and I would bet on 11 different concepts, which
on 4 series.
Which speaks well for Getsy and speaks well for Fields as far as what he can actually retain when it works in his favor.
That's
what the hell is this crap?
That's my point. Is that's people are talking about lack of talent, not surrounding Justin Fields. The improvement of Braxton Jones game 1 to game 3 of the preseason was remarkable. The same with Sam Mustafa game 1 to game 3, remarkable. Tevin Jenkins game 2 to game 3 at guard was real huge improvements. The defense also was quite interesting in that game as well, Doug. They ran some quite interesting looks. They ran overload blitzes where the backside defensive end turned into a match man. On that what looked like an overload. They're still sending 4, but it's all 4 from one side, and we're running now now you've kept the tight end to cover and then check release. Actually, the defensive end's going with him in man because he was a former outside linebacker last year in our front. In Robert Quinn, Trevor Skipson, both were outside linebackers in the front, so they both know how to drop into pass. But that's the thing for me. And Doug, in terms of the Bears, I don't think anyone's going to sort of necessarily predict them for a playoff run or anything like that. But I think in terms of what I've seen from the coaching and in the application from the players, in terms of running to the ball, punching at it, more turnovers than we had, penalties in the preseason that we forced. All encouraging stuff that I think is going to bode well for the season. I think the coaching is right.
We talked about the Bears nationally last year. It was all, God, fire Matt Nagy. Jesus, this is horrible. Which really eclipsed how bad the pass defense was, especially on deep stuff. They got torched. 11 touchdowns, no interceptions allowed on passes of 20 or more air yards. And I loved Eddie Jackson when he was in his prime. That's a problem. But they get Brisker, who I love, compared him to Adrian Amos, oddly enough. They have
I think he's better than Amos.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy. He's a 3. He can blitz. He can play backer. He can play slot. He can play
deep half.
He's deep half. He was actually really, and I would say, I hear people say, he's a run stopping safety. He's like, nah, they played a ton of 2, and he was fine with it. You can cover half the field. He's fine.
Well, they obviously haven't watched the Wisconsin game then.
Right? Yeah. Well, you know how it is. One person says something and the thing rolls downhill. But yeah, I mean, it seems like they're on the right track. And being in Seattle, I saw when Pete Carroll came in 2010, and he's won a Super Bowl. He's very successful, although rebuilding again. But I remember when Pete Carroll was hired, and he had his opening press conference where he talked 13 minutes nonstop without drawing a breath. And with the Jets in the pit, we were all like, uh-oh. And Tim Ruskell, the GM prior, who has not worked in the NFL since, left that team with so little talent. I think the starting center, Max Unger, and the punter were the only guys who were there a year later. They were flipping guys. They had like 300 roster moves in the first 2 years. I'm not exaggerating. It was crazy. To cover it was nuts. But you started to see the plan come together. because you had the overarching philosophy, always compete, whatever, you know, be always positive, relentlessly moving forward. Where that got, you know, you talked about the guys in the preseason. Oh, if you perform well, you'll play. I talked about Tom Cable and, you know, his moves on the offensive line. Pete just deferred to him. And all of a sudden that whole always compete thing didn't work anymore because these guys aren't good and they're starting because the coach has to protect his reputation. And that's where things sort of go off. I would opine that there was an element of that in Nagy's misbegotten time as a head coach. These guys seem more accountable. I was very impressed with Eberflus as a defensive coordinator. So you're going to see a lot more too high. I can tell you that. You already know. But yeah, and I like those. I like those two plays. I like the structure. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and study the Bears preseason offense because I'm like, all right, we have some cool stuff here. It's a lot of Shanahan tree. It's some LaFleur, and you can understand that.
I think the defense is
everything on everything on defense now is either Staley or Fangio, and everything on offense now is either Shanahan or McVay. So I guess you guys are right in the ballpark.
So the thing is as well, Doug, I mean, I'd encourage you in that first half particularly to have a look at the defense that Williams called as well, because there's a lot of the only cover two that he ran, and I think there were like 3 coverages that he ran. The only the cover two that he ran was rolled cover two, so it wasn't a straightforward 2 safeties cover two. So it was really interesting in terms of the way he was using robbers, man match, mix of like.
Oh, I don't mean 2002 Tampa Buccaneers.
Oh yeah, I mean because I hear people saying he runs Tampa 2. It's nothing like
because Lovey's there, but when I say cover 2, I mean 2 match, 2 man, 1 or big nickel, 2 some iteration of cover 2, or just split field. But you can't really. I mean, you might as well call it split field. It's not the traditional country cover 2 anymore.
And that's the thing is when I hear people saying Tampa 2, it's like I don't think I've seen us run Tampa 2. It's just not that. And when you run a 2 now, it always seems to be a disguise 2. It's not like, you know, there's 2 high safeties. It's cover 2. Because what Williams did was he rolled it to make it look like it was cover 1. And then the corner drops that half of the field, and the safety rotates over. So, and then obviously you get a rotation from the linebacker short back in the middle of the field. So that's the way he sort of ran it. It was very interesting to see. So
yeah, depending on the quarterback, you're either like if he's running play action, when he turns his back, you want to turn 2 into 1 or vice versa, or it stays looking like 2, and then the rat or robber drops late, or vice versa. It's just, you know, everything is flipping now. I find it, and I've mentioned this before. Super Bowl 53. Devin McCourty said this after the game when the Patriots beat the Rams, and the Rams scored fewest points since the Dolphins in Super Bowl 6. Devin McCourty said that we, of course, knew that McVay had to stop going in Jared Goff's ear when the play clock hit 15 seconds. And they were a heavy play action team. So we knew that right at 15, that's when we'd start to flip our coverage because we knew Jared couldn't pick it up. We knew it would make his head explode. And I know there were coverage switches before that, but I would maintain that there had been a lot more sense. And I wouldn't be surprised if everyone around the league went, oh, Bill did it again.
Northwestern.
I'd love to see how many late coverage switches, the percentage of an increase since that game.
I think. I mean, for me, looking at that sort of side of things on defensive coordination, Northwestern and both Northwestern and TCU have both done it really, really well. They've run a lot. They've run a lot of disguised coverages over the last couple of years, and I think a lot of those concepts are now. Kansas City also has taken. I know for a fact has taken several of those concepts.
Spags is twisted. Yeah, he'll blitz your ass out a dime and get away with it.
But that's the thing for me. I always love talking ball with you, Doug. You're one of the best people to follow out there that there is. But I'll thank you for coming on at such a late hour. I've gone over 5 hours now.
It's my pleasure and honor to do it. I appreciate that you're so active with this cause. I didn't really know much about it, and I'm listening to the stuff you're saying. It's horrific. So
yeah,
to whatever degree this raises awareness and money and all that. Yeah, I'm all for it. Obviously,
we need to keep people safe. We have to include them in society, and we can't do that unless we're embracing. If we don't embrace, we can't have people safe. It's as simple as that. So all it takes is people just to spend a little bit of time, just go and have a look and hear from autistic people how they want to be treated, and just consider whether you'd like to be treated in the way you'd like to be. But thank you, Doug. I really appreciate you coming on. Obviously, your follow information is all at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to bring it to a close now. Everyone that's made a donation, I can't thank you enough. I really do appreciate you going on and making a donation. Again, if you haven't already made a donation, the information's at the bottom of the screen. I encourage you to do it now if you've enjoyed any of the content at all today, or even if you just want to put a message in the note saying, I hate Bearlissimo George Bayliss. You can do that so long as you're making a donation to neuroclastic. So go ahead and do it now. I appreciate that you've done that.
This Doug Farrar jackass. Here's $20. I'm fine.
Exactly. Whether it's malice or love, I'm all about getting them the money, and that's the only thing I'm interested in. So again, I mean, everyone in the chats, as I would expect, just loving everything that you're doing, Doug, and what you're talking, and going on the fly as well with what you were saying about the Bears versus Browns in the preseason. Because I think we're going to see some quite interesting things out of both the offense and the defense from the Bears this year.
I'm highly interested. I'm glad I learned something today. I'm glad you brought that stuff up, and I'm like, ooh.
Well, I'm available for hire, Doug. I mean, if you're gonna throw that, no, I'm joking. But no, it's just this is what I love about the game, is the game within the game, and the whole cat and mouse. It's like 3D chess with real gladiators, and that's what I loved about the game when I first fell in love with it, and that's what I love playing, because I love both smashing people and also outwitting them. So that's the thing that I love about
this guy's running it. We just spent half an hour talking about 2 plays. It's not simple.
No,
I don't. Greg Cosell, who of course we all know, he's the godfather of what we all do. Greg has told me I've known him for a long time. It's like for everything I learned, there's 8 things I realized I didn't know.
Yeah,
and rabbit holes because of this one thing I figured out, and that kind of intellectual curiosity. That's why Greg is still the man after he's been at film since like 1979. Seriously, but that's you watch ball, you learn. I've asked a lot of stupid questions. I still do because I don't know, but I'm perfectly fine looking like an idiot in the service of learning. And I don't need help looking like an idiot. It's pretty easy for me. So there you go.
So we've got someone saying that at least they can eat breakfast now because they've been watching the whole time and not wanting to make breakfast. So I'll take that as a compliment, and I'm going to run with it. So thank you again, Doug. I can't thank you enough. I know that things can spot against you early, and I thank you so much for coming on. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to shut everything down now. So is there anything that you want to sort of let people know about before you go, or anything else at all you want to share? Anything we should be looking for? And also, let's get you on a Bears prediction for tomorrow against the 49ers. It doesn't matter if you think it's going to be ugly.
I think it's going to be close. I think Trey Lance is preseason
rough,
pretty wavy. He's wavy. I would say low scoring 7. I'm watching Alabama Texas right now. It's 17-16. So I'll say Niners 17, Bears 16.
Oh, so we cover at least. So that's a positive. So
that's all we care about.
Again, Doug, I can't thank you enough. And obviously, I put all my 22 stuff that I've just put up in front of you. I put all of that up on my YouTube because I want to try and inform debate. And that's the one thing that I can say about the things that you write, Doug, is that for those that want to understand more about what's going on with football, in terms of not only in terms of what's going on the field, but also per people and personalities now, that affects him, because that's the whole thing all to itself. Yeah. The content you do is fantastic, and I really do appreciate you spending time with little old me coming on and helping to raise a bit of awareness and a bit of fun. So I really do appreciate it. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, Touchdown Wire at usatoday.com. Me and Lori Fitzpatrick and Barry Werner are chopping it up. We lost Mark Schofield to SB Nation about a week ago. That sucked, but we're plodding on.
I love Mark. He's a good dude Mark as well.
Mark, he will be missed, but he got the offer he couldn't refuse, and that's fine.
Bless him. Well, thanks very much, Doug. I'm going to drop you out of the stream now. I do appreciate that, and then I'm just going to close things down. Thanks again, Doug. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you. So That's it. 5 hours, 16 minutes in. I thank all of you for being here. We've been sort of 30, 40 strong the whole stream. If any of you make a donation, that's absolutely fantastic. I really do appreciate it. Again, you know, all of you for being in here. I really do appreciate it. Go and donate for Neuroclastic, and please go and visit the website and just have a look at some of the stuff that they do, because it really does help to inform a better society in terms of the way we treat people. So go ahead and take a look. Even if you don't make a donation, just learn something about autism from autistic people. Use that resource, and I really do appreciate it. I can't wait for the game tomorrow. I'm sure you all can't wait, but I need to go and make sure that my wife gets everything that she possibly wants now, because she's been an absolute trooper, and without her taking care of my boys and taking care of me and giving me the opportunity to do this, none of this would happen. So thank you, Mimi. I love you so much. And again, thank you everyone for being here. I really do appreciate you. And with that, all that's left for me to do is to drop this in here and say